Chapter 26:15. As he spoke, the Real tiger above the jade board flapped its wings again. A thick layer of silver light flashed on the surface of the azure primordial water, and it moved slowly again. However, it stopped after a short movement. No matter how the Real tiger flapped its wings, the silver light remained motionless. "Humph, I can't move it, but you can't do anything about it?" Yutong snorted coldly and pointed his finger. Streaks of silver light surrounded the innate pure water. Then more streaks of silver light appeared in the air, surrounding an area of more than 10 miles. Within these streaks of silver light, there were countless corridors and small cubicles. It was like a huge silver maze. "Rise!" Following Yutong's shout, his tiger opened its mouth, and a streak of silver light shot into the air. In the icy rain, countless flying swords and sword intent flew over and covered the silver light. "Hide!" Yutong grabbed with his hand, and countless streaks of silver light flashed between his fingers. Like flying swords, they pierced into the silver light within a dozen miles. These streaks of silver light flashed rapidly in the night sky and gradually disappeared. "Humph, when I finish refining my sword gourd, it will be time for you to die." Yutong also disappeared with the silver light, leaving only this vicious sentence in the wind and rain. The direction Xiaohua had fled to was different from the direction the sword cultivators had fled to. The sword cultivators, led by Lu Ruchong, were shocked and resentful when they saw the sword intent in the direction of the Buddhist gold formation. On one hand, they were shocked that a sword cultivator had suddenly appeared here. On the other hand, they had pretended to be defeated in order to lure a group of cultivators into the sword formation they had set up and kill them in one fell swoop. However, now that the sword transformation senior had appeared, if he did not flee in the direction of the sword transformation sword will, he would definitely expose himself and the Dao sect cultivators would be able to detect his intentions. However, what if he fled in the direction of the sword transformation sword will? It would be different from the direction of the sword formation they had set up. After LV Ruchong and the rest had a brief discussion, they had no choice but to change their direction and fly towards the Brahma Gold Great Array. After all, it was unreasonable for them to not seek help from such a strong support. For the sake of the sword formation that they had been preparing for several years, and for the sake of killing the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators in one fell swoop, they could only continue to act. "Marshal Uncle Lu, we will enter the sword catacomb in a few miles." A 5th-grade female swordsman flew beside Lu Ruchong and said in a low voice. LV Ruchong's pretty eyes swept across the front before turning back to look. She helplessly waved her hand and instructed, "Continue forward." "Yes. This disciple understands." The swordsman nodded and urged the sword light under his feet to fly to the front to send a message. LV Ruchong hesitated for a moment, and the sword light under his feet also swayed, flying obliquely to the right. On the right side of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect were the disciples of the Shen Sword Sect. Those disciples did not know what was going on and thought that they were really retreating in defeat. They seemed to be in a hurry and even had fear on their faces. Seeing LV Ruchong flying over, they barely maintained their formation and nodded their heads in salute. Seeing this, LV Ruchong was very proud. She knew that her arrangements were not leaked by those illusory swordsmen. Even if the Dao sect cultivators could capture some of the swordsmen who had drawn their swords and nurtured their swords, it was impossible for them to know about her extremely strict plan. Of course, at the same time she felt somewhat apologetic in her heart, but she could not show it. She could only show a trace of warmth in her eyes and even forced a smile on the corner of her mouth to comfort the swordsman who should not be in a panic. The leader of the Huan sword sect was Chu Jianchong, the red-faced swordsman. At this time, Chu Jianchong's expression was extremely strange. His brows were tightly knitted and his face was puzzled. Although the flying sword under his feet flashed with a red brilliance, the sword light was somewhat swaying, just like his expression flickering. Seeing that LV Ruchong had flown away, Chu Jianchong hurriedly urged his flying sword forward and cupped his hands. "Sword friend LV, I wonder if sword friend has any advice for coming over?" "Nothing else." LV Ruchong waved her hand and said, "This sword just felt that the previous discussion was a little rushed, and wanted to ask if sword friend Chu had any other ideas in mind." "Not at all." Chu Jianchong hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Sword friend LV's strategizing is rare among the warriors of our sword domain. Since the Sword Dao War, our sword domain has been advancing step by step under sword friend's leadership. We have taken advantage of them by surprise. The matter of the sword tomb's formation is the finishing touch. If it was Chu who did it, he would not be able to think of it even if he cracked his head. It can be said that this war is under Sword Friend's control. Our sword domain's victory is only a matter of time. Sai, how can it be as simple as Sword Friend Chu said? LV Rochong smiled bitterly again. Even if this sword is good at strategizing, without the bravery of sword friends and the hot blood of the warriors of our sword domain, how could our sword domain win? Moreover, there are many capable people among the Dao sect cultivators. Think about that ambitious and ruthless Tu Hong. If he could live until now, he might not be unable to see through this sword's plot. No matter how powerful Tu Hong is, wasn't he still killed by sword friend Qin Jian? Sword friend Qin is wrong. Tu Hong was not killed by Qin Jian. This is what Qin Jian told me personally. LV Rochong sneered. Which swordsman did this? Assassinating Qin Jian is a great contribution to our sword domain. Chu Jianchong was stunned. Who knows? LV Rochong shrugged. This contribution has not been acknowledged by any sword friend until now. Or perhaps, it is an internal conflict among the cultivators? Speaking of Qin Jian, sword friend Qin's intelligence is not below mine, and even surpasses mine. If not for Senior Huajian's orders, he would be more suitable to command this war than me. Not necessarily. Chu Jianchong smiled. Sword friend LV is plotting from the back, while sword friend Qin is charging from the front. This is an excellent combination. Yes, LV Rochong sighed. His gaze was faint. This sword thinks so too. Only those who are brave and resourceful can be powerful. With the cooperation of these two people, it is a blessing for our sword domain. Unfortunately, sword friend Qin was killed by the terrifying phoenix in the Battle of Flowing Ice Valley. This is really beyond my expectations. At the mention of Xiao Hua, Chu Jianchong's eyes narrowed, and an inexplicable expression appeared on his face. He whispered, "This terrifying phoenix is really mysterious. Some say it is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Some say it is a late gold core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. And some even say it is a nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Until now, sword friend LV, you still don't know who this terrifying phoenix is?" LV Rochong's expression also turned cold, and he shook his head. Previously, this sword has almost confirmed that this terrifying phoenix is a foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect named Xiao Hua. After all, he made his debut at Chicken Crow Mountain, and many sword pregnant and drawing swords disciples saw him, so he is not mysterious. But later, this terrifying phoenix became more and more powerful, and was abnormally mysterious. Any illusory swordsman who encountered this terrifying phoenix would have their wings broken. Other than Yumming Lunatic, there were no other survivors. How could this be done by a foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, our sword domain has put out a bounty for a long time, and there has never been a disciple who can kill this terrifying phoenix. This sword almost suspects that this terrifying phoenix should not be one person but many people. It could be the combination of Extreme Happiness Sect's Li Zongbao, Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua, and Xuanyan School's Xiao Mao. It could also be the secret hand of several gold core cultivators in the conference hall. That's right. Chu Jianchong slapped his forehead and came to a realization. I'm afraid, so. There are also powerful people among the cultivators. Alas, thinking about this incomparably powerful terrifying phoenix, even if this sword faced it, this sword would not dare to say that it could win. Not to mention those gold core cultivators in the conference hall. Lu Rochong said again, that Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo actually left a way out and self-destructed in front of this sword, injuring this sword. If this sword did not take advantage of the situation to escape, I would have really stayed in the Mo Qin cave. Isn't this falling into LV Jianyo's plan? Chu Jianchong comforted. No matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it can't compare to sword friend's schemes. Just look at it now, this whole way of retreating. If not for Chu knowing in his heart and knowing sword friend's plan in advance, how could he believe that this is the prelude to our sword domain's great victory? Hearing Chu Jianchong's words and sincere consolation, Lu Rochong smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Sword friend Chu thinks too highly of this sword. What do you mean by that? Chu Jianchong was puzzled. Could it be that these are not sword friend's thoughts? This is naturally what this sword thinks and plans. The corners of Lu Rochong's mouth curled up into a smile, but there was a lot of bitterness, but it is definitely not everything that this sword has planned. Let's not talk about the sword intent that transformed into a sword just now. Lu Rochong looked to his left and said in a low voice, even if the defeat of my sword cultivators this time is indeed my sword's plan, but if I were to really implement it, it would be extremely difficult to not arouse the suspicion of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, that's right. Chu Jianchong also felt the same way. These Dao sect cultivators were actually suppressed by us. If we were to suddenly let them turn defeat into victory, even I would not be that stupid. That's right. So, this sword had no choice but to sacrifice the lives of some of the sword region's warriors. Lu Rochong sighed. This is the only way to create an illusion for the Dao sect cultivators, to make them think that they have won. Chu Jianchong immediately understood the purpose of Lu Rochong's visit, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. There is no need for LV Jianyu to say anything more about this matter. Our sword hearts are facing the sun and moon, and everything we do is for the sword region. If we can use the lives of tens of thousands of swordsmen to exchange for the lives of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I am willing to do so. The corner of Lu Rochong's mouth revealed a smile as he cupped his hands and said, I am truly happy that sword friend Chu has such a sense of righteousness. Actually, half of this final defeat was intentional on the part of the warriors of my sword region, and the other half was due to the bravery of the Dao sect cultivators. Yes, Chu Jianchong also nodded slightly. The Dao sect cultivators treated this as their last stop and threw in most of their disciples. That madness was definitely not something that could be compared to before. Even if we were to really lose, it would be normal. Chapter 26:16. Speaking of this, Chu Jianchong hesitated for a moment and whispered, actually, Chu is a little confused. There are more disciples in the sword realm. But halfway through his words, Chu Jianchong stopped and looked at LV Rochong tentatively. Haha, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. LV Rochong's eyes lit up as he transmitted a few words to Chu Jianchong. How could this be? Chu Jianchong's face revealed an extremely admiring and astonished expression. Chu is really speechless. Chu can only prostrate himself in admiration. This is a secret that Senior Huashan taught me. I haven't mentioned it to any sword friends. Sword friend Chu, you have to keep it a secret. Yes. Chu Jianchong was extremely panicked and nodded quickly. Chu will never say a word to others. That's good. LV Rochong said lightly, after this battle, everything will be clear. At that time, the practitioners of the Taoism sect will even have the thought of crying. But Chu Jianchong was about to speak, but LV Rochong changed the topic again. The sudden appearance of the sword essence of the sword realm puzzles me again. Could it be that someone transformed into a sword in the sword realm? Or a senior Huashan from another sect? Alas, in short, the direction of escape has changed. If we change it again, it will be a little difficult. Looking at LV Rochong's slightly frowning eyebrows and thinking of LV Rochong's frankness just now, Chu Jianchong's hesitation just now had already flown out of the sky. Chu Jianchong cautiously looked around. A group of drawing swordsmen and two junior brothers of the illusory sword sect were not too close to them. Chu Jianchong transmitted a message to LV Rochong. Sword friend LV, in fact, there is something that Chu still has to report to you. What's the matter? LV Rochong's face had returned to indifference. It was hard to tell whether he was curious or confident. That, the sword essence in the sword tomb just now? Chu Jianchong said as he licked his slightly dry lips and said, Chu felt that this sword essence seemed to contain the sword technique of my Huanjian sect. Is that so? Lu Rochong asked curiously, which sword transformation senior from your sword sect has come to the sword tomb? Chu Jianchong said almost without hesitation, this is where Chu's doubts lie. This sword intent doesn't belong to the sword transformation masters of my radiant sword sect. But the sword art in this sword intent has traces of my Huanjian sect. Is it a senior brother of your sword sect who transformed into a sword here? LV Rochong probed. Absolutely not. Chu Jianchong shook his head decisively. There are many residual sword essences in the sword tomb, and the sword chi is full of death chi. If one transforms into a sword in the sword tomb and condenses the sword heart, he will only end up with chi deviation and the death of the sword heart. This is public knowledge in the sword realm, and my Radiant Sword sect is no exception. No one will condense the sword heart here. Moreover, according to Chu Jianchong's knowledge, the senior brothers in my sect who are at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword have not reached the peak of the illusory sword. There is still a long way to go before they can transform into a sword. Oh, I see. LV Ruochang looked into the distance again and asked curiously, then what's going on? Maybe, only when we get there will we know. Chu Jianchong smiled bitterly. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too. Sword friend Chu, the sword tomb is extremely dangerous. You have to take good care of our disciples. Listen to my orders. LV Ruochang cupped his hands and said, yes, Chu Jianchong understands. Chu Jianchong hurriedly returned the salute and watched LV Ruochang leave. Well, just as I felt, the sword essence of the transforming sword should be related to the Xianjian sect. LV Ruochang, who was leaving, thought to himself, it's a pity that Chu Jianchong doesn't know who the transforming sword is. He doesn't even admit that he is a swordsman of the Xianjian sect. That's strange. Maybe only when we get there can we know the truth. LV Ruochang sighed. At this time, there was a slight sword essence of the transforming sword coming from the Buddhist gold array. Alas, we can only go forward. LV Ruochang urged the flying sword to fly forward and whispered, I just don't know. How to change the direction? Well, when we enter the sword tomb, the sword essence of the transforming sword will weaken a little. Then I will lead these stupid cultivators to the array. With the previous deceptive move, those cultivators may not be able to find anything. At the edge of the sword tomb, the purple jasmine flowers had gradually become sparse. In the eyes of the fleeing cultivators, there was no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. After all, fresh lives were much more precious than this beautiful scenery. The group of explorers saw the brownish-red vegetation all over the ground and did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly stopped, clapped their hands and took out a few small sword talismans. They urged the sword essence, and the sword talismans turned into several small swords and rushed out. It was the location of the large group of people. In fact, when these small swords were just sent out, several first-grade illusory swordsmen flew from a distance. These swordsmen caught the sword talismans and quickly flew to the purple jasmine flowers in the sword tomb. Liao Jianyu, when we passed through the sword tomb, it was early in the morning. The purple jasmine flowers were dripping with dew like crystals. We were still talking about the world and would not retreat from this battle. We were only waiting for Senior Transforming Sword to go south and sweep away the arrogance of the 3 kingdoms. It was still that sparkling small sword, and it quickly rushed into the sword catacomb. Disciples, this is a safe passage. You may follow me in. The old swordsman surnamed Zhao waved his hand and flew into the passage. A few disciples who were closer to the passage showed joy on their faces. After each of them marked the place, they also followed in. At the same time, the 4 swordsmen, including the swordsman surnamed Liao, each took out a small sword of different styles. Although the way they activated their sword essence was different, they all found 4 different safe passages within 100 feet of each other. The directions were more or less the same as the old swordsman surnamed Zhao. Let's go, the 4 swordsmen called out to the nearby disciples as well as the disciples who were gradually coming to receive them, and rushed into the sword catacomb. Immediately within a few miles, many illusory swordsmen rushed over and took out their small swords to find the way. Under the arrangements of the disciples who were scouting the way, the swordsmen flew into the sword catacomb in an orderly manner. If the Golden Core adepts in the Dao Sect's conference hall saw the swordsmen retreating in such an orderly manner, they would probably be suspicious. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived here, the swordsmen had already entered the sword catacomb, leaving only the faint flickering of sword light in front of them, as well as the occasional screams and sounds of triggering arrays or sword arrays. Similar to the swordsman's cautiousness, the various sects' cultivators who had chased to the edge of the sword catacomb also stopped slightly. Each sect occupied an area of about 1,000 feet. These dozens of sects almost blocked the area of about 10 miles around the sword catacomb, giving off a feeling of airtight security. Chapter 26:17. Disciples of all sects. Lu Xinwu, a Golden Core cultivator from the Shanghua sect, flew in front of the crowd of Golden Core cultivators. Seeing that the cultivators within a few miles were getting restless, he shouted, "Guard the formation. Disciples of all sects, gather the disciples of your own sect." Once the Xianghua sect gives the order, you can chase into the sword catacomb. This is the last battle of our Taoist sect's counterattack. We must be cautious and take every possibility into account. Yes. As soon as Lu Xingwu's voice fell, a golden core cultivator from the Xianghua sect immediately stepped out from the crowd. Holding Grandmaster Xianghua's sect token, he began to gather the disciples. The chaos caused by the pursuit gradually became orderly. Seeing this, the disciples of the other sects all had golden core cultivators fly out to restrain the disciples. Fellow cultivator Lu, you've worked hard. As they spoke, many golden core cultivators from the Xianghua sect flew out from behind. These cultivators originally led the disciples of the various sects, but now they were all gathered together. Heng Heng from the Utopia sect flew in front again and spoke with a smile. It's not hard at all. It's just a small matter. Now all the disciples of our sects have to work together to hunt down the sword cultivators. If we can kill them in the sword catacomb, it'll be a great achievement for our sects. Lu Xingwu smiled and looked at Li Zongbao, who was standing beside Heng Heng and holding the immortal piercing whip. He laughed and said, I'm looking forward to being like martial nephew Zongbao and receiving a special pardon from the sect as a memento of this battle. Ah, fellow cultivator Lu, you must be joking. Heng Heng couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, you and I are the pillars of our respective sections. After this battle, we'll all be meritorious and have gained the attention of our sect masters. It's only a matter of time before we reach the nascent soul stage. Why do we need a special pardon? I'm just envious of your disciples. Lu Xingwu pointed with his hand and said, if my disciples can have half of martial nephew Zongbao's intelligence, I'll be satisfied. Li Zongbao's eyes were originally closed, as if he was comprehending the mantra and refining his Jin Yuan. Now that he heard Lu Xingwu talking about him, he had no choice but to open his eyes. He bowed and said, Martial Uncle Lu praises me too much. I dare not accept such praise. I'm not exaggerating. If I had such a good disciple. Lu Xingwu sighed as he spoke. His eyes were filled with envy. That's right. Killing Qin Jian was the most outstanding individual achievement in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. Although Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan faction, and Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder faction would share the achievement, Li Zongbao, as the leader of the three, would naturally get more achievements. It could be said that Li Zongbao was the most outstanding person in this war. Not only did this merit belong to him, it also had a great effect on Heng Heng. The Battle of the Sword Catacomb was the most crucial battle in the Great War of Taoist cultivators. All the sects sent out their elites. Even the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall had to come out of the Sky Patrol City and join in the battle. The previous encirclement and suppression was still manageable, as each sect had their own Golden Core elders to command. However, in the Sword Catacomb, there could only be one person to command. The command of each sect had to be concentrated in the hands of this person. All the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the conference hall knew that the Sword Catacomb was a big bag. Once hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entered, there was absolutely no chance of survival. This was a great achievement that could be easily obtained. As for the cultivator who could command the battle at the end, his name would definitely resound throughout the three kingdoms of Taoist cultivators. He would even leave a strong mark in the ancient books of each sect. As a result, before they arrived at the Sword Catacomb, the Golden Core cultivators on duty at the meeting hall fought for the right to command. In the end, the honor fell to Heng Heng, who was not surprised at all. Not only was the ambush in the Sword Catacomb agreed upon by Heng Heng and Xiong Huasong, but other than Xiong Huasong, only Heng Heng knew the details of the Sword Catacomb. There was also another detail about Li Zongbao that the other cultivators had to consider. Another purpose of the Great War of Taoist cultivators was to nurture and discover the next generation of disciples with outstanding leadership skills. Although Li Zongbao had yet to display his ability to strategize, he had killed Qin Jian, who was thousands of miles away from the battlefield. This could not be ignored by the Golden Core cultivators. In fact, there was another crucial problem. In this battle, the Golden Core cultivators themselves felt that there was nothing outstanding about them. Even the final arrangement was set up by Tu Hong, who was assassinated by Qin Jian. If they did not take the initiative to do something while ambushing the sword cultivators, they would not be able to answer to the nascent soul cultivators. Hence, Li Zongbao, who was known as the #1 cultivator below the Golden Core cultivators, was chosen by them. Moreover, Heng Heng had a legitimate reason to bring Li Zongbao along with him and guide him on the details of the battle. This was what Lu Xingwu and all the other Golden Core cultivators were envious of. After all, the final credit was at their fingertips. Of course, Gao Wei of the Xuanyan school was even more unwilling than Lu Xingwu. Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan school was also one of the meritorious services for killing Li Zongbao. It was precisely because he was not as famous as Li Zongbao that he did not receive the support of other Golden Core realm cultivators. Therefore, when they set off from the Sky Patrol City, Gao Wei had personally brought Xiao Mao with him. At this moment, Gao Wei and the others also flew out from their respective sect's disciples and gathered towards Heng Zhao's location. A smile flashed on the corners of Heng Zhu's mouth when he saw this, and he pointed at Xiao Mao and said, Zongbao was only lucky enough to be the leader of these 3 people. Not to mention Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, even Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school isn't inferior to Zongbao. Compared to martial nephew Zongbao, Xiao Mao is still lacking greatly. Lu Xingwu shook his head slightly, but Heng Heng did not continue the conversation. He knew in his heart that when Li Zongbao was fighting on the battlefield he did not observe carefully. However, when the final attack began, Li Zongbao's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, which was beyond his expectations. All the cultivators who fought with Li Zongbao died under his whip. Even when the sword cultivators heard Li Zongbao's name, they did not dare to go forward and fight with him. Basically, they fled when they heard the name. This showed how famous Li Zongbao was among the sword cultivators. Heng Heng almost recognized that Li Zongbao was the terrifying phoenix that the sword cultivators offered a bounty on. Of course, Heng Heng also knew that the terrifying phoenix belonged to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but Li Zongbao was definitely not. After all, Li Zongbao did not have the phoenix celestial body. Perhaps that Xiao Hua is the terrifying phoenix? Heng Heng looked at Xiao Mao, who was flying over from afar, and such a thought suddenly emerged in his heart. Then he looked at Li Zongbao and asked, That's right, Zongbao, is there any news about Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. He didn't know why Heng Zhao had suddenly asked this question. Shaking his head, he honestly replied, Disciple's contact with Xiao Hua was through the special pardon seal of the discussion hall. Disciple had already carefully checked before and after the battle, but there was no trace of him. Perhaps he wasn't in the battle nor near the sword mound. Heng Heng turned his head and said to Lu Xingwu, Actually, this Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not much worse than Zongbao. Even if his cultivation is inferior, but he has to painstakingly send messages to the various sections. In the process, he has to inevitably fight with the sword cultivators. It is really difficult for him. Oh, maybe he still does not know the news of Qian Mo's death. Zongbao, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, you must take good care of him. Hearing that Heng Heng wanted him to take care of Xiao Hua, a strange expression flashed across Li Zongbao's face. He bowed and said, Yes, disciple understands. However, Heng Lu didn't care about Li Zongbao's expression. He turned to Lu Xingwu and said, Speaking of Taoist Qian Mo, this old man is somewhat surprised. He clearly had a way out, but why did he choose the path of death? According to what he said, everything he did was for the sake of justice. Why was he afraid to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect? What do you think, fellow Lu? Whether it is right or wrong, who knows? Lu Xingwu was obviously unwilling to talk about Qian Mo. Qian Mo's death had completely overturned his sanctimonious image in the eyes of the Golden Core stage cultivators. He had even become a model of loyalty. Although Lu Xingwu secretly despised Qian Mo's hypocrisy, he could not say anything. He could only secretly mutter, He died once and for all, erasing all the jokes. At least he knew how to be tactful. Hearing this, Li Zongbao's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, Master, my extreme happiness sect's special pardon order has already been delivered. What about the special pardon order from the Imperial Thunder Sect? Naturally, it has also been delivered. Heng Heng glanced at Li Zongbao and said with a strange expression, However, because of your martial uncle Qian Mo's death, the Imperial Thunder Sect did not send any disciples to the conference hall. This special pardon order was temporarily handed over to the conference hall for safekeeping. It is with me. Why are you asking this? If it is in Master's hands, can you give it to disciple? Li Zongbao smiled. When disciple sees Xiaohua, I will give him a surprise. Surprise? Heng Heng frowned and patted his storage bag. He took out a dark and simple token and handed it over. He said, this item has Xiaohua's name and image. Others have no use for it. Naturally, I can give it to you. However. As he spoke, Heng Heng's hand paused for a moment. He reminded Xiaohua, your heart technique needs to pay attention to your emotions. You should not have such thoughts of giving Xiaohua a surprise. Zongbao, you have to work harder. Yes. Li Zongbao's heart trembled. He whispered, disciple knows his mistake. It is better for master to give this item to Xiaohua. You don't have to do this. Heng Heng nodded and handed the special pardon order to Li Zongbao. You just have to know it in your heart. Xiaohua was recruited by you from the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has also contributed greatly to you. You must be clear about this. This item will be more useful if you give it to him. Chapter 26:18. Yes, disciple understands. Li Zongbao took the special pardon order and placed it into his storage bag. Zongbao, your cultivation has improved greatly and you are not too far away from condensing your core. You have to be prepared. Who knows, you might be able to take this step at any time. Heng Li exhorted again. Li Zongbao was even more calm as he said indifferently, yes, disciple understands. Disciple has already made all the preparations. I have also prepared several Qinli pills. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Hearing that Li Zongbao was actually going to condense his core, Lu Xingwu felt a thorn in his heart. Seeing many golden core cultivators flying over from the conference hall, he no longer listened to their conversation and rushed over to greet them. Heng Li was pleased with himself. Looking at Lu Xingwu's back, he transmitted his voice to Li Zongbao. On this Dawn Rain continent as a cultivator, the relationship with other cultivators is crucial. Unless it is a critical moment, there is no need to incur others' hatred. I've told you a lot about these things and you've done a great job as well. In the entire cultivation world, there are not many foundation establishment cultivators who are more famous than you. I am very comforted in my heart. Of course, this does not mean that I will not offend anyone and be a good person. Actually, if it was a normal situation, I would not treat Lu Xingwu like this, master. This is. Li Zongbao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as he transmitted his voice to Heng Li. Sigh. This Lu Xingwu from the Splendid Sect has always been at odds with Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder Sect. He has underestimated the Imperial Thunder Sect. Heng Li explained, previously I did not feel anything and even mocked Qian Mo along with him. However, after Qian Mo used his life to show his sincerity, I felt somewhat guilty in my heart. I felt that Qian Mo was indeed an honest person. On the contrary, his performance in the conference hall was quite normal and had the style of a large sect. It is a pity that although the Imperial Thunder Sect has the name of a large sect, it does not have the actual strength of a large sect. Therefore it was mocked by others. Moreover, killing Qin Jian, that Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect, can be considered a strong assistant to you. Your relationship will definitely not be shallow in the future. In addition, Xiaohua is definitely not a fish in a pond. I am quite optimistic about him. Therefore, when I saw Lu Xingwu's disdain for Qian Mo and the Imperial Thunder Sect, I felt uncomfortable in my heart. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao nodded and said, according to what this disciple knows, Xiaohua is a disciple who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If he owes a favor, he will repay it with gusto. If he has a grudge against him, he will chase him to the end of the Dawn Rain continent to seek revenge. For the Imperial Thunder Sect to have such a disciple, it is also the Imperial Thunder Sect's fortune. Oh. Heng Zhao raised an eyebrow. According to Li Zongbao's incomplete report and his own judgment, his estimation of Xiaohua was already very high. He even had some doubts about some of the things that Li Zongbao said to Xiaohua. But now, listening to Li Zongbao's words, it seemed that his evaluation of Xiaohua was even higher. He couldn't help but be stunned. However, at this moment many golden cores from the conference hall had already flown over. Xiao Mao of Xuanyan cult had already informed Gao Wei and was flying over. Heng Lu did not have time to say anything to Li Zongbao, so he just smiled and looked at Xiao Mao who was flying over. Disciple Xiao Mao greets Martial Uncle Heng Ming. Xiao Mao bowed respectfully. Heng Zhao waved his hand and helped Xiao Mao up. He smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for dozens of days. Martial nephew Xiao is like an unsheathed sword, getting sharper and sharper. I wouldn't dare. No matter how outstanding this disciple is, I can't be compared to senior brother Zongbao. Xiao Mao smiled and greeted Li Zongbao again. Li Zongbao seemed to be even more arrogant than Heng Zhao. He nodded and did not help Xiao Mao up. However, Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He and Xiao Hua were already friends of life and death during the trip to the Ice Valley. He did not care at all. You and your fellow brothers have a chat. We will soon enter the Sword Tomb. It is also the time for you to make a contribution. Heng Zhao instructed and flew towards Gao Wei and the others. After Heng Zhao left, Xiao Mao stopped smiling and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Li, is there still no news of Xiao Hua?" "No." Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. "Where did big brother go?" Xiao Mao frowned. Now that all the disciples of the various sects have gathered in the Sword Tomb, he should have arrived long ago. Right now, the Imperial Thunder sect is like a group of dragons without a leader. He is here. He won't stand up even if he is here, Li Zongbao said indifferently. And this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao nodded. Even if Big Brother has some secret techniques, there is no need to hide it like this. He reveals his strength. Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Mao and let Xiao Mao talk to himself. Senior brother Li, do you think Big Brother Xiao will encounter any danger? Xiao Mao also felt bored and muttered in Li Zongbao's ear. Li Zongbao originally did not want to answer, but he could not help but sneer. If he is in danger, all the cultivators of my Dao sect will be annihilated. As he said this, the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Seeing Li Zongbao's smile, Xiao Mao felt somewhat relieved. He understood that Xiao Hua was the link between him and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than him. If it were not for Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao would definitely not care about him. In the future, if he wanted to do well in the Dawn Rain continent, he would have to rely on Li Zongbao. Therefore, he still hoped that he could have a better and more reliable relationship with Li Zongbao. Of course, Xiao Mao was also clear that he valued Xiao Hua 100 times more than Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua was now able to kill Qin Jian, who was a third-grade illusory sword expert. His future achievements would be far from what he and Li Zongbao could compare to. He could rely on Xiao Hua in many ways. However, did he need to build a relationship with Xiao Hua? Perhaps he will appear at a time when you and I are not expecting it? Li Zongbao was actually somewhat anxious as he raised his eyes to look at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had already surrounded the Sword Tomb. It was as if Xiao Hua was among them. Oh. Xiao Mao did not understand. He also looked to the left and saw that there were a few Dao sect disciples who were eager to give it a try. How could they compare to Xiao Hua's face, which was like a protective jade talisman that made people feel at ease? Not far away, Heng Ming had already seen everyone. He was standing together with several cultivators who were on duty in the discussion hall. There was a slight smile on his face. De Sun looked at the other gold core cultivators who were also eager to give it a try and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, now that you are the commander of this final battle, you should be the one to reveal the final riddle. I can see from the expressions of everyone here that you want to enter the Sword Tomb as soon as possible. I'm afraid that those damned sword cultivators will take advantage of our discussion to escape." Fellow Taoist De Sun, what do you mean? Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect asked curiously. His physical body had been seriously injured in the previous battle, and his left hand was still somewhat clumsy. Let fellow Taoist Heng Ming explain this matter to everyone. De Sun said with a smile. However, this old man can remind everyone that since the beginning of the battle, you have not seen fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Oh, that's true. Several gold core cultivators of the Lian country were stunned and looked at each other. Obviously, they had some understanding. Everyone, you don't have to guess anymore. Heng Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, as early as when we held the final battle discussion in the discussion hall of the Sky Patrol City, fellow Taoist Chen Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect offered us a plan. This plan was set up after Tu Hong concentrated his forces to kill the sword cultivators. It was fellow Taoist Chen Mo's painstaking effort. However, at that time, because we were in a hurry, we didn't know if this plan would work. We only set it up with the mentality of trying. Who knew? The heavens didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Fellow Taoist Chen Mo's painstaking efforts were finally realized in the battle. Previously, in the Sword Tomb, fellow Taoist Chen Mo suggested that the few Taoists on duty in the discussion hall should discuss together and then hand over the 10-direction annihilation formation to fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong of the Black Sky sect. Wow, although there were only dozens of gold core cultivators here, except for the gold core cultivators on duty in the discussion hall and a few people who had been privately notified by Heng Ming in advance, most of them did not know the secret. When they heard about such a grand arrangement, they were shocked and could not help but whisper to each other. The scene was noisy. Among them, the one with the ugliest expression was a thin and tall early-stage gold core cultivator with a pale gold face. This cultivator was none other than GMO, who represented Sky Patrol City in the battle. GMO heard about the arrangement in the discussion hall, but he did not know about it at all. He was kept in the dark. If it were the other gold core cultivators in the discussion hall, it would be fine. They were all present that day and knew that there were some secret arrangements. However, he represented Sky Patrol City and the Snow Domain Sage. Yet he did not reveal a single word in the discussion hall in advance. This was simply not putting the Snow Domain Sage in his eyes. Of course, this crime might be serious, but he was worried about Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming GMO coughed and said in a low voice, "I feel that this is really inappropriate. Regardless of whether this plan is good or bad, just the fact that it was not reported to my city lord means that." Haha, fellow Taoist G. Heng Ming said with a smile, "I haven't seen fellow Taoist G much, but from the contact we had while chasing after the sword cultivator, I feel that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person." GMO frowned slightly and did not reply. Heng Ming continued, "Fellow Taoist G might only like to fight with the sword cultivator in the open, and not like any hidden attacks or ambushes. However, in this battle between Tao cultivators, all means must be used. Especially since the discussion hall of my Tao sect is in Sky Patrol City. Needless to say, the city lord must be thinking for my Tao sect. Even the gold core cultivators are loyal to me. However, to be honest with you, fellow Taoist G, I may not be at ease with the others." GMO sneered and snorted. If it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City guarding Sky Patrol City and interrogating the cultivators coming in and out, and if it weren't for the many disciples of Sky Patrol City patrolling the area around Sky Patrol City, would the discussion hall be able to obtain such a large amount of useful information? Ah, fellow Taoist G, you're overthinking. I'm just saying that many ordinary disciples of Sky Patrol City are also amiable and respectable. Heng Ming said with a smile. However, whether it's the 3 cultivation kingdoms or the Sky Patrol City, there's a certain filth that we can't see. No one can guarantee that the sword cultivators won't get a hold of the decisions made in the meeting hall and the plans of the Sky Patrol City. Chapter 26:19. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I can guarantee that. GMO patted his chest and was about to speak. "Shu," Heng Ming hurriedly gestured, "I said that fellow Taoist G is a straightforward person and I was right. How can you say such a guarantee so casually? Let's not talk about other things. How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City to assassinate fellow Taoist Tu Hong? If not for the fact that there was no insider, how could he get in?" This. GMO was at a loss for words. He was not as clear about Tu Hong as Jean King and the others. Also, fellow Taoist G, don't tell me that you don't know about the Sky Patrol tea house in Sky Patrol City. What happened inside? Do you still need me to say? Heng Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. Since there are people who sell battle merits, won't there be people who sell information about my meeting hall? This. GMO was completely speechless. Hee, fellow Taoist G, these things aren't essential and won't affect the overall situation. Now that we have the responsibility of killing sword cultivators, we will kill as many of them as we can. Heng Ming laughed again. In the Battle of the Sword Tomb we will accomplish everything in one go. Even if there are some things that are hidden, will the city lord care? Sigh. GMO sighed and lowered his head slightly, no longer asking. Heng Li smiled when he saw this. He looked at the people around him and waited for a moment before he said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, as long as a sword cultivator steps into the sword tomb, he will enter our ambush. We don't have to be in a hurry to chase after him. Once he enters the formation, we will activate the formation and kill him." Is this true? Su Jia of the Rock Border sect was confused and asked himself, why do I feel like I am dreaming? The previous battle had nothing to do with the sword tomb at all. We actually set up a formation 1,000 miles away. Moreover, the sword tomb is so big. Hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators entering the sword tomb is like a drop of water in the ocean. How can we guarantee that they will enter the formation? Haha, if it was yesterday even I would not dare to believe it. Heng Ju was not surprised by Su Jie's question. Therefore he said sincerely, but now as you can see, the sword cultivator has been defeated and entered the sword tomb. There is also a sword intent in front of him that has transformed into a sword. That is the location of the 10-direction annihilation array. The heavens are protecting our Dao sect and we have no choice but to believe it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that we have to keep it a secret and not let the sword cultivators know about it, we would have discussed it with all of you in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall. That way, all of you won't have to be confused today. But Su Jie still wanted to ask something. However, Hengyi didn't give him a chance. He waved his hand and said, this old man admits that it was difficult for all of you to accept the fact that I mobilized troops without your consent. But today the sword cultivators have been defeated and have entered the sword catacomb. They have truly fallen into the trap that we have prepared for them. At this time this old man cannot explain in detail to all of you fellow Taoists. I only hope that all of you will follow this old man's orders and kill all those damned sword cultivators. Then you can return the 3 kingdoms of cultivation to a peaceful world. Good. Well said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming. Lu Xinwu clapped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Xiong of the Black Heaven sect has already intercepted the sword cultivators inside. We will definitely be able to kill all of them under fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders and give Qi and the other triumphant sect masters a satisfactory answer. Yes, we will follow fellow Taoist Heng Ming's orders. Seeing that the matter had already been arranged by the Golden Core cultivators on duty, what else could those cultivators who weren't on duty say? They all cupped their hands and said in unison. Good. Heng Yi raised his hand and said, this sword catacomb has always been difficult to enter and difficult to leave. Whether it is the remnant sword formation or the remaining Dharma array, even the spatial rifts, they are all extremely dangerous. However, fellow Taoist Xiong has already made arrangements and found more than 10 safe passages here. These passages also lead directly to various locations of the 10-direction annihilation array. I will pass these jade slips to all of you fellow Taoists. You only need to enter the sword catacomb according to the jade slips and arrange for your disciples to enter the Dharma array. Then you will be able to preside over the array. This 10-direction annihilation array will definitely be able to kill the sword cultivators in the sword catacomb. When the Golden Core cultivators heard this, joy appeared on their faces as they waited for Heng Yi to distribute the jade slips. They saw Heng Yi raise his hand and take out an extremely exquisite jade ball from his storage bag. This jade ball was made up of dozens of extremely thin jade slips and was hollow in the middle. Rise, Heng Yi pointed with his finger. The jade ball emitted a brilliant crimson light and flew up. A fist-sized fireball rapidly spun inside and sparks splashed out from time to time. Come out. Heng Ming formed a hand seal and pointed at the jade ball. The jade ball flashed and a thumb-sized jade slip flew out. Heng Yi took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He laughed and shouted, the heavenly annihilation array. This array is profound and wondrous. Heaven, earth, and man are inverted. Profound and wondrous, there are many right and wrong. Sword cultivators embark on the path of no return. Mortals enter the array and turn into ashes. The changes are the number of heavenly dipper. This is the heavenly annihilation. Fellow Taoist De Sun of the Tai Ching sect and Huang Feng of the Deviant Beast sect will be in charge. In addition to leading your own disciples, I will also hand over the disciples of the Xian Lu sect to you. I hope you can kill the sword cultivators with the power of heavenly annihilation. Yes, I accept the order. De Sun and Huang Feng both cupped their hands. De Sun took the jade slip and looked at it for a moment before handing it over to Huang Feng. He then waved his hand and said, disciples of the Tai Ching sect, Deviant Beast sect, and Xian Lu sect, follow I into the heavenly annihilation array. Yes. The disciples of the 3 sects shouted in unison. De Sun flew up and flew toward the west side of the sword tomb for several miles. Only then did he find the entrance indicated by the jade slip. The disciples of the 3 sects slowly flew in. After Da Sun took the jade slip and led the disciples of the three sects away, Heng Yi pointed with his finger again. Another jade slip flew out from the spiraling fireball. Heng Yi caught it and said with a smile, "The heavenly annihilation array has many changes and is full of doubts. The array is hidden in its mysteries. The lightning above and the fire below are merciless. Even if you have the 5 elements flying sword technique, it is difficult to escape the gloomy clouds. This array is called the Heavenly Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by fellow Taoists Xiong Huasong and Su Jia of the Rock Border sect." "Yes, I accept the order." Su Jia of the Rock Border sect jumped out and took the jade slip. He carefully examined it. Heng Yi smiled and said, "This magic treasure belongs to the Black Sky sect. I don't know if fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong knows that he is presiding over the Heavenly Annihilation Array. I ask fellow Taoist Su to enter the Sword Tomb and inform fellow Taoist Xiong as soon as possible." Su Jia waved his hand and said, "The remaining disciples of the Black Sky sect and my Rock Border sect, follow I into the array?" "Yes." The disciples of the two sects shouted at the same time. They followed Su Jia and flew toward the east for more than half a mile. They found the entrance to the Sword Tomb and quickly entered the Sword Tomb. Heng Yi pointed with his finger again and a third jade slip flew out from the jade ball. Heng Yi carefully looked at it and said with a smile, "The Heavenly Annihilation Array is endlessly profound and contains mysteries. The Heavenly Annihilation Array is hidden in the weapon nest of the Heavenly Annihilation Array. Even if it is a sword cultivator's body, it will destroy their flesh and bones. It will be supported by Chongbai sect's Li Jijie, Qinfan Valley's Su Zhiqi, and Yong Yimen's Ko Xiangling." Immediately after, Heng Yi pointed with his finger again and a fourth jade slip flew out from the jade ball. He looked at it for a moment and said with a smile, "The Heavenly Annihilation Array is called Ice. If a sword cultivator encounters this array, even their skin and bones will disappear. This is called the Ice Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect and Xiang Ming of the Washing Flower sect." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect took the jade slip from Heng Hao's hand and read it with Xiang Ming. After that, he led the disciples of the two sects to fly west for more than 10 miles before they found the entrance and entered the Sword Tomb. Then Heng Yi took out a 5th jade slip from the jade ball and looked at it and said, "Golden light shines out of the Sword Tomb and illuminates the body. Disaster befalls. Even with a sword cultivator's flying technique, it will be difficult for them to escape this array and lose their lives. This array absorbs the essence of the sun and moon and contains the chi of heaven and earth. It is called the Golden Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by GMO of the Sky Patrol City, Ji Hong of the Clear Leaf Sect, Zhou Qingping of the Thousand Leaf Ridge, and Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley." GMO of the Sky Patrol City hid the slight anger on his face and took the jade slip. He looked at it and handed it to the other three. The 4 of them whispered for a moment and led the disciples of the Sky Patrol City and the 3 sects to fly 2 miles to the east before entering the Sword Tomb. When the 4 of them found the entrance recorded in the jade slip and entered the Sword Tomb, Heng Yi pointed at the 6th jade slip and read, "The wind blows the black sand away. The heaven and earth lose their light and the killing power is unleashed. Even if you are strong enough to fill the sea, your blood will splatter on your battle robes. This is called the Blood Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Gao Wei of the Xuanyan sect and Qing Jima of the Sky Patrol City." The 2 of them led the disciples of the 2 sects to the east and found the entrance. Heng Yi pointed at the 7th jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and read, "The Fire Annihilation Array is wondrous. The Samadhi True Fire is indestructible. If a sword cultivator enters this array, his body will be burned by the fire and he will die immediately. There are 3 fires hidden in this array. It is called the Fire Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by I and Hua Ping of the Scorching Fire Mountain. In addition, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who have the fire and lightning attributes will be led by I into the Fire Annihilation Array." "Yes, I will follow your orders." Hua Ping of the Scorching Fire Mountain took the jade slip and looked at it carefully. At the same time she handed the jade slip to the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect and waited for Heng Yi to finish his orders so that they could enter the Sword Tomb together. Heng Yi pointed at the 8th jade slip and read, "This array takes the essence of Ringui and hides the wonders of Tianyi. It is unpredictable and contains the innate true water. It has killed countless sword cultivators. It is called the Water Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Wang Yi of the Seven Skills sect and Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect. When Wang Yi took the jade slip, Heng Yi pointed at the 9th jade slip and read it again. He read it and read, "Close the door of life and open the door of death. When the white banner is unfurled, it will be eerie. Souls will vanish and ghosts will be frightened. I have never believed in the body of sword cultivators. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Een. This array contains the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. It is called the Soul Annihilation Array. It will be presided over by Kunlun sects Yuan Zhongjue and Nanming sects Liang Mingfu. Kunlun sects Yuan Zhongyu took the jade slip and was puzzled. He whispered, "Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I will listen to you, but I don't know the soul cultivation techniques of Million Meng Mountain. What should we do after we enter the array?" Chapter 26:20. Yes. Fellow cultivator Heng Ming. Liang Mingfu also asked curiously, "I see that this 10-direction annihilation formation is extremely similar to the ancient ominous formation, the 10 ultimate formation. We can set up the formation, but there's no need for us to rigidly copy it. It wouldn't be good if we end up like a dog instead of a tiger, right?" "Hee, fellow Taoists, please enter the formation." Heng Ming smiled. "This formation has been improved by Xian Zhenren of Xian Tian sect. It's suitable for the cultivators of Xian Tian sect. Presumably, the magic weapons in this soul annihilation formation can also be controlled by us golden core cultivators." "I see, I understand." Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu smiled and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. Heng Ming looked at the remaining golden core cultivators and the jade ball that was about to be extinguished. He smiled and said, "Let's see what the last formation of this 10-direction annihilation formation is." As he spoke, he pointed his hand and the flame in the jade ball was extinguished. The 10th jade slip flew out. Heng Ming took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, "A pinch of yellow soil is boundless, and the mystery in the 8 trigrams furnace increases. It's the only place where we know that our sect has a divine skill. This is the Earth Annihilation Formation, which is jointly controlled by Qing Ming from Celestial Ascension sect and Ping Dai from Su Yen sect." "Yes, I understand." Qing Ming and Ping Dai took the jade slip and looked at it. They cupped their hands and bid farewell to Heng Ming and led their disciples into the sword catacomb. "Let's go. We'll enter the formation too." Heng waved his hand and flew to a place about 1 mile to the west. He scanned it with his divine thought and found the location recorded in the jade slip. He entered it first, followed by the disciples of the Utopia faction and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. When all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had entered, the disciples of the Scorching Fire Mountain followed under the leadership of Hua Ping. Li Zongbao didn't follow Heng into the sword catacomb but stayed behind. At this moment the setting sun was as red as blood and reflected on the purple jasmine flower. The purple flower was exceptionally cold. Li Zongbao couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw this. He swept his gaze to his left and even used his divine sense to scan the area outside the sword tomb, but he still couldn't find Xiao Hua's figure. He couldn't help but shake his head. That bastard, where did he go? This guy's fairy Hong Xia had already entered the 10-direction annihilation formation. If there wasn't anything urgent, this guy would definitely come. This guy, what exactly happened to him? When Li Zongbao turned around, his figure also flew into the sword tomb, catching up with the last ardent Fire Mountain disciple. The area outside the sword tomb immediately became extremely deserted. It wasn't until several hours later that the disciples of various cultivation families as well as the remaining sword cultivators appeared nearby. Xiao Hua, whom Li Zongbao was worried about, was naturally still within the Buddhist gold formation. High up in the sky, the Buddhist gold formation enveloped the surrounding area for several miles. Layers of small lattices, which were difficult to be seen with the naked eye and divine sense, surrounded Xiao Hua. The flowing silver-white brilliance was constantly corroding the innate primordial water. Unfortunately, the opponent of this brilliance was the innate primordial water. The innate primordial water, which was hundreds of feet in size, shrank into a water ball, was also slowly rotating. The small vortexes were also corroding the silver-white brilliance, and even sucking it into the innate primordial water. Say, it's really difficult to deal with. Yutong's figure appeared hundreds of miles away. His divine sense swept through the Buddhist gold formation, which was arranged like a maze. He carefully avoided the innate primordial water and looked at the situation of the formation. Once again he summoned the real tiger celestial body and repaired the parts that were corroded by the innate primordial water. He sighed and shook his head slightly. It's really not easy to refine the great Yin-Yang six-direction sword spirit. It still needs more than 10 days. Who knows what will happen during these 10 days? According to the disciples patrolling the sword catacomb, many sword practitioners have rushed into the sword catacomb. Could it be that they've been defeated? Yutong frowned and thought to himself. Besides, I'm not completely sure if the Yin-Yang sword spirit refined by the great Yin-Yang six-direction sword spirit can penetrate the innate primordial water. If it can't be broken, won't Feng Ying's innate primordial water become an unbreakable tortoise shell? Won't this guy be able to hide in there freely? It's a pity that I didn't have the materials to refine the spirit-slaying vital light on the Dawn Rain continent, so the Yin-Yang sword spirit can only be refined to this stage. Otherwise, I would be able to kill this guy immediately. When he thought of this, a trace of arrogance appeared on Yutong's face. This young master's grand Brahma gold formation has already sucked away all the heaven and earth spirit energy within 100 feet radius. Although this young master cannot deal with you, where can you escape to? Even if you've been hiding for 10,000 years, you're still within my formation. Do you think I can't control the formation just because you took away the silver tiger? Do you think you can control the Buddhist gold formation? How do you know what the bloodline of a true spirit is? This Yutong's bloodline of a true spirit is really not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Yutong activated his true tiger celestial body again. The true tiger celestial body's wings flapped slightly and countless golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around it. The maze surrounding the primordial water rapidly intertwined and shook, and all the paths were thrown into chaos. Seeing this, Yutong couldn't help but smile slightly. However, after a moment he muttered again, "This Feng Ying? Which master of the Huanhua sect is he? How come I've never seen him before? His cultivation is so high, how can he not be famous?" Oh right, when he was escaping earlier he seemed to have used the flowing cloud escape technique and even the lightning escape technique. Could it be? Just at this moment, there was a wave of magic power coming from the Brahma gold formation below Yutong. It was coming from the 9 silver areas around the formation. So the Midas touch has succeeded. Yutong raised his eyebrows and revealed an indescribable smile on his face. Let this sect master see how many disciples have made outstanding progress in the Midas touch this time. As he spoke, Yutong's figure swayed slightly and a faint silver light flashed, and his figure slowly disappeared. It was the Golden Mountain's golden escape technique. As for Xiaohua, that day he had hurriedly used the primordial water to block Yutong's pursuit, and then set up the Heavenly Stars formation to support the primordial water. These 2 barriers could be considered to have firmly protected him, and he had found a safe place in the Buddhist gold formation. However, just as Yutong said, Xiaohua was living an ignoble existence. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the primordial water, so where could he escape to? However, Yutong had underestimated Xiaohua again. How could he know about Xiaohua's life? Xiaohua sat cross-legged inside the great formation of heavenly stars. He stretched out his hand and took out a large amount of cyan spirit pills from the space and sent them into the air. While refining the pills, he also took out Enchanting's storage pouch. Similarly, he coldly looked at the sparkling innate primordial water outside the formation and sneered, "Even if I hide here, what can you do? Come in if you have the ability." There were a lot of things in Enchanting's storage bag. There were many celestial devices, a few magic weapons, and even more top-grade spirit stones. However, Xiaohua didn't particularly care about them. What he was looking for now was the jade slip for the gold escape technique. He had already seen it clearly. This Buddhist gold formation was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If he wanted to escape from this formation, the gold escape technique would be the key. However, there were a lot of jade slips in Enchanting's storage pouch. Xiaohua flipped through them for a long time and roughly looked through all the jade slips. In addition to the gold attribute cultivation methods, there were also records of the falling gold mountain, some strange stories, and even many refining techniques and pill recipes. However, there were no jade slips for the gold escape technique. Motherfucker, is there a mistake? Xiaohua angrily threw the things in the storage bag into the space and carefully looked again. Yuqingtian is the leader of the fallen gold mountain. How could there be no jade slip for the gold escape technique in his storage bag? Unfortunately, when Xiaohua checked the jade slip and other things again, he still didn't see half a word for the gold escape technique. Oh, this is bad. At this moment, Xiaohua's mind suddenly quivered. I remember that Yutong told Zhang Yuha that this guy seems to be the real sect master. Motherfucker, that jade slip must be in his hands. However, even if it's in Yutong's hands, Yu Qingtian also knows the gold escape technique. There's no way he doesn't have a jade slip, right? Xiaohua still didn't give up. He looked through the jade slip that recorded the gold escape technique, regardless of whether it was for Qi Refining Foundation Establishment or Gold Core. Sure enough, there was no word for the gold escape technique in it. Strange. Xiaohua almost wanted to stomp his feet in the heavenly stars formation. How could it not be? How could it not be? What this young master is looking for it, how could it not be? However, no matter how Xiaohua stomped his feet, even if he broke the heavenly stars formation, there was still nothing in the jade slip. Alas, it seems like this young master can only fight to the death with that bullshit Yutong. Xiaohua sighed. He sat down cross-legged and gradually calmed his breathing. However, at this moment Xiaohua suddenly thought of the words he saw when he was flipping through the jade slip. The Holy Spirit bloodline comes from the ancient Holy Spirit and is incomparably noble. Holy Spirit bloodline? Xiaohua slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Heavens, the true Spirit bloodline on the Dawn Rain continent hasn't awakened yet. How could the Holy Spirit bloodline appear? Xiaohua's curiosity was still piqued as he thought about it. He flipped through the jade slip again. The jade slip was right next to Xiaohua's hand. However, when Xiaohua carefully examined it, he discovered that the jade slip was really too old. The things inside had long been damaged. Xiaohua half read and half speculated after he finished reading it. Only then did he have a general understanding. It turned out that the so-called true spirit bloodline was related to the ancient demonic beasts that could take human form. When the ancient demonic beasts cultivated to a certain extent, they could take human form, which was the most suitable shape for cultivation. Naturally, there were both males and females who could take human form. Since they were separated into males and females, they would naturally have illicit relations with mortals or cultivators. The offspring born after such intercourse would not have the blood of a pure human, but the blood of a demonic beast. Chapter 26-21. The so-called true spirit bloodline was nothing more than a title given by the descendants of ordinary demonic beasts to themselves. It was a form of pride towards their bloodline. But in reality, how could ordinary demonic beasts be considered true spirit bloodlines? In the past, cultivators basically didn't call these miscellaneous bloodlines true spirit bloodlines, and even disdained them. Furthermore, the Holy Spirit bloodline was different from the true spirit bloodline. The Holy Spirit bloodline was the bloodline left behind by a genuine ancient holy beast. Not only were the people who possessed the bloodline proud of it, even the cultivators of the cultivation world respected it. Cultivators who possessed the Holy Spirit bloodline would generally rely on the power of their bloodline to reach the peak of cultivation, reaching heights that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach. But there were very few ancient holy beasts that could be called holy beasts. Apart from the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, there were no others. In other words, only the bloodlines left behind by these four holy beasts could be called Holy Spirit bloodline. The bloodlines left behind by the white dragon, azure tiger, red sparrow, and even the black tortoise couldn't be called Holy Spirit bloodline. Of course, cultivators who possessed such noble bloodlines often had inconceivable divine abilities. As for what divine abilities they had, the jade slip didn't record them. However, what shocked Xiaohua was that ordinary cultivators who didn't possess any noble bloodlines and whose cultivation couldn't even compare to the Holy Spirit bloodline, had the idea of using the Holy Spirit bloodline because of the strange phenomenon of the Holy Spirit bloodline, and even created the Four Spirits blood formation. This Four Spirits blood formation was no small matter. It could change the aptitude of an ordinary cultivator, and could even raise a cultivator's realm by a level. Especially for those cultivators above the nascent soul stage, when they reached the point where they couldn't raise their cultivation anymore, this blood formation could open a path to the heavens. However, in order to use this blood formation, one had to gather a drop of each of the 4 types of Holy Spirit bloodline. A person with a pure Holy Spirit bloodline might only have a drop or half a drop, but a cultivator with an impure bloodline wouldn't even have half a drop. Therefore, just this condition alone was enough to kill the majority of people who wanted to use this 4 spirits blood formation. As time passed, the Holy Spirit bloodline was buried in time, and the so-called true spirit bloodline gradually disappeared. This extremely difficult 4 spirits blood formation was no longer known to anyone. Damn it, there are still so many secrets. After reluctantly reading it, Xiaohua helplessly smiled bitterly. This young master likes to boast of being experienced and knowledgeable, but now it seems that this young master is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Azure dragon, white tiger and black tortoise. I don't know where they are. However, didn't the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain claim to have the bloodline of the vermilion bird? Do they count as Saint Spirit bloodline? Thinking of the Huang family, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Huang Mingxiang, whom he had forcefully thrown to the edge of his memory. That girl who did not hide her love for him, who was not pretentious and who forced a kiss on him. This young master can be considered an old hand, but I was actually teased by this little girl. Xiaohua touched his own lips and snorted coldly as if he was trying to cover it up. Wait until this young master extracts this little girl's Holy Spirit bloodline and refines this 4 spirits blood formation. But when he thought of this, another thought suddenly appeared in his mind and knocked Xiaohua unconscious. What's wrong with me today? Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. Was I scared silly by that genius called Yutong? I was thinking of using the metal escape technique to escape from this Brahma gold grate formation, but I didn't think that this jade slip would definitely contain the method to arrange the Brahma gold grate formation. If I rely on the so-called Heavenly Stars grate formation to find the flaw of this Brahma gold grate formation, wouldn't I be able to easily break the formation? Finished thinking, Xiaohua's heart calmed down, and he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly picked up the jade slip again, searched his memory and picked up one of the jade slips. This jade slip described the situation of fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family, and there were no records of cultivation methods, so Xiaohua only roughly looked at it and threw it away. He only vaguely remembered that there were some secret techniques left behind according to the constitution and bloodline of the Yu family. Now that Xiaohua carefully looked at it, one of the secret techniques was indeed the Brahma gold grate formation. Usually, this young master is the one who laughs at others, but now I see that I am the one who has thrown away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Xiaohua laughed at himself, and as he carefully looked at it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile. The instructions on the jade slip regarding the Brahma gold grand formation were very detailed, including how to set up the formation, how to dispel it, and how to activate it. There were also diagrams and explanations for each and every technique. What made Xiaohua's eyes light up was that this Brahma gold grand formation was not set up with ordinary formation talismans and flags, but with 6 metal essence revitalizing essences arranged in a 6-star formation. The silver tiger that was passed down in the Yu family of fallen Gold Mountain was the core of this formation. Naturally, the jade slip also contained the method to refine the silver tiger, as well as the method to control the Brahma gold grate formation, and so on. However, Xiaohua's smile didn't last until the end. Because at the end of the jade slip, there was a very important sentence. This silver tiger was left behind by my ancient ancestor, and only disciples with the bloodline of the true tiger can refine it. If the family members don't have the bloodline of the true tiger, they won't be able to refine the silver tiger, and they won't be able to control the Brahma gold grate formation. No wonder Yutong isn't anxious at all. Xiaohua only understood at this moment, this young master doesn't have the bloodline of the true tiger, so I can't refine it. I can't even control the Brahma gold grate formation. And that guy can control the Brahma gold grate formation with just his true tiger body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and he really wanted to bite off a piece of Yutong's flesh. Even if this young master can't refine it, this young master will still cause trouble for you. Xiaohua thought and silently recited the method to refine the silver tiger. The true essence in his body flowed and his magic power surged and a series of seals were cast on the silver tiger. The silver tiger emitted a brilliant silver brilliance, but that brilliance was always so brilliant as if it was a frozen mockery. It didn't change with Xiaohua's teasing, and it didn't have the flickering brilliance that was usually used when refining magical tools. It really won't work. Xiaohua retracted the seals, and the brilliance on the silver tiger also dissipated. It was obvious that Xiaohua's refinement didn't succeed. Just like what the jade strip said, only those with the bloodline of the true tiger could refine this object. Xiaohua's effort was useless, and he didn't even have the chance to harm the Yu family. This young master doesn't believe it. Xiaohua curled his lips and a mouthful of blood essence sprayed on the silver tiger. Rumble. The blood essence landed on the silver tiger. Immediately, just like before, the silver tiger began to shine with an intense light. An intense trembling began to emanate from the silver tiger. The entire space began to tremble because of the trembling of the silver tiger. Retract. Xiaohua flung his Taoist robe, and just like when he refined the jade tablet at Setting Sun Island, the universe concealment sleeve immediately covered the silver tiger, and the tremor was completely restrained. Then the seals in his hands were cast just like when he refined the jade tablet. Shua, following Xiaohua's ancient seals, the silver tiger trembled again, and Xiaohua's universe concealment sleeve almost couldn't be controlled. Xiaohua's mouthful of blood essence gradually rolled on the silver tiger's body, but it didn't seep into it. Rise. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and the seal of turning the sea flew out. Although there wasn't any spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the seal of turning the sea still made a rumbling sound, firmly covering the silver tiger under a bronze brilliance. When the silver tiger stabilized, Xiaohua cast a series of seals, and as Xiaohua's magic power poured in like a tide, the silver tiger's restraint was finally pried open, and Xiaohua's mouthful of blood essence slowly seeped into it. Boom! With a loud sound, a brilliance like a blooming epiphyllum bloomed. The silver-white brilliance and the reddish-gold brilliance burst out one after another, and Xiaohua's eyes couldn't see clearly. However, Xiaohua knew that this wasn't the time to slack off. The seals in his hands were cast one after another, and when the brilliance was slightly restrained, a simple cauldron-like object appeared in mid-air. Could it be that this silver tiger is the same as the Medicine King cauldron of the 100 Herbs Gate? It also has another appearance? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he still cast the seals in an orderly manner, and a faint layer of golden light on the small cauldron began to gradually flicker, slowly spreading downwards. After a full day and night of sacrificial refining, the golden light completely covered the entire small cauldron. The moment the golden light flowed to the bottom of the cauldron, the small cauldron radiated a 7-colored glow, illuminating the space of several hundred feet. A strange beast's mouth flickered a few times in the glow and then disappeared. At the same time, the 7-colored glow was also slowly annihilated, and with the disappearance of the glow, a memory poured into Xiaohua's mind. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but this memory was somewhat similar to the memory of when he received Qin Jian from the soul of the little white dragon, so he wasn't nervous at all. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended. However, as Xiaohua comprehended, it was difficult for him to maintain a calm expression on his face. A kind of shock, a kind of disbelief simply fell from the sky and he couldn't help but reveal it on his face. What? Legacy Realm? What is this thing? Xiaohua was completely stunned. He muttered, opened his eyes a few times and reluctantly closed them again. He suppressed his surprise, and tried his best to comprehend the information that was transmitted. Xiaohua only opened his eyes after an entire meal had passed. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, but there was also some enlightenment. He looked at the small cauldron that had already revealed a bronze color. This thing is called the Enchanting, and it is the token of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain to enter the Legacy Realm. It is not simply a magical tool to control the Buddhist Gold Great Formation. And this Legacy Realm is a barrier jointly set up by the ancient almighty demon beasts for their own descendants. Unfortunately, this Enchanting has a lot of information and only talks about how to enter the Legacy Realm and how to obtain the inheritance of the bloodline. As for where this barrier is and the specific origin of this barrier, it doesn't touch much. Chapter 26-22. The records of the Legacy Realm should be on top of other jade slips. No, it can't be a jade slip. It should be in other jade slips or magic tools. Xiaohua frowned and pondered. However, this young master didn't painstakingly refine the Enchanting for nothing. This fallen gold mountains Yu family has the bloodline of the silver tiger. That silver tiger has the innate ability to control the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The method they used to enter the legacy realm was actually to use the metal escape technique. This young master searched for a long time and finally found the metal escape technique. Legacy realm? Where is it? What's inside? Xiaohua scratched his chin with his hand. His heart was itching a little. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This was like drawing a pie. Who knew where the ancient Almighty had drawn his brush in the Dawn Rain continent? I'd better think about how to escape. Xiaohua searched for a way to escape for a long time, but in the end he was back to square one. He still had to use the metal escape technique to escape. Fortunately, he had obtained the metal escape technique from the Seeing Cauldron. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and sent the Enchanting into the space. This object was related to the legacy realm and would affect the development of the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family. Xiaohua never had a good impression of an aristocratic family that sacrificed 100,000 lives. If he could beat them to death with one blow, he would definitely not waste a second blow. Of course, he wouldn't really kill over 10,000 Yu family disciples, but if there was a chance to take drastic measures, he would definitely not let it go. This object had now changed its surname to Xiao. Xiaohua calmly floated in the middle of the metropolis stars formation. The memories of the metal evasion technique flowed through his mind like a clear stream. Xiaohua focused on comprehending the technique without any distractions. Yutong used the metal escape technique and disappeared with a flash of silver light in the formation. His figure reappeared in the huge space. The space had returned to its original appearance. A huge cocoon of light was entrenched at the top of the space. The cocoon of light was divided into two colors, scarlet red and azure. However, the two cocoons of light were like peanuts at this moment. The strands of light entwined and intertwined with each other. At the point where the strands of light intersected, a thunderous rumbling sound could be heard. It was quite a frightening sight. If one were to take a closer look, they would find that there was another world within the cocoon. Although this cocoon of light was over 30 meters in size, the core of the cocoon was 2 fist-sized sword gourds. This huge cocoon of light was formed by the sword light emitted from the sword gourd. Needless to say, these 2 sword gourds were the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirits refined by Yutong. It was also the killing weapon that he said could be refined into the spirit-exterminating vital light in the future. Below the sword gourd, the 9 silver regions were arranged in a strange shape. The top and bottom of the sword gourd were well-proportioned and disorderly. Seemed to be a useful array formation. This was because these 9 regions were connected by a silver brilliance. On the side of this silver brilliance, there were also 5 colored brilliances that flickered from time to time. Of course, when Yutong appeared beside the sword gourds, the 2 sword gourds didn't change much, but the 9 silver regions flickered and rippled. Yutong's spiritual sense swept across the 2 sword gourds, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yutong. In front of the 9 groups of disciples, there was a late foundational elder. The one in front of the second group from the left was Yuhua, and he had the same question as the other elders. Looking at Yutong, who was standing alone in the air, they exchanged glances and asked, "Where is the sect head of my falling gold mountain? Why is it you who opened the restrictions of the cultivation bases?" Granduncle Yuhua. Yutong didn't answer Yuhua's question directly and instead asked, "How is the Midas touch plan going? Has your cultivation improved?" Yutong. Hearing Yutong call him granduncle, Yuhua smiled like a chrysanthemum and hurriedly waved his hand. "You're now a Jindan cultivator, and although you're a disciple of the washing flower sect, it's not appropriate for you to call me granduncle. Calling me Uncle Hua from now on is good enough." Granduncle, you sent me to the washing flower sect that day, and that's why I was able to meet a famous teacher in the sect, and my cultivation broke through to the Jindan stage. This is all thanks to you. How could I forget? It's fine if others don't call you that, but I still have to call you granduncle. Yutong. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Yuhua laughed. You're really a child who doesn't forget your roots. This old man has never seen a Jindan cultivator call a foundational cultivator granduncle. You've really let the falling Gold Mountain disciples see my Yu family's Gao Feng. As he spoke, Yu Hua turned his head, and his gaze swept across the foundational and chi-refining disciples, berating, "Do you see this? This is the noble character and unquestionable integrity of a Jindan senior. Even after joining the Washing Flower sect and stepping into the Jindan stage, he's still so humble. Only such a cultivator can walk further on the great Tao. All of you must follow Yu Tong's example and cultivate your body, mind, and then cultivate." "Yes, we understand." The disciples behind Yu Hua all agreed in unison. There's no need for that." Yu Tong smiled and waved his hand. "I'm also of the Yu family's bloodline, and I grew up together with all of you brothers. It's only because of an opportunity that I managed to take a few more steps. In the future all of you will also improve like me." Yu Hua's subordinate was Yu Bing, and he frowned as he watched the conversation between Yu Tong and Yu Hua. However, when he saw that Yu Feng was frowning like him and seemed to be confused as well, Yu Hua probed, "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong, may I ask where the sect master of my falling gold mountain went?" Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist Yu Hua." Yu Tong's gaze tightened when he heard Yu Bing address him as fellow Taoist, but his face was still warm as he replied with a smile. Then he turned to Yu Feng and asked softly, "Granduncle Yu Feng, has your cultivation improved this time?" Under the sect master's Midas touch, of course, this disciple has improved. Although it's not as obvious as before, this disciple expects that this disciple will be able to condense his core within 10 years if there are no accidents. Yu Feng obviously didn't know how to address Yu Tong as such, so he asked for the next best thing, and answered as if he was talking to Yu Qingtian. Yes, this old man has also benefited greatly this time." Only then did Yu Hua remember Yu Tong's question, and he hurriedly interrupted, "However, this old man can't compare to senior brother Yu Feng. My foundation was poor before, but if I can receive the sect master's guidance, it's possible for me to condense my core within 10 years. Not bad." Yu Tong nodded with a smile, then turned to look at the 6 people under Yu Hua and asked, "What about the 6 uncles Yu Lei, Yu Dian, Yu Yun, Yu Tu, Yu Mu and Yu Jin? Have they improved as well?" The 6 late foundation establishment disciples of the Yu family hesitated slightly. 5 of them also cupped their fists and spoke in the same tone as Yu Feng. Yu Lei coldly said, "Yu Tong, you are now a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This old man doesn't know what agreement you have with the sect leader, but this old man can only report the progress of my cultivation to the sect leader. It is not convenient for me to explain it to you." Yu Tong wasn't angry. Looking at the man who was like an iron tower, he laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't tell me, Grandmaster Yu Lei. However, if the 9 elders of the late foundation establishment stage were able to benefit from Shijing's opportunity, then the numerous disciples under the elders would definitely be able to benefit even more. Sect Master Yu Qingtian's death will also be rewarded." "What? The sect master is dead?" The 9 elders were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could Yu Qingtian die in this golden Brahma formation? Not far behind Yu Bing, Yu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly thought of Xiao Hua. However, his eyes swept across the crowd, and he immediately turned his head to whisper to a disciple of the same cultivation. That was no different from an ordinary person whispering. Chapter 26-23. Ahem, Yu Bing coughed when she heard the commotion in the square. She shouted, "Shut up all of you. Now is not the time for us to be sad and discuss. Let's listen to fellow Taoist Yu Tong's explanation and see how our sect master fell so that we can avenge him. Moreover, our fallen Gold Mountains Yu family is a cultivation family that has been standing on the Dawn Rain continent for tens of thousands of years. We have the bloodline of a true tiger, so why can't we face everything calmly?" That's right. There are many storms on the Dawn Rain continent, but didn't our Yu family overcome them all? Yu Hua didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Although sect master Yu Qingtian has passed away, our Yu family has so many outstanding disciples. Why should we worry about not having outstanding disciples? Why should we worry about not being able to lead our Yu family to the peak again?" Yes, both senior brothers are right. However, we should first allow Yu Tong to explain the reason for this matter. The 9 of us will first have a discussion and send away the various fellow Taoists who participated in the Midas touch. We will first return to Falling Gold Mountain from the Sword Tomb before discussing the future development of the Yu family. Yulei even pushed Yu Tong out of the Yu family. Hearing this, Yu He raised his eyebrows slightly and said with some difficulty, "The current situation is indeed to let Yu Tong explain the matter clearly. However, this old man feels that if we don't choose a new sect master here, how will we deal with the Golden Brahma formation? How will we return to the fallen Gold Mountain?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yu Tong. Obviously, Yu He regarded Yu Tong as his biggest supporter. Let fellow Taoist Yu Tong explain the reason first. Yu Bing snorted and said, "As for who will be the new sect master, we can put it aside first." Yu Tong stood in the air and looked at the 9 elders with interest, as if he was trying to figure out something. "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong." Yu Bing looked at Yu Tong, who was still flying in the air, and said unhappily, "You'd better come down and tell us in detail how our Lord Sect Master fell." Yu Tong seemed to be very obedient. He immediately flew in front of everyone and said, "Granduncles, brothers, you know that Sect Master Yu Qingtian was injured by the Sword Spirit when he was refining the Sword Spirit to help you carry out the Midas Touch project." As he spoke, Yu Tong didn't conceal anything and recounted the entire story. However, he didn't mention Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua's stone striking token was personally given to him by Yu Tong. Although Xiaohua came a few decades later, he still came. Moreover, the main culprit was Yu Tong himself. Yu Bing, Yu Dong and Yu Ping had merely been negligent. As for Zhang Yuhe's name, as well as the great Yin Yang Six Directions Sword Spirit and other sword cultivators' names, he did not mention a single word. He only said that he had sacrificially refined an extremely powerful sword spirit. What about the sword spirit? When Yu Bing heard that the sword spirit could actually kill Yu Qingtian, her face was already filled with shock. While she was puzzled by Yu Qingtian's daring plan, she hurriedly asked. Yu He glared at Yu Bing. This was also what he wanted to ask, but he didn't expect Yu Bing to ask first. It made him feel as if the position of Lord Sect Master had fallen on Yu Bing's head. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. "Naturally, it's there." Yu Tong pointed to the sky. It turned out that above the silver-white sky, there was a colorful cocoon of light. How did it get sacrificially refined again? Or did it itself? Yu Bing's eyes narrowed as she asked in a low voice, somewhat shocked. Naturally, it was sacrificially refined by this disciple. Yu Tong's words shocked the 9 elders present. Everyone looked at Yu Tong, who was only at the early gold core stage, in disbelief. "Yu Tong." Yu Bing seemed to have found a flaw and hurriedly asked, "Since you can sacrifice the sword spirit, when Lord Sect Master was attacked, where were you?" "Naturally, I was in another array for sacrificially refining the sword spirit." Yu Tong frowned slightly and explained, "I followed Lord Sect Master's instructions and assisted him in sacrificially refining the sword spirit. However, when the sword spirit was completed, Lord Sect Master was killed by the sword spirit's backlash. As for the sword spirit, because it was anxious to get rid of Lord Sect Master's restriction, something went wrong during the sacrificially refining. That was why I restricted it instead." Yu Tong's explanation was actually very vague, and the group of elders at the late foundation establishment stage didn't understand at all. However, they couldn't pursue the matter. After looking at each other, Yu Bing said with some difficulty, "Fellow Taoist Yu Tong, you are a disciple of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Now that Lord Sect Master has asked you to assist him in sacrificially refining the sword spirit, we all know that. However, this sword spirit has been sacrificially refined to this extent. How should we deal with it? I wonder, did Lord Sect Master have any instructions before he left?" Yu Bing's words were hesitant. In fact, in his opinion, since the sword spirit was being sacrificially refined in the Buddhist gold grade array and was ordered by Yu Qingtian, the sword spirit should belong to the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. However, Yu Tong was now an early gold core stage cultivator. Although the 9 elders were all at the late foundation establishment stage, they might not necessarily be unable to fight Yu Tong. But thinking about the relationship between Yu Hua and Yu Tong, and the fact that they had lost 2 elders, the remaining 7 of them didn't have much confidence in fighting a gold core stage cultivator. That was why he used a probing tone, and his tone was full of concessions. Obviously, if Yu Tong said that the sword spirit was his, Yu Bing would definitely not deny it. Hearing the faint compromise in Yu Bing's words, Yu Tong said with a smile, "Lord Sect Master did have instructions. However, it doesn't involve the sword spirit. The sword spirit naturally belongs to the Yu family of fallen Gold Mountain. Yu Bing was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Hua immediately shouted, "Yu Tong, what did Lord Sect Master say before he died? You have to be honest and tell me everything." At this point, Yu Hua's heart was beating uncontrollably, and his brandy nose was even redder. Lord Sect Master's instructions before he died were naturally related to the new Sect Master. Yu Tong said with a smile, "There's no doubt about this. I also want to tell the 9 elders personally. Since Lord Sect Master had his last words, you should have said it earlier." Yu Lei said unhappily, "You looked quite honest in Fallen Gold Mountain when you were young. How did you become so cunning after joining the Rinsing Flower sect?" Yu Lei spoke in a low, muffled voice, not forgetting to glare at Yu Hua. Yes, it's all this disciple's fault. This disciple should have told the elders earlier." Yu Tong cupped his hands and said, "Actually, Sect Master Yu Qingtian's death was very sudden. This disciple didn't have time to rescue him." He shouted at the restriction this disciple was in. What did he shout? Everyone straightened their necks, waiting for Yu Tong to speak. However, Yu Tong hesitated at this point and Yu Hua couldn't help but urge him. Yu Tong was a little shy and his pink face was a little red. He said in a low voice, "Lord Sect Master shouted, Yu Tong, if you escape from the sword spirit, the position of Fallen Gold Mountain Sect Master will be handed over to you." Ah? What? Lord Sect Master actually gave such an order? Not only was Yu Hua surprised, but Yu Bing, Yu Feng and everyone else were also surprised. They never thought that Yu Qingtian would actually hand over the position of Sect Master to Yu Tong. This Golden Core disciple who had long been a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect. Yu Tong's heart was also filled with mixed feelings and he was extremely bitter. In fact, long before the real tiger bloodline in his body had awakened, the real tiger celestial body had condensed, and he could control the Buddhist gold formation with ease. Yu Qingtian had already intended to hand over the position of the next sect master to Yu Tong. However, one reason was that Yu Tong was refining the sword spirit, and both Yu Qingtian and Yu Tong were hiding it from Zhang Yuhe. Secondly, just as Yu Hua and the others thought, although Yu Tong had the bloodline of Fallen Gold Mountain, he was after all a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect. Yu Hua, Yu Bing and the other elders were not Yu Qingtian. If they knew the secret of their clan, they would definitely object. If Yu Qingtian didn't handle it well, it would cause a split in Fallen Gold Mountain, which was the most fatal thing for a cultivation family. Thirdly, Yu Qingtian had just reached the early Golden Core stage and his lifespan had increased. He was in the prime of his life, so he didn't need to force himself to be the next sect master. Therefore, although Yu Qingtian had already revealed it to Yu Tong, and even discussed the future development of the Yu family with Yu Tong, he didn't announce it to the public. In particular, with the refining of the great Yin-Yang Six Directions sword spirit, Yu Tong's cultivation had become more and more refined, and he was almost close to the nascent soul stage at the final stage. This made Yu Qingtian even more determined to make Yu Tong the next sect master. Usually when he addressed Yu Tong, he wouldn't let Yu Tong call him great-grandfather. Of course, Yu Tong was proud and arrogant, and he didn't care about the position of the sect master of the Yu family on Fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore he didn't force it and was even a little lazy and perfunctory. He knew very well that once he became the next sect master of the Yu family on Fallen Gold Mountain, his development in the Rinsing Flower sect would be limited. Anyone could weigh which was more important between the Rinsing Flower sect and the Fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore he still called Yu Qingtian great-grandfather on the pretext of deceiving Zhang Yuhe. Yu Qingtian knew it, but the more it was so, the more Yu Qingtian wanted to help Yu Tong on the Fallen Gold Mountain's boat. However, all of Yu Qingtian's plans and Yu Tong's ambitions were disrupted by Xiao Hua during the blood sacrifice, and were killed by Zhang Yuhe. The current Yu Tong was no longer the Yu Tong of the past. He had more considerations and more plans. Since Yu Qingtian had made it clear earlier, he didn't lie when he said that Yu Qingtian had handed over the Fallen Gold Mountain to him when he died. From his point of view, this was an opportunity for the Fallen Gold Mountain. However, while this was what he thought, Yu Bing and the others didn't think so. Absolutely impossible. Yu Lei wasn't as calm as Yu Bing and the others. He immediately jumped up. Chapter 26-24. Yulei pointed at Yutong and shouted, Yutong, although your cultivation is at the gold core stage and you are also of my fallen gold mountains bloodline, you have already joined the rinsing flower sect. The reason why you came back was because Lord Sect Master asked for your help as a fellow Taoist. It's not like my fallen gold mountain has never done such a thing before. Just now, senior brother Yu Bing had already made it clear that this sword spirit is your reward from falling gold mountain. You only need to take this sword spirit back to Huanhua sect. My fallen gold mountain's internal affairs will be handled by my fallen gold mountain. Yutong. Yuhua's heart sank, but he still asked tentatively, Sect Master, did he really give such an order? Not someone else? He really wanted to send a voice transmission to ask what this little child who had been sent to the Huanhua sect was thinking. Yutong didn't look like a stupid person. Why didn't he know that a disciple of the Huanhua sect couldn't become the sect master of Fallen Gold Mountain? And he himself. Yutong was Yutong's benefactor and they were usually very close. His position as an elder was given to him by Yutingtian because of Yutong. Yutong only had to say that the sect master had given the position to Yuhua. Then everything would be fine. He couldn't not treat Yutong well. Besides the privileges of being the sect master, he could provide Yutong with all the conveniences of Fallen Gold Mountain. Therefore Yuhua couldn't understand why Yutong didn't say so. Yutong said to Yuhua with embarrassment, Granduncle, the sect master did say so. This disciple can't change it. Who would believe a one-sided story? Yulei glanced at the gloomy Yu Bing and coldly snorted. He then casually added, unless you swear a blood oath. Only then can this old man. Old 7. Yu Bing glared and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? We Fallen Gold Mountain are all people who value our reputation. The blood oath we make is naturally trustworthy. However, there are too many people in the Xiaoyu continent who don't mean what they say. Even if it's a blood oath, how many people can it restrain? Yuhua's words were quite suspicious. Even Yuhua felt uncomfortable when he heard it. What kind of relationship does Yutong have with the sect master? Do you understand? Yuhua's character changed extremely quickly and he immediately sneered. He abandoned his cultivation in the rinsing flower sect and came to the sword tomb. He even refined a sword spirit with the sect master for dozens of years. If we don't believe his words, who else can we believe? This old man is the first to believe in the jade system. There's no need for any blood oath. Yu Bing's face was a little ashen as she coldly swept her gaze over Yu Yun and the others. These 6 people all had different expressions on their faces, but it was obvious that they knew that they were not contenders for the position of sect leader and had no intention of getting involved. They only wanted to see the truth of the matter before making a decision. This kind of person, it would be a compliment to say that he's loyal to the truth. To put it bluntly, he's just a fence-sitter. Yu Bing knew in her heart that if she hadn't brought out more evidence, even if Yutong's words couldn't be trusted, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the position of sect master. However, Yu Bing's mind quickly turned and she slightly clenched her teeth, saying, since fellow Taoist Yutong insists that you are the chosen sect master before his death, even if we have objections, I'm afraid we can't discuss it in detail in the sword tomb. In this old man's opinion, we should withdraw this Buddhist golden formation as soon as possible and return to the Fallen Gold Mountain. At this point Yu Bing anxiously said, that's right, I ask fellow Taoist Yutong to hand over the ancestral magic weapon of my Fallen Gold Mountain clan. The 9 of us elders will take turns to safeguard it. Once the sect master has been selected, we'll hand it over to the new sect master in the ancestral hall of our Fallen Gold Mountain. Yutong was somewhat at a loss for words. When Xiaohua took Silver Tiger away, he was aware of it. He even secretly wanted to send Silver Tiger somewhere else, but he didn't expect that Xiaohua would not hesitate at all. He cleanly put Silver Tiger into the space, leaving him no chance at all. At that time he didn't have the confidence to kill Zhang Yuhe in one blow, so naturally he couldn't show himself. At this time Xiaohua was under the protection of the Heavenly True Water and the Heavenly Stars formation, so how could Yutong take out the Silver Tiger? Seeing Yutong hesitate, Yu Bing's eyes turned and he coldly said, fellow Taoist Yutong, you're now a golden core cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that you have the bloodline of the Fallen Gold Mountain, this old man would have to address you as a junior. Since you are a gold core disciple of my Fallen Gold Mountain, then you should know the importance of magic tools to my Fallen Gold Mountain, and also to the new sect master. Previously you said that when the sect master died, only you and the sword spirit were present. Now that the sword spirit has been refined by you, even if the sword spirit took away the silver tiger, I believe fellow Taoist can still take it out, right? Although Yu Bing didn't say that Yu Tong took the silver tiger and didn't return it, every word implied that Yu Tong took the silver tiger and forced him to hand it over. Old Yu Bing. Yu Hu saw Yu Tong hesitate and his heart thumped. He hurriedly scolded Yu Bing. Who is Yu Tong? He's a golden core cultivator. How could he covet my fallen gold mountain's magic weapon? Moreover, he's the sect master's designated candidate for the new sect master. This magic weapon belongs to him. It doesn't matter if he takes it out or not. Besides, how can the 9 of us elders take turns guarding the magic weapon? In this old man's opinion, it's better to let Yu Tong keep it himself. We won't take it from anyone. Hee, Yu Bing laughed as if he sensed something. He was already suspicious because he didn't see Yu Qingtian's corpse. Now he was even more certain. He bowed to Yu Tong and said, "This old man knows that fellow Taoist Yu Tong is a golden core cultivator and is very trustworthy. You definitely won't deceive us Foundation Establishment disciples. How about this? Fellow Taoist Yu Tong will keep the magic weapon. However, you have to let us see Sect Master Yu Qingtian's corpse and the location of the magic weapon, right?" Right. Yu Lei clamored. If he doesn't take it out, then he's hiding it himself. If he doesn't take it out, then Sect Master's words were all made up by him. Yu Lei. Yu Bing hurriedly scolded, "Don't be rude. Although Yu Tong is a junior of our fallen gold mountain, he's now a golden core senior of the washed flower sect." Yu Tong's face was flushed at first. Later it turned green and red, similar to the sword spirit he had refined. At this moment it was even more ashen. However, with Yu Lei's clamor, his face slowly turned white and gradually turned red. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile again. He waved his hand and said, Good. Since you want to see the magic weapon, I'll show it to you." As he spoke, Yu Tong pointed at the light cocoon high in the sky and seemed to be chanting something. "Quick!" Yu Tong shouted. The green and red brilliance on the light cocoon flourished, and a green and red sword light rushed down like a waterfall, slashing toward Yu Lei. Oh, this is bad. Yu Lei didn't expect Yu Tong to suddenly attack. At this time, there were tens of thousands of fallen Gold Mountain disciples in the Fanjin formation. He also had several elders by his side. No matter how much of a golden core practitioner Yu Tong was, he couldn't really kill him. However, when he saw the sword light flying down, he immediately understood that he had misjudged Yu Tong's intentions. "Eldest senior brother, help me!" Yu Lei shouted. His hands were not slow either. In an instant he touched his storage bag and slapped his forehead with his other hand, as if he was going to take out some magic weapon. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as the great Yin Yang Six Directions sword spirit. The sword light was even faster than lightning. It flashed in front of everyone's eyes and circled around Yu Lei's neck. Yu Lei's neck flashed faintly and his big head flew off from his body. Blood gushed out several feet with a poof sound. The elders and tens of thousands of spectating disciples turned pale with fright and cried out in unison. "Yu Tong, you dare!" Yu Bing was even more furious. He had been worried that Yu Tong would attack and had been scolding Yu Lei to be patient. He really didn't expect Yu Tong to attack without any warning. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he didn't expect Yu Tong's cultivation to be so high. Or rather, the great Yin Yang Six Directions sword spirit was so powerful. In his opinion, the 7 of them might be able to fight Yu Tong with the Fanjin formation. Even the tens of thousands of fallen Gold Mountain disciples might be able to help them. But he never imagined that Yu Lei, a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, would be killed by this strange sword light without any ability to fight back. This was not the method of an early Golden Core practitioner. However, when Yu Bing roared and slapped his forehead, a small flying sword flew out from his mouth and nose. When he saw Yu Hu's cold smile and Yu Yun's terrified expression, his heart turned cold. Seeing Yu Tong's cold eyes looking at him, Yu Bing pointed his finger. Quick! The flying sword suddenly enlarged and turned into a silver-white stream of light that flew towards Yu Tong. At the same time he made a hand seal and also used the metal escape technique. With a flash of silver light, Yu Bing's figure disappeared. Quick! Guard the door and don't let this traitor of fallen Gold Mountain escape. Yuhua also didn't expect Yu Bing's metal escape technique to be cultivated to such a level. His expression changed greatly and he hurriedly ordered the disciples behind him. Ha! As the sect master said, there really are people in my fallen Gold Mountain who didn't listen to his last words. Yutong wasn't nervous at all. He laughed and pointed with his finger. Gee, the two green and red sword lights flew across the sky at a speed that no one could catch. They flew toward the sword spirit above everyone's heads at a speed that no one could catch. Seeing the sword lights fly around in the air, Yu Bing's scream rang out. Then his figure appeared where the sword lights were. As he appeared, his large head was also cut off by the great Yin-Yang Six Directions sword spirit. Blood spurted several feet into the air and Yu Bing's headless corpse fell on the square. Chapter 26-25. Seeing Yutong easily kill Yu Bing while she was using Metal Walk, all the disciples of Fallen Gold Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air as their faces turned pale. These disciples weren't idiots. How could they not know the meaning behind Yutong's sudden move? Seeing Yu Bing's corpse lying in a pool of blood, Yutong let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger and the two sword lights returned to the light cocoon. He then slapped his forehead with his right hand and shook his shoulder. He said calmly, "If it wasn't for the sect leader's dying wish, would I care about the sect leader's position?" As he spoke, he released his spiritual aura that was close to that of a nascent soul cultivator and covered the entire square. All the disciples of Falling Gold Mountain couldn't help but tremble. The aura-refining disciples had long since knelt on the ground with a plop. The legs of the early stage and middle stage foundation building disciples were also trembling. Only the 7 late foundation establishment elders were still trembling. They quickly released their own aura to hold on. However, as Yutong released his true tiger avatar, its wings flapped and countless silver lights bloomed. Apart from the center of the square where the tens of thousands of disciples were standing, the rest of the square began to twist and turn, forming all kinds of patterns that revolved around Yutong's avatar. Yutong's words were like celestial music to everyone's ears. "Greetings, sect leader." Yuhua's reaction was so fast. Seeing Yutong's ability and the golden array under his control, he didn't hesitate and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and shouting. The many disciples behind Yuhua, including Yu Ping and Yu Dong, couldn't hold on any longer and also shouted, "Greetings, sect leader." Seeing Yuhua like this, Yu Feng and the other elders knew that the situation was over. They also felt fear in their hearts and hurriedly knelt down, greeting the sect leader. Forget it. The coldness on Yutong's face gradually melted, replaced by a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura and said, "Sect leader has already told me about this matter, but I felt that it wasn't appropriate to do it so early. I wanted to let you communicate more with the elders. With my cultivation, I also have great achievements in the cleansing flower sect. How could I be reluctant to part with this small fallen gold mountain? However, I didn't dare to disappoint the sect leader before he died, so I reluctantly nodded. This Yu Lei and Yu Bing have really gone too far. This sect master originally wanted to have a peaceful discussion with all the elders and abide by the clan rules of Fallen Gold Mountain. However, they kept saying that this sect master had to swear a blood oath, and kept saying that this sect master wanted to form a mystic instrument. This sect master has long awakened the true tiger bloodline of Fallen Gold Mountain. Is there still a need for a mystic instrument? The entire Brahma Gold Great Array is already under my control. General Yutong pointed at the two corpses and said coldly, "How can this sect tolerate such rebellious people? If they're in the future, it's better to cut the Gordian knot. Elders, don't you think so?" "Yes." Yuhua was the first to speak. "Sect leader, you're too wise. I've long felt that Yu Bing's actions were a bit strange. In these decades he's colluded with too many people outside the Sword Tomb. Perhaps he was the one who leaked the information about my Fallen Gold Mountain's Midas touch." Yu Feng and the others looked at each other. They naturally wouldn't add insult to injury like Yuhua. They could only smile apologetically and say, "Sect leader, you're absolutely worthy of our respect. With your cultivation, you're still the sect leader of our Fallen Gold Mountain. Indeed, it's more than enough." The former sect leader's vision is really sharp. It's fine as long as you're convinced. Yu Tong shook his shoulders again and withdrew his Dharma body. He nodded and said, "If we spoke properly, why would I be like this? It's all because of a bit of greed in my heart." Yes. Yu Hua and the others hurriedly nodded. No one dared to mention the silver tiger magic tool again. Elder Yu Hua. Yu Tong was very satisfied and ordered, "What instructions does sect leader have?" Yu Hua asked respectfully. "The 9 great elders are the rules of our fallen gold mountain. Recommend you," Yu Tong said indifferently. Yu Hua was stunned. Then his eyes turned and he said with a smile, "From what this old man sees, Yu Ping is very good. Although his cultivation is slightly weaker, he does things seriously and is extremely loyal to our fallen gold mountain. As for the second person, this old man doesn't have a particularly good candidate in mind. I'd better ask senior apprentice Brother Feng and the others to recommend." Cultivation isn't a problem. In the future, under this sect's leadership, you all can reach golden core. Yu Tong waved his hand and said without any modesty, "It's decided then. Yu Ping will fill in the position of elder. As for the other person, you all just have to inform this sect after discussing it." "Many thanks, sect leader." Yu Ping, who was far away, was surprised. He practically couldn't believe his ears. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Yu Hua would recommend him. Even if Yu Bing was alive, it definitely wouldn't be his turn, right? After Yu Tong finished speaking, he came to his senses and immediately knelt on the ground with tears of gratitude, shouting with all his might. "Get up." Yu Tong waved his hand and ordered, "The 9 of you will discuss and deal with the internal affairs of the clan. You don't have to report everything to this sect, unless there's something big that you all can't decide. As for the matters that sect leader Yu Qingtian had previously decided, everything will go on as usual. Yes, this subordinate understands." Yu Hua was the first to bow, feeling very happy in his heart. Although Yu Tong didn't appoint him as the great elder and gave him the right to make decisions, the other 6 people all saw Yu Tong's attitude towards him. Moreover, Yu Ping was recommended by him, so how could he not listen to him? As an elder who wasn't the sect leader, he was probably similar to the previous sect leader. Besides, Yu Tong was a disciple of the Huanhua sect. How long could he stay in Fallen Gold Mountain? When he wasn't around, was he the uncrowned sect leader? When the other 6 elders heard this, their hearts also relaxed. Yu Tong didn't care about trivial matters. Although he would let Yu Hua take charge, Yu Hua wouldn't jump into the fire pit with Fallen Gold Mountain, right? He wouldn't destroy a perfectly fine Fallen Gold Mountain, would he? Since the bloodline of the Yu family could be passed down and even flourished in the hands of Yu Tong, who had awakened his bloodline, what did these elders have to worry about? Tidy up and do what you have to do. You and the other elders will deal with everything here. Yu Tong waved his hand and said, "Remember, the matter of this sect leader taking over Fallen Gold Mountain must be kept a secret. None of this can be leaked out." "Yes, we understand." Yu Hua and the others bowed and replied. The tens of thousands of disciples of Fallen Gold Mountain were stunned by Yu Tong's thunderous methods. Under the urging of the 8 elders, they slowly left the square. Although no one dared to whisper, there were all kinds of different expressions in their eyes. Not to mention that Yu Hua's disciples knew that they had a backer and would benefit a lot in the future. Yu Bing's disciples saw that Yu Tong didn't hesitate to use Yu Ping. They obviously didn't care about Yu Bing's opposition to him and wouldn't favor one over the other just because of Yu Bing. Just by looking at the excitement in the eyes of the majority of these disciples, it was obvious that they had high expectations for Yu Tong as the new sect leader. That's right, this was a sect leader comparable to a Yuaning cultivator and a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This was an opportunity that Fallen Gold Mountain didn't have before. With Yu Tong's position in the Huanhua sect rising, Fallen Gold Mountain could easily unite with the Huanhua sect. Perhaps with the support of the Huanhua sect, they could even establish a sect. On the Dawn Rain continent, it was easy to establish a sect. For example, Zhonghauren could establish a sect after obtaining some resources and disciples. But if it was a large sect like the Huanhua sect or the Imperial Thunder sect, it wouldn't be easy. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxiao's Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't have shown its banner on Dawn Rain mainland until now. If they established a small sect like Shang Huaming and the 100 Herbs sect, Fallen Gold Mountain wouldn't be enough to be mocked by others. Now that they had a Yuaning cultivator like Yu Tong, Fallen Gold Mountain could establish a medium-sized sect with more than enough to spare. Even some clever disciples didn't think so much. They had already realized the meaning of Yu Tong's words at the beginning. When Yu Tong met the group of fallen Gold Mountain disciples, he didn't say that he had received Yu Qingtian's last words. Instead, he directly asked them about their cultivation progress during the Midas touch. At that time, everyone didn't understand and thought that Yu Tong was just exchanging pleasantries. But now that they thought about it carefully, it wasn't polite at all. It was showing their gratitude. This was telling the fallen Gold Mountain disciples that their cultivation progress was due to the sect's credit. It was a pity that the group of disciples was at a loss. The 9 elders were thinking about the position of sect master, so they had already cast aside these words with great meaning. No one thought about it carefully. If Yu Bing and Yu Lei were a little more attentive, they probably wouldn't have died on the spot. Since Yu Tong could perform the Midas touch and help these disciples improve their cultivation, and the power of the bloodline displayed by Yu Tong just now was obvious to everyone. Yu Tong was a disciple of fallen Gold Mountain, and so were these cultivators. If everyone could awaken their bloodline, even if they weren't as talented as Yu Tong, they only needed 50%, no, even 10%, then they would still be incomparably powerful. If Yu Tong became the sect master of fallen Gold Mountain, it would be 100 times better than Yu Bing, Yu Hua, and the others. The future of fallen Gold Mountain. Damn it, it was simply immeasurable. The first to realize this was obviously a very small number of disciples, and this thought would soon spread throughout the entire fallen Gold Mountain. Coupled with Yu Tong's thunderous means just now, who could still compete with Yu Tong for the position of sect master? Who would still be rebellious in their hearts? Yu Tong stood quietly on the square and watched the disciples disperse like a lonely cold star. The rapid noise receded like the tide, but when he heard it, his heart was burning. He looked at his own young hands, then at his own robust body, and almost howled at the sky. This was a gift from the heavens, how could he not make good use of it? Chapter 26-26. Although Yu Tong did not release his divine sense, the Dharma body he had just released floated slightly on the surface of his body, allowing him to clearly see the entire Buddhist gold great array. He could also clearly see the faces of the dozens of disciples who had understood his meaning earlier. These disciples were all clever people, and they were the pillars of falling Gold Mountain's future development. They were also the right-hand men that Yu Tong would focus on training in the future. Perhaps this old man. Cough cough, this young master will have to do a good job. Yu Tong smiled and raised his head to look at the 2 sword gourds that were gradually closing in. Elder Yu Hua and Elder Yu Ping, come over here. Only after everyone had left and the 8 elders had walked to the left side of the corridor did Yu Tong speak up. Yu Hua and Yu Ping looked at each other with a trace of confusion in their eyes. However, the 2 of them did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around and walked in front of Yu Tong. The 2 of them bowed together and said, Lord Sect Master, do you have any orders? The position of falling Gold Mountain Sect Master is extraordinary. You don't know the meaning behind it for the time being, but you will naturally understand after this Sect Master reveals the inheritance of falling Gold Mountain. Yu Tong ordered, therefore this Sect Master's inauguration ceremony cannot be delayed. Although this Sect Master does not want the Huanhua sect to know, this matter of reporting to the ancestors still has to be done. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yu Hua immediately bowed and said, this subordinate will handle this matter. This subordinate will dispatch the disciples to Falling Gold Mountain to prepare. When we return to Falling Gold Mountain, the sect master's inauguration ceremony will be held. You are an elder of Falling Gold Mountain, so please take care of this matter. Yu Tong nodded. This sect master will also assign the tasks that the other elders have to do. Falling Gold Mountain is still small, but Dawn Rain Continent is so big. As long as we work together, it will be easy to roam the Dawn Rain Continent. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yu Hua's heart trembled. He knew what Yu Tong was referring to and hurriedly said, this subordinate will definitely be loyal to Sect Master and Falling Gold Mountain. I will not have any dirty thoughts with the other elders. It's good that you know. Yu Tong said faintly, I promise that all of you will step into the Golden Core realm within 5 years. With the cultivation of a Golden Core and the lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator, those worldly tricks are nothing. Wait until you reach my cultivation level, then you will know what I am thinking. Yu Tong immediately threw out the promise of golden core and the allure of nascent soul. Yu Hua's heart was ignited and he bowed. I understand. Sect Master, please watch my actions in the future. In addition, my Falling Gold Mountains Midas Touch plan in the Sword Tomb has been successfully completed. This place has already attracted the attention of other cultivators. Furthermore, the battle between the Sword cultivators and the Dao Sect cultivators is nearby. It would be unwise for us to remain here. Elder Jadefire, from now on, you and the other 6 elders will send disciples back to Falling Gold Mountain in batches. Remember, do not attract the attention of Sword cultivators and cultivators. Yu Tong instructed again. Yes, I understand. I will take care of it with Yu Feng and the rest. Yu Hua said respectfully. The previous sect master has already made arrangements for this matter. It will definitely not attract the attention of others. Good. Yu Tong nodded, then looked at Yu Ping and smiled. Yu Ping, regarding Elder Yu Bing's matter, I am also helpless. I understand. Yu Ping hurriedly said, Sect Master has received the previous Sect Master's last words. But there will always be some obstacles. Sect Master's actions. Yu Ping's skin was far less thick than Yu Hua's. When he said these words that were not against his heart but still made his face burn, he actually stuttered like Yu Dong. Fortunately, Yu Tong did not wait for him to finish speaking. He smiled and waved his hand. A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. People like us who want to achieve great things have to do many things that we are helpless against. When the day comes that Elder Yu Ping has no other choice, you will naturally understand my current feelings. There is no need to say those words. Yes. Yu Ping secretly wiped his sweat, thinking that Yu Tong had called him over to comfort him. Who would have thought that Yu Tong would immediately take out a blank jade slip, as if he had written something on it and handed it to Yu Ping, saying, These are some of my Fallen Gold Mountains outstanding disciples. You should train them well regardless of their cultivation, just give them more opportunities. Yes. Yu Ping was very surprised and even glanced at Yu Hua. Nurturing the new sect master's direct disciples was the most important thing for Yu Tong. This kind of crucial matter had always been handled by the sect master's direct disciples. It seemed that he was far from being enough. Yu Hua, who had just been moved by Yu Tong's words, saw Yu Ping looking at him and smiled. Yu Ping, this is the sect master's trust in you. You must do this well. Yes, I understand. I will do my best. Yu Ping gratefully put away the jade slip. Elder Yu Hua. Yu Tong was very satisfied and ordered. Most of the disciples from the other sects who are participating in the Midas Touch project are from the Washed Flower sect. There are also some who are related to my Fallen Gold Mountain by marriage. This sect master will not appear. Take this sect master and send them out. Sect Master Yu Qingtian has already arranged for what they promise to do in the future. You only need to do as he says. Yes, this subordinate is the best at this. Yu Hua said with a smile. This subordinate will go over now. They cannot know about the sect master's matters. Also bring Yun Jicheng here. Yu Tong added. Yes. Yu Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. When he saw Yu Tong waving his hand, he hurriedly left with Yu Ping. Not long after, Yun Jicheng was led by a Fallen Gold Mountain disciple to Yu Tong. The disciple bowed and wanted to greet the sect master, but he was afraid that Yun Jicheng would hear him. He could only open his mouth and not say anything. Yu Tong was very happy to see that this disciple had listened to his instructions and even risked losing etiquette to protect him from leaking the news that he was the sect master. He nodded warmly at the disciple and asked, What is your name? When the disciple said his name, Yu Tong waved his hand and said with a smile, You are very good. Go. Many thanks. The disciple seemed to be a clever person. He only said a word of thanks and turned to leave. Yun Guicheng saw the jade token from afar and was very surprised. However, after a moment he understood. After that, a trace of bitterness and helplessness rose in his heart. He had passed the Washed Flower sect's disciple selection test with Yu Tong and Mo Yang. He had clearly heard Xiao Hua's words in the Washed Flower sect's main hall that day. He did not think that Xiao Hua's words were false. He also believed that Yu Tong must have entered the Washed Flower sect through some unknown means. However, what was so strange about this? Cultivation families had always been inextricably linked with cultivation sections. Xiao Hua was unlucky to have met Yu Tong. Yun Jicheng did not think much of it. After the disciple selection, Yun Jicheng used his skills and had a relationship with Yu Tong for a while. He even vaguely wanted to acknowledge Yu Tong as his little brother in front of him. After all, at that time, Yun Jicheng was already a cultivator of the 11th layer of the Lianqi realm, much higher than Yu Tong's 4th layer of the Lianqi realm. While Yun Jicheng was flattering Yu Tong, he was also inquiring about Yu Tong's bottom line. Yu Tong's response was not beyond Yun Jicheng's expectation. He also had the calm attitude of a cultivation family. He was neither repulsed nor very close to Yun Jicheng's flattery. He just smiled and said nothing about Yun Jicheng's intention to take him in as his subordinate, as if he had not heard it at all. Yun Jicheng was a little ashamed and angry. However, when he thought that they were both cultivation families, the fallen gold mountain was not much worse than Su Yan's and Yun's, so he gave up those thoughts and turned to befriend other disciples. Later, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Xiaoyu continent gradually changed, and Yun Jicheng's Yanlong blood gradually awakened. During this process, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, far exceeding his own imagination. Even his master, who was in the late stage of the Zhuji realm, did not expect this. Therefore, Yun Jicheng put his attention on cultivation, and gradually forgot about this little brother who had joined the Washed Flower sect with him. Later, Yun Jicheng participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Although he won first place, he was disgraced by Xiao Hua. After returning to the Washed Flower sect, he lost face in front of Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia would rather enter the Ice Valley than practice dual cultivation with him, which really made him angry. Then his Yanlong blood awakened and the Yanlong Dharmakaya appeared. When this news reached Su Yan's and Yun's families, the sect master was very excited. The sect master of the Yun family specially paid a visit to the Washed Flower sect to meet Yun Jicheng. After seeing Yun Jicheng's Dharmakaya, he reached an agreement with the Washed Flower sect. The Yun family agreed to lend the Yun family's ancestral dragon-repelling ring to Yun Jicheng. In other words, the Washed Flower sect had to find a cultivator who was at least in the late stage of the Jindan realm to be Yun Jicheng's master. This request was nothing to the Washed Flower sect because Yun Jicheng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. His original master was only in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Sooner or later he would have to be replaced. Therefore, the Washed Flower sect agreed without hesitation and let Yun Jicheng return to Su Yan to receive the Yun family's inherited magic weapon. After Yun Jicheng obtained the dragon-repelling ring, he returned to the Washed Flower sect. Under the guidance of his master, who was in the late stage of the Jindan realm, he was like a fish in water. In a very short time he cultivated from the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and then to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He was a dazzling star. Even Yun Jicheng himself had no respect for anyone else. He only compared himself to Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and other extremely famous cultivators. However, he was still brooding about Xiao Hua. He had always wanted to meet Xiao Hua and embarrass him greatly. Even he could not rule out killing him. However, his master was no longer the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator from before. His understanding of the Washed Flower sect was far beyond his imagination. After a day of cultivation, he saw Yun Jicheng's arrogance and mentioned Yu Tong. When he mentioned Yu Tong, he was already a Jindan realm cultivator. Chapter 26-27. The news that Yu Tong had become a gold core practitioner shocked Yun Guicheng. He could not believe that the little boy who was at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm was now his martial uncle. Looking at Yun Guicheng's shock, his master Jing Xing told him that Yu Tong had other opportunities. However, like Yun Guicheng, he had relied on the power of his family. Yun Guicheng relied on Chong Li Hao, while Yu Tong relied on Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch. Of course, Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch was a secret. Only a few people in the Huanhua sect knew about it. Similarly, Yu Tong's gold core cultivation was only known by a few people in the Huanhua sect. Even Hong Xiaofei had only heard a word or two from Kai Qin. It was not easy for Yun Guicheng to know about it. After knowing about Falling Gold Mountain's Midas touch plan, Yun Guicheng naturally paid attention to it and hinted at it in front of Jing Xing from time to time. Jing Xing did not care about this Midas touch plan, but he could not stand Yun Guicheng's pestering. Thinking about it, Yun Guicheng was his disciple and he had a good relationship with Falling Gold Mountain. Jing Xing mentioned this to Yu Qingtian. Yu Qingtian naturally agreed to it. Therefore Yun Guicheng took advantage of the battle between the practitioners to come to the Sword Tomb. Although Yun Guicheng only made it to the last blood sacrifice, the effect was obvious. Yun Guicheng came out of the cultivation nest and felt that he should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm within a few years. If the bottleneck of the Foundation Establishment realm was not too difficult, he should be able to step into the Gold Core realm within 5 years. When he came out of the cultivation nest, the other disciples were led away by Yu Huo with gratitude. They were afraid that there would be a feast waiting for them. However, he was left alone. Yun Guicheng thought that Yu Qingtian wanted to see him. He had already prepared a speech of gratitude and was prepared to maintain a good relationship with Falling Gold Mountain. However, now that he saw Yu Tong, whom he had not seen for many years, in this huge square, he could imagine the awkwardness he felt. The scene of him wanting to take Yu Tong as his little brother appeared in his mind with extreme clarity. Senior brother Yun, long time no see. Yu Tong's gaze turned from the disciple who left to Yun Guicheng. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting happily. Yun Guicheng's awkwardness was instantly dispelled by Yu Tong's words. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master's apprentice Uncle Yu, you are now a Jindan cultivator, while I am only in the late stage of Foundation establishment. According to etiquette, don't mention any bullshit etiquette. Rules are for us to break." Yu Tong reached out and grabbed Yun Jiecheng's sleeve. "Back then you and I joined the Huanhua sect at the same time. I was only able to take a few steps forward in my cultivation because of my ancestors' help. Senior brother Yun has joined the sect now. With senior brother's talent, I'm afraid that you will soon surpass me. If I call you Martial Uncle now, won't it be too troublesome if I have to change it in the future?" This. Yun Guicheng was overjoyed, but he still looked troubled. "How about this?" Yu Tong said with a smile. "If senior brother Yun is too difficult, then just call him senior brother. That way it won't be too difficult to talk to Martial Uncle Jing in the future." "I'll do as you say. Greetings, senior brother Yu." Yun Guicheng let out a long sigh of relief and bowed again. Yu Tong returned the bow and said, "Actually, I don't want to call myself senior brother. Thinking back to the day when you and I first joined the Huanhua sect and how senior brother Yun took care of me, I still feel warm when I think about it." Yun Guicheng blushed and hurriedly waved his hand. "At that time I was young and inexperienced. I actually wanted to take care of senior brother Yu with my own ability. Now that I think about it, I'm extremely ashamed. Don't mention it, don't mention it." "Oh, why don't you mention it?" Yu Tong raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course my cultivation was not high enough, so I was isolated and had no one to rely on. Senior brother's kindness came from the bottom of your heart. I am truly grateful. It was only at that time that the concern was real concern. The disciples of the cultivation families should support each other and cultivate to the end. No matter in the past, or now." "Yes, senior brother Yu is right." Yun Guicheng gradually regained his composure and said with a smile, "No matter when, we must work together to create a bright future for the disciples of the cultivation families." Then he looked left and right. At this time the sky had long been covered by Yu Tong's Fanjin formation, so he could not see the sacrificial sword spirit. The whole square was very spacious, so Yun Guicheng did not see anything. He said, "I think sect master Yu Qingtian also has the same idea. That's why he allowed us who are not disciples of the Falling Gold Mountain to participate in the Turning Stone into Gold plan. I still have to thank him in person for giving me this opportunity." Hearing this, Yu Tong's face changed into a sorrowful one. He nodded heavily and said, "If sect master knows about this in the netherworld and hears junior brother Yun's words, he will definitely laugh. His efforts have not been in vain." "What? Sect master has passed away?" Yun Guicheng opened his mouth again and again. He really did not expect that Yu Qingtian would pass away in just a few days. It seemed that this was some kind of formation of the Falling Gold Mountain. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. Alas, in order to control the formation, sect master has met with an accident. Yu Tong didn't go into detail. In order to protect all of you, including me, he felt that he had to die. Not even his corpse is left. Yun Guicheng's expression turned cold. He looked left and right, then bowed to the empty square and said, Disciple Yun Guicheng thanks Sect Master Yu for his protection. I promised Sect Master Yu before and I will definitely do it. Sect Master Yu, please smile from the 9 heavens. Yu Tong bowed back and expressed his gratitude. Yun Guicheng sighed for a moment and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Yu, I wonder who is the current sect master of the falling gold mountain? I hope Senior Brother Yu can bring me to pay him a visit. Junior Brother Yun, do you think this turning stone into gold is very good? Cultivation can be improved quickly and there are no bad signs? Yu Tong also lowered his voice and said, Yes, I want to have a good chat with this new sect master. If there is such a good thing in the future I still want to come. Yun Guicheng said without hiding anything. The new sect master is so far away but so close. Yu Tong said mischievously. After saying that, even he was a little surprised. He did not expect that he who had lived for so many years could still be as lively as Yu Tong was at his age. Senior Brother Yu, what do you mean? Senior Brother Yu is the sect master of the falling gold mountain? This seems to be against the rules of our Huanhua sect. At this point Yun Guicheng's face changed from astonishment to panic. Didn't I just say it? Etiquette is for you and me to trample on. Yu Tong laughed. Who said that a Huanhua sect disciple can't be the sect master of the falling gold mountain? Even if there is such a rule I will change it today. Good. So generous, so ambitious, so good. At this point Yun Guicheng did not know how to describe his excitement. The trace of fear he had just now had long been swept away. Junior Brother Yun, do you want to be the sect master of Su Yenyun's family? Yu Tong suddenly asked. Yun Guicheng's face was extremely awkward. He smiled apologetically and said, I have never thought of this before. Senior Brother Yu, I don't know how to answer your question. It's okay. In this big world there are only things you don't think of, but there is nothing you can't do. Yu Tong laughed. Yes. Yun Guicheng did not know how to answer, but he carefully looked around and asked, I wonder why Senior Brother Yu called me here. I have taken over the falling gold mountain today. Naturally I want to share it with my brothers. Junior Brother Yun is my brother, isn't he? Naturally I have to be the first to tell you about this. Indeed, this is a pleasant surprise. I am very happy for you. Yun Guicheng was full of smiles. Of course this is secondary. The most important thing is what Junior Brother Yun said just now. Oh. Yun Guicheng's heart skipped a beat. He could barely suppress his excitement and almost blurted out to ask when the next Midas touch would be. Of course he knew that Yu Tong must have a plan for calling him here. Even if he did not ask, Yu Tong would tell him. Sure enough, when Yu Tong saw Yun Guicheng's eyes twitch, he said, I know how you feel, but I have to tell you that this Midas touch, I am afraid that you will not be able to have it again in the next 100 years. 100 years? But why is that? Yun Guicheng could not help but ask anxiously, Is there any difficulty, Senior Brother? Sigh, I won't tell you about the difficulty. Yu Tong stretched out his hand and said, For this Midas touch opportunity, Sect Master Yu Qingdun has fallen. Even though I want to, I am powerless now. Yun Guicheng could not hide his disappointment. However, what Yu Tong said was the truth. What could he say? However, Yun Guicheng's thoughts turned quickly. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Yu, if that is the case, you don't have to call me here. Indeed. Yu Tong clapped his hands and laughed. When I took over Falling Gold Mountain I did learn some of its secrets. I also found out about another method that could increase one's cultivation. However, this method is not suitable for many people. It can only be used by a few people. Moreover, the conditions for the person who can use it are very strict. Therefore I immediately thought of you, Junior Brother. Oh. Yun Guicheng was shocked again. After thinking for a while he asked, What is the method that Senior Brother Yu is talking about? How can I meet the conditions? It is very simple. It is Junior Brother Yun's real blood meridian. Yu Tong pointed and said, I heard Sect Master Yu Qingtian vaguely mention it before. However, his real blood meridian was not activated, so he did not care about it. However, I cannot forget it. After all, this Midas touch is not a long-term solution. Chapter 26-28. Speaking of this, Yu Tong paused slightly and seemed to glance at Yun Guicheng. Yun Guicheng was a little puzzled, not knowing why turning stone into gold was not a long-term solution. However, Yu Tong saw that Yun Guicheng did not seem to know the truth of turning stone into gold, so he continued, "When I was curious, I flipped through the ancestral records of Falling Gold Mountain. Of course, the heavens do not disappoint the faithful. I found a shabby jade amulet in a pile of old papers. There were some records in it." "What kind of records?" Yun Guicheng refrained from asking about turning stone into gold, but he still had to ask about it. However, Yu Tong did not seem to have the intention to answer Yun Guicheng directly. He asked with a smile, "I wonder if junior brother Yun knows why the true bloodlines of our cultivation families are called true bloodlines? This is naturally the bloodline left behind by the ancient true spirits?" Yun Guicheng was slightly hesitant, but then he answered without hesitation, "This seems to be known by all the cultivation families. Yes, this is also something that we, the true cultivation families, are proud of." Yu Tong sighed and explained a little about the bloodlines of the true spirits. It was no different from what Xiaohua had seen. Then he asked, "But junior brother Yun, have you heard of the 4 great true spirits?" "The 4 great true spirits?" Yun Guicheng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Senior brother Yu, are you suspecting that I don't know the real Yun Guicheng? If senior brother were to investigate other people, perhaps they would know. But if you were to investigate me, I would definitely know. Please tell me, junior brother Yun." Yu Tong nodded with a smile. "The 4 great true spirits are naturally the dragon, tiger, phoenix and Luan." Yun Guicheng said proudly, "Su Yen, the Yun family and Falling Gold Mountain's jade slip are the descendants of the 4 great true spirits." "Yes, that's true." Yu Tong clapped his hands and said, "That's why I'm so close to you. Since Falling Gold Mountain has a secret technique, you Su Yen must also have a record of it. If junior brother Yun has time, you can go back and look for it." "Alas, it's already commendable that the sect master gave me the dragon driving ring to use. How dare I covet the secret technique of the clan in the ancestral hall? I can't compare to senior martial brother Yu's boldness. My sect master also doesn't have the spirit of sect master Yu Qingtian." Yun Guicheng sighed and said, "Actually, that might not be the case." Yu Tong narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If junior brother Yun can comprehend the secret of the dragon repelling hoop, what's the harm in becoming the sect master of the Su Yen Yun family? At that time, with your elder brother's help and support in secret, what can't you do?" Yun Jiecheng's heart skipped a beat and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Yu, thank you for not treating me as an outsider. I won't hide it from you. It's useless to talk about it now. It won't be too late to talk about it after I've figured out the secret of the dragon driving ring, or after I've improved my cultivation to your level." "Yes, yes," Yu Tong said with a smile. "I'll talk about the matter of increasing your cultivation. On this Dawn Rain continent, is there anything that can't be done when our 2 clans work together?" Yun Guicheng nodded slightly but did not reply. "Actually, according to the records of my Fallen Gold Mountain, there are still the 4 sacred beasts above the 4 great sacred beasts." "The 4 sacred beasts?" Yun Guicheng shook his head blankly. "I've never heard of this before. Haha, this is an ancient secret that has long been lost in the long river of time. If junior brother Yun knew about it, I would be suspicious of junior brother Yun's origins." Yu Tong said jokingly. "Please enlighten me, senior brother Yu." Yun Guicheng said, "The 4 sacred beasts are the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise." Yu Tong then explained the power of the 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines to Yun Guicheng. It was very similar to what Xiaohua had seen. "Only the azure dragon? Only the white tiger?" Yun Guicheng frowned as he looked at Yu Tong. Yu Tong shrugged his shoulders. Roar. With a tiger roar, the silver tiger Dharma body was released. As its wings flapped, a gust of wind blew over the entire square. Roar. Yun Guicheng did not hesitate. With a dragon roar, the flame dragon Dharma body was also released. It was above his head. "It's a pity that junior brother Yun has the flame dragon Dharma body and I have the silver tiger Dharma body. We don't have the real sacred spirit bloodline," Yu Tong said regretfully as he withdrew his Dharma body and looked at Yun Guicheng, who had also withdrawn his Dharma body. Then, Does senior brother's secret skill have anything to do with the sacred spirit bloodline? Yun Guichong asked tentatively. That's right. Yutong looked around. Although there was no one else in the square and the phenomenon of the dragon tiger dharma body had just attracted the attention of Yu Hua and the others, a few disciples did not dare to disturb them when they saw that Yutong and Yun Guichong were safe and sound. However, Yutong still said telepathically, I've obtained a bloodline purification method from the jade pendant. It can upgrade your bloodline and mine to the sacred spirit bloodline. This secret skill is called the Four Spirits Blood Curse. Yutong spoke in a low voice for half the time it took to finish a meal. Yun Guichong's face was first filled with embarrassment, then excitement and finally determination. All right, Yun Guichong said in the end, although this is very difficult and even impossible, it is just as you said, there are only things that cannot be thought of in this world. If this blood curse of the four spirits can be activated, our bloodlines will be upgraded. The so-called nascent soul and spirit branching stage will no longer be our dreams. Great. Yutong was also overjoyed. He said, it's a pity that this secret skill is only useful for the four bloodlines. The only one who can help me is junior brother Yun. Now that we have junior brother Yun's help, we will definitely succeed. This is killing two birds with one stone. I can't ask for more. Yun Guichong also laughed. Okay, let's make an oath. Yutong raised his palm with a smile. Yun Guichong did not hesitate to hit his palm and said, in the future, we will work together. Yes. Junior brother Yun, if you have any problems in the future, please tell me. Yutong said with a smile, if junior brother doesn't mind, you can also be a guest of Falling Gold Mountain. Oh? I don't dare to ask, but it's my wish. Yun Guichong also laughed. Yutong also laughed and looked very happy. The two of them talked for a while. Suddenly, Yutong remembered something and said in a low voice, by the way, Elder Yun, I have something to ask. Sect Master, please speak. Yun Guichong also called him Sect Master. Elder Yun has a wide network in the Huanhua sect and knows many disciples. I wonder if you know a disciple called Feng Ying? Yutong asked. Feng Ying? Yun Guichong thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. I really don't know that there is such a disciple. Oh, whose disciple is he? What is his cultivation? I don't know whose disciple he is. Yutong shook his head and said, however, his cultivation is at the late stage of the gold core realm. Soon after, Yutong explained Xiao Hua's appearance after changing his appearance. Late stage of the gold core realm? Yun Guichong was a little dumbfounded and laughed bitterly in his heart. Late stage of the gold core realm was the same cultivation as his master. How many people could there be in the Huanhua sect? But after hearing Yutong's description he frowned again and said, the person senior brother is talking about sounds similar to Feng Yi, and his name is also somewhat similar. However, Feng Yi is only a Foundation Establishment disciple and has just stepped into the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. His cultivation is too far away from what senior brother said. Feng Yi? Feng Ying? Yun Guichong's words seemed to awaken Yutong's old memories. His face suddenly changed slightly. He hurriedly asked, this Feng Yi, is he still in the Huanhua sect? Have you seen him recently? Of course he is in the Huanhua sect. Yun Guichong laughed and said, this guy is very lucky. He has been stuck at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm for many years and has not broken through. During the Great Battle of Dao Cultivators he was even selected to be the first group. However, just a month before he left he suddenly broke through to the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm and escaped a disaster. With his cultivation he'll only end up being killed by sword cultivators on the battlefield. Junior brother, have you seen him recently? Yutong asked again. I have. Yun Guichong was puzzled and said, before I came to Sky Patrol City, he even came to visit me. Oh, Yutong's eyes flashed with suspicion. Why? Senior brother, you has seen this person? Yun Guichong asked curiously, if senior brother you wants to see him, I can summon him to Falling Gold Mountain at any time. Or let him come to the Sword Tomb. There is no need. Yutong relaxed his brows and said with a smile, junior brother Yun's master is Uncle Master Jing Xingjing. Naturally he can come to the Sword Tomb under the banner of the Great Battle of Dao Cultivators. If you let an ordinary disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm come to the Sword Tomb, Wouldn't that be making things difficult for him? Actually, just as Yun Gui-chong was about to say something, an earth-shaking rumble came from outside the square. At the same time, the whole square began to shake violently, as if a giant hand was desperately grabbing the Buddhist gold formation. Oh no. Yu Tong was shocked and said hurriedly, "Earlier, I received news that many sword cultivators and Dao sect cultivators have entered and exited the sword tomb. I'm afraid that something has happened in the sword tomb. Could it be that Dao sect cultivators are fighting with the sword cultivators in the sword tomb?" Yun Gui-chong was also shocked. At this moment, a few message talismans flew in from all over the square and landed in front of Yu Tong. Yu Tong hurriedly caught them and scanned them with his divine thought. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he looked at Yun Gui-chong and said, "As Elder Yun expected, the sword cultivators were defeated and entered the sword tomb. Our Dao sect cultivator army chased them into the sword tomb. Now there is a great battle nearby." Yun Gui-chong was even more shocked when he heard this. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yu Tong narrowed his eyes. According to the message sent by our disciples, the sword cultivators seem to have fallen into a large formation set up by our Dao sect. This loud sound is either the sword cultivators breaking the formation or our Dao sect activating the formation to kill the sword cultivators. Great. Yun Gui-chong laughed. This battle is the best opportunity for us to make a contribution. Chapter 26-29. Elder Yun, are you sure you want to participate in the battle? Yu Tong asked. If you want to go now, I'll send a disciple to send you there. Won't Lord Sect Leader go? Yun Jinchong asked curiously. Yu Tong smiled and said, I still have other things to do, so I can't leave now. What about the other disciples who participated in the battle? They have been sent out of the sword tomb by this disciple. As for whether they will participate in the battle again, I don't know. Yun Jinchong thought for a while and said, then Lord Sect Leader should send me out of the sword tomb. In this kind of battle, the battle achievements are fleeting. I'd better worry about other things for Lord Sect Leader. Ah, that's exactly what I want. Yu Tong smiled and said, this battle is extremely dangerous. How can we be willing to take the risk? Yun Jinchong cupped his hands and bid farewell. Yu Tong ignored the continuous vibrations and noises and flew up to the sky to continue refining the great Yin-Yang Six Directions sword spirit that was about to be completed. The Brahma Gold formation of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain was different from other formations. Just like what Xiaohua saw in the scene cauldron, it was a formation set up by 6 pieces of metal essence fresh marrow. This Brahma Gold formation not only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the metal essence fresh marrow, but also used it as a guide to absorb the almost endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sword chi of the sword tomb for its own use. This kind of formation could not be set up under the sword tomb and mixed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead, it was directly set up in the air of the sword tomb. As for the Wu Jia Zigui and the hidden passageway that Xiaohua had used to enter the Brahma Gold Great Array, they were all just camouflage techniques. Even with Xiaohua's ability, he still didn't realize that the Brahma Gold Great Array was actually set up in midair. Of course, if he wanted to, he would be trapped in the air at this time. Perhaps he would be able to notice something? Back then, Falling Gold Mountain's Yu Qingtian had also spent a lot of effort. He had even cooperated with some experts from the Huanhua sect to open up such a large area in the sword tomb to set up an array. Otherwise, it would not have attracted Zhang Yuhe's attention. At this moment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploded within the sword catacomb. The 10-direction destruction formation of the Dao sect cultivators absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Although the Buddhist golden formation was hidden in midair, it was also affected by the 10-direction destruction formation. At the edge of the formation, the silver brilliance shook violently. Although the Buddhist golden formation was like an egg in a chick, it did not shake much, but it still affected one's cultivation. Yu Tong sat for a while and became impatient. He released the real Tiger Dharma body and 6 rays of silver light flowed into 6 parts of the formation. Haha, you all can fight to the death. Yu Tong sneered. Wait until I successfully refine the prototype of the spirit-slaying vital ray and kill Feng Yi, then I'll quietly slip away from this sword catacomb. When I have the opportunity, my Fallen Gold Mountain, may very well be the fallen gold faction. Perhaps during the next Dao Cultivator War, I can also sit in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. Moreover, that day when the sword cultivators pretended to be defeated and entered the sword catacomb, the disciples of different sword sects entered the sword catacomb according to the safe passage that their sword spirits had found. However, their direction was also in the direction of the Buddhist Golden Formation. However, the sword spirits could find most of the sword formations. The incomplete magic formations were not easy to find. Moreover, the safe passage was limited in width. If a few people flew in it, it would be fine. If there were more people, it would naturally trigger the magic formations and sword formations near the passage. The power of the incomplete magic formations and sword formations could be seen from Xiaohua's difficulty in entering the sword catacomb. How could these anxious sword cultivators resist? However, just a few miles into the sword catacomb, there was a series of sword cries. The sound of explosions and the screams of the sword cultivators resounded in the sky above the sword catacomb. LV Rochong and the female swordsman of the Lunar Sun Sword Sect, Mu Ting, were together. Hearing the endless screams, LV Rochong could not help but frown. She glanced at Mu Ting and asked in a low voice, "Junior Sister Mu, do you think this sword? Should I inform the many warriors of the sword domain about the sword catacomb formation? With their mentality, I'm afraid that before we can lure the cultivators into the sword catacomb, they will die in the sword catacomb." At this time, LV Rochong, who was far wiser than Qin Jian, also showed the gentleness of a female swordsman, and actually asked Mu Ting. If Tu Hong was here, he probably wouldn't even be able to hear the screams, right? Mu Ting was slightly stunned. She was naturally involved in the matter of the sword formation, but she didn't dare to reveal the slightest bit of information to the disciples of the sect. Even some of her trusted aides only knew of the existence of such a great formation. As for where it was located, they had no idea. Maybe we should say it. Mu Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Right now, the warriors of my sword domain are all in the dark and think that they have really lost. This is not good for the upcoming counterattack. Especially now that we have already arrived at the sword catacomb, the spells of those cultivators have been affected, so it is impossible for them to sense what we are talking about. Even if there are a few spies among the swordsmen, they might not be able to pass the message to the cultivators. Yes, Junior Sister's words agree with me. When LV Rochong heard Mu Ting's words, she nodded her head slightly. This morale is especially important on the battlefield. Previously, when we were facing the cultivators, we couldn't let them discover us. After which, LV Rochong turned her head and asked, "How far away are the cultivators of the Dao sect from us now? Are they chasing after us?" Hearing LV Rochong's question, a hale and hearty old man hurriedly took out a sword slip from his bosom. After looking at it for a moment, he said, "According to the report of the disciples who were scouting behind us, the cultivators of the Dao sect rested a little in front of the sword catacomb before rushing into the sword catacomb. Moreover, just like us sword cultivators, they split into several paths to enter. If we sword cultivators can have sword spirits to find the way, then the cultivators of the Dao sect will naturally have secret techniques as well. This is not surprising." LV Rochong waved her hand and said, "Then are there any cultivators behind us?" "Yes. It seems to be a disciple of the Huanhua sect." The old man hurriedly replied. "Good, such a pursuit is reasonable." LV Rochong nodded and was about to speak. Wang, a wave of sword cries came from behind LV Rochong and the others. Hundreds of crimson sword lights enveloped the sky, and heart-wrenching screams could be faintly heard. "Ha ha ha," LV Rochong pointed her finger and said, "Look, my sword spirit can find the sword formation. The cultivators of the Huanhua sect can find the formation, but the sword formation is unable to defend against it." Indeed. Seeing this, the corner of Mu Ting's mouth revealed a smile. Although we are only a few kilometers away from the cultivators, normally, we would be able to attack them in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. However, right now we can't even find this place in the time it takes to eat a meal. Right time in. This is my sword token. Lu Rochong reached out his hand, took out a sword slip and handed it over to the old man. "Send it to the various sword sects. Also, inform all the swordsmen of my Black Phoenix sword sect that our defeat today was just a ruse. In front of the sword tomb, there is a 4-direction sword formation that the warriors of my sword region have set up for many years. They only need to listen to my orders and lure the cultivators of the Dao sect into the sword formation. Those hundreds of thousands of cultivators will not be able to escape even if they have wings. Yes, disciple understands. Tai Min's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She reached out to take LV Rochong's sword slip and instructed her disciples to pass down the order. Mu Ting also immediately instructed her disciples to pass down the order. After Tai Min finished assigning the disciples, LV Rochong took out a few sword slips and handed them to him, instructing, "This is the secret technique of the sword formation that my Black Phoenix sword sect is stationed in. Distribute it to the disciples as well. The secret technique is very simple. It has already been taught to the disciples in advance before the battle. When they enter the sword formation later, they only need to follow the command of the main formation." Yes. Tai Min responded again. She extended her divine thought and smiled. "Martial Uncle LV's plan is flawless. I have also learned this secret technique before, but I did not expect to use it here." Go. LV Rochong waved his hand and said, "Tell the warriors of my Black Phoenix sword sect that they are not retreating in defeat. They are advancing towards victory." Yes. Tai Min left happily. At this time, Mu Ting had also finished assigning the disciples and flew forward with LV Rochong. Suddenly Mu Ting was alert. She waved her hand and a 5-colored sword light flew out of her sleeve and pierced into the air about 1 zhang in front of her. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the sword light was cut in half in mid-air. A thin space crack that looked like a giant centipede flashed and the grayish-black brilliance disappeared. Near the space crack, the sword light that was cut in half was actually absorbed by the flashing brilliance. Splitting blade. LV Rochong and Mu Ting exclaimed at the same time. "Senior Sister LV, this is a little strange." Mu Ting released her divine thought, but it could not reach far. She could not even detect the space crack that flashed and disappeared. She could only slow down her flying speed and go around it. Then she said in a low voice, "This splitting blade has always been in the depths of the sword catacomb, where the arrays and sword formations are the most concentrated. Now that we have entered the depths of the sword catacomb, we have not reached the core area. It is normal for some divine thought to be able to detect the splitting blade's existence. This splitting blade that cannot be detected by divine thought and can even absorb sword chi should not be here, right?" Unexpectedly, LV Rochong was shocked at first. But when she took out a sword scroll and looked at it, her expression returned to normal. She then whispered a few words to Mu Ting. Mu Ting also understood. But after flying for a while, Mu Ting said again, "If it is as Senior Sister LV said, it is not strange for the splitting blade to appear here. However, how would the disciples of the sword domain know so much? Inadvertently, tens or even thousands of lives will be left here. According to my thoughts, now that we have entered the depths of the sword catacomb and are close to the sword will, but there is still no news of the splitting blade. Even if we are just acting, it is enough. Why don't we change our direction now?" Chapter 2630. That's right. What Junior Sister Mu said is exactly what I want. LV Rochong said with a smile. "Just now, I took a look at the sword slip again. Although the sword essence of this sword is not in the same direction as the sword formation, it is on the same level as the sword formation. If we fly here, it's not too far away. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, we can just fly horizontally towards the east, which is about 300 miles away, and we can reach." Just as LV Rochong said this, within a range of dozens of miles, countless roars and thunderclaps could be heard incessantly. Tens of thousands of rays of light also rushed into the sky. In front of LV Rochong's eyes, the scene of dusk with cold raindrops falling down suddenly brightened. As the light swayed, countless strange scenes flashed past. Golden light, silver light, and red light intertwined, as if all the light in the world had fallen here. Oh no. LV Rochong turned pale with fright. She saw the sword light flowing around her body, and the phoenix sword essence immediately flew out as if to block the brilliance. However, wherever the sword light went, the brilliance that caused a drastic change scattered, as if it had nothing to do with the sword light. When the phoenix sword essence rushed into the sky with a sword cry, the entire sword catacomb suddenly fell into a dead silence. LV Rochong was dumbfounded. The bleak dimness had disappeared. In the distant horizon, a thin layer of light screen emerged from the horizon. It was not pure silver white, nor was it pure azure. Instead, it was divided into 10 colors. After this colorful light screen appeared, it shot straight up into the sky and gathered above the heads of the swordsmen in the blink of an eye. Far away, high above the seemingly unreachable ninth heaven, the 10 rays of light condensed into a light spot the size of a bowl. Boom! A muffled thunder came from the light spot, but there was no sign of heavenly thunder. With the rare thunder in the sword catacomb, the 10 rays of brilliance flowed down the light curtain layer by layer and firmly covered the entire sky. Looking at the rugged soil and red vegetation beneath his feet, they were long gone. Huge rocks were piled up on the ground, and between the rocks were white skeletons. The countless black eye sockets of the skeletons were staring straight at the sky. The green color of the mountain rocks contrasted with the snow-white skeletons. It was truly a strange sight. Moreover, this strange sight was boundless, as if it was an existence that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 200,000 swordsmen who were flying in different directions but had the same goal could not see each other clearly. The sword catacomb's special property had restricted the swordsman's divine sense, and dusk and Chi-Yu had blocked each other's vision. At this moment, these hundreds of thousands of swordsmen suddenly appeared above this strange mountain rock. In mid-air, they could be seen with a single glance. It was as though they were no longer hidden. These swordsmen were as dumbfounded as LV Rochang. They hovered in the air helplessly. Their widened eyes were very similar to the skeletons between the rocks. It was just that the skeletons' eye sockets were pitch black, while the cultivator's eyes were filled with panic. All the swordsmen released their flying swords, and the brilliant sword light protected their bodies. Although the sword light was shining, it was extremely unstable. Clearly, it was extremely compatible with the swordsman's panic. Is this the sword catacomb's incomplete array? Mu Ting could not compare to LV Rochang's calmness. The red sword light emitted an intense heat wave, almost overturning the few swordsmen beside her. Her eyes were wide open, and she moaned with a kind of doubt that even she did not dare to confirm. LV Rochang's heart was in turmoil. In order to set up the 4-direction sword array, she had comprehended most of the sword arrays in the sword domain. Even if it was the Dao Sex array, she did not skimp on it. Seeing such a huge commotion around her, how could she not know that she had fallen into the Dao Sex array? While LV Rochang's mouth was bitter, a series of questions arose in her mind. The Dao Sex cultivators. How could they think of setting up an array in the sword catacomb? Those Jindan stage cultivators who work behind closed doors in the meeting hall. How could they have such wisdom? Could it be that Tu Hong is not dead and is faking his death in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, how could they know that the warriors of the sword domain would definitely retreat? And that they would definitely retreat to the sword catacomb? Moreover, the sword catacomb is so big, this array is just a drop in the ocean. How could they know that the warriors of the sword domain would definitely retreat to here? Could it be that there are Dao Sex spies in the sword domain? This spy is also an illusory sword cultivator? Or the sword essence just now was done by a Dao Sect cultivator? This is impossible. The warriors of the sword domain had already set up a sword array in the sword catacomb, and this place is not too far away from my sword array. Could it be that the warriors of the sword domain did not notice it? She thought about how she had painstakingly set up the sword array, but at the last moment when she was trying to lure the enemy, it turned out to be real and fell into the cultivator's array. LV Rochang felt a sweet taste in her throat, and she almost vomited blood. It was even more difficult for the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to adapt to such a situation. Previously, they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow and wanted to escape from the sword tomb. However, when they received the sword order, they knew that they were just bait to lure the cultivators into a place of eternal damnation. The joy and excitement had just risen, but it was only for a moment before they were immediately trapped in such a huge magic array. It was only now that they realized that they were the ones who had entered a place of eternal damnation. The brief happiness just now was just an extremely brief dream. "Senior Sister Elvi, what's going on?" Mu Ting groaned and hurriedly asked, "Is this a remnant array or could it be the sword array of the sword domain?" LV Rochang gritted her teeth, and the shock and fear in her eyes disappeared. She said coldly, "Junior sister, release your divine sense and have a look." "Oh no, my divine sense can't leave my body." Mu Ting was shocked, and then she very naturally mobilized the sword essence. Only when the sword essence in her body flowed naturally did she relax, but she forgot that just now, she had already released her sword essence outside her body. How can an incomplete formation cover such a large area? Can an incomplete sword array have such great power? LV Rochang said faintly, "This is the array set up by the Dao sect cultivators in the sword catacomb. We have now fallen into the ambush of the Dao sect cultivators." This is impossible," Mu Ting said in a flustered and exasperated manner. "How could those golden core cultivators, who are like Jurassic beasts, know the route we took to retreat? How could they set up an array in the sword catacomb without anyone knowing? Mu Ting still wanted to say it. She seemed to really not want to believe that she had fallen into the trap of the cultivators, but LV Rochang coldly interrupted her. "Junior sister Mu, now that things have come to this, we need to calm down. You have to know that you are a third-grade illusory swordsman, and can easily kill ordinary golden core cultivators. How can you be so flustered? Besides, the battlefield changes rapidly, and it is always difficult to distinguish between the enemy and us. If we fall into the trap of the cultivators, we can just kill our way out. What is there to be afraid of?" Hearing this, Mu Ting was slightly quiet, but she smiled bitterly and said, "I am not flustered, but I feel that it is extremely inconceivable. This is simply too inconceivable. Yes, I also feel that it is not possible. But it has indeed happened." LV Rochang snorted coldly and said, "However, the cultivators want to set up an array in the sword catacomb to strangle us, which is too whimsical. Although there are only a few 100,000 of us left, the sword catacomb is filled with gold chi, sword intent, and sword chi. These are all things that the cultivators cannot control. Look at the array, it is dozens of miles long, and there must be a sword array hidden inside. We only need to find the flaws and break it one by one." After LV Rochang finished speaking, he did not wait for Mu Ting to answer. He looked around and ordered, "You all immediately go to each sword sect to contact the scouting disciples and find out the general situation of the array. Remember, once you have found out, no matter the cost." Yes, disciples understand. More than a dozen fourth-grade swordsmen received the order and flew in all directions. LV Rochang flew up again and a sword intent soared into the sky. The huge phoenix sword light hovered above his head. In addition to the flying swords of the surrounding swordsmen, more than a dozen sword intents with the same sword momentum soared into the sky and flew in this direction. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the swordsmen of the illusory sword realm flew to LV Rochang's side. These swordsmen, without exception, had a thick, puzzled expression on their faces. They were originally hunters but suddenly became prey. Even if they were extremely powerful swordsmen, they could not help but reveal their expressions. "LV Jin, what is going on?" Chu Jianchong of the Xianjian sect took the lead and asked. LV Rochang's gaze swept across the crowd, knowing that they were unwilling to give up. He said lightly, "Do you still need me to say this? Could it be that all of you can't see it? I'm afraid that all of you can't believe it." Chu Jianchong looked at the people around him. The one closest to him was Xuechong of the Bright Sun Sword sect, a second-grade illusory sword realm swordsman. Xuechong coldly looked at Chu Jianchong and said, "Sword friend Chu, don't ask sword friend LV Jin you first. I Xuechong have something to ask. That sword intent that transformed into a sword, was it the sword intent of the Xianjian sect?" Chu Jianchong was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Before we entered the sword tomb, Chu had already reported this to LV Jianyu. That sword intent did indeed have the aura of the Xianjian sect's sword art. Chu also relied on that sword intent to determine that the Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior was here. But this does not mean that it was the Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior who led us into the cultivators' array. Then, what does it mean? What about your Xianjian sect's sword transformation senior?" Xuechong retorted. "Shut up." Before LV Rochang could speak, a huge and muscular swordsman who was like a small mountain roared, "Now that we are united against the outside world, why are you causing trouble?" This person was the beast cultivator of the Quilted Mountain sect, Song Yuan. Chapter 2631. Humph. Xuechong snorted. Frightened by Song Yuan's angry eyes, he didn't speak again. Chu Jianchong opened his mouth but didn't say anything. My fellow cultivators, if you want to die here, I won't stop you. You can debate again and even fight. Let's see who is right. LV Rochong said coldly, however, if you want to break this magic array, pass through the sword tomb safely, and lead the cultivators into our sword array again, then, you have to listen to my orders. For a moment, more than a dozen people were silent. I feel very guilty. I didn't expect that everything I had arranged before would change because of some accidents and because of my cautiousness. LV Rochong said again, however, you have to know that we have not reached the end, and we are far from being forced to the edge. Moreover, I have to tell all of you that even if all of us perish here, we'll absolutely not lose this battle, and will definitely make great contributions to the sword domain. All the brave warriors in sword domain will definitely respect us for our meritorious deeds. Of course, we are in a dangerous situation right now, but we still have to fight our way out of this formation because the ones who will have the last laugh are us swordsmen, not those stupid cultivators who are as stupid as Jurassic beasts. LV Rochong encouraged them again. The sword array that we have arranged for many years is not far away. Don't you want to see them fall into the sword array? LV Jianyu, you don't have to say these words. Jian Li of the Lu Jian sect, who was also a swordsman at the second level of the illusory sword realm, said with a wry smile, how can we not understand these principles? Just tell us how to break the magic array. We will definitely follow your lead. Good. LV Rochong clapped his hands and said, I have arranged for my disciples to explore this magic array. When we have the information, we can make a decision. More than a dozen illusory swordsmen nodded. Although there were still doubts in their eyes, they still quieted down. That was exactly what Jian Li said. Who among the illusory swordsmen did not understand? But the problem was that this matter was too strange and no one could accept it in a short time. Therefore, even the second and third grade illusory swordsmen, who were already immortals in the eyes of ordinary people, were still as wishy-washy as a resentful wife. Time passed bit by bit. The disciples who were patrolling the area did not return. Not even a sword slip was sent back. If not for the fact that their divine sense could not leave their bodies, these sword cultivators would have already released their divine sense. Unlike the other illusory sword cultivators, Lu Rochong raised his head and stared at the sky that was overflowing with several kinds of brilliance, above the ball of light that had gathered together. That spot of light was like a 10-colored eye. It was also staring at the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in the field. The flowing brilliance was like a mocking gaze. Lu Rochong raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill sword cry rang out. A flying sword message was sent over from afar. Flying sword message? Everyone was dumbfounded. After all, although they couldn't see the end of this formation when the formation had just closed, the swordsmen were only a few dozen miles away. According to their estimation, this formation was only a few dozen miles in size, not more than 100 miles in size. Within this distance, ordinary sword techniques for transmitting messages would be effective. There was no need to use a flying sword to transmit messages. As if thinking of something, Lu Rochong's face turned cold. He waved his hand and the flying sword turned into a stream of light and fell into his hand. Senior Sister Lu, what do you think? Seeing Lu Rochong look at the sword slip in the flying sword thoughtfully, Mu Ting could not help but ask in a low voice. Junior Sister Mu, see for yourself. Lu Rochong turned over her hand and handed the sword slip to Mu Ting. She frowned and looked up at the sky. What? Thousands of swords soared into the sky, and the golden light was piercing. The whole world was condensed by sword light. Mu Ting's divine sense swept over the sword slip and could not help but exclaim in a low voice, Isn't this the myriad sword array of our sword cultivators? Junior Sister Mu, look carefully. Lu Rochong said indifferently, this is definitely not my sword domain's myriad sword array. It's even more impossible for it to be the supreme sword array. Sword Lord of the world. This is merely a Dao Sex array that gathered the sword intent and sword chi of the sword tomb together, using an array to evolve it. It's completely different from my sword domain's myriad sword array. However, Mu Ting did not seem to have heard her words. She hurriedly looked through the sword slip and threw it to Chu Jianchong, Time is of the essence. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. You can take a look at it one by one. Lu Ruochang shifted her gaze away from the light spot, and a trace of splendor appeared in her eyes as she scanned the swordsman and said, "Inside the sword slip is a message from my Black Phoenix sword sex Tai Min. According to the comprehensive view of the disciples he sent, this array has a circumference of over 80 miles. The edge of the array is covered in thick fog, and within the thick fog there are several huge banners. On top of the banners there are blood-red lanterns, and under the lanterns there are huge flag gates. There are as many as 10 of these flag gates, and they are scattered all around the array." "What array is this?" Flying Spirit Sword Manners Ruo Ling saw that the sword slip was still far away from her and asked gently. "I don't know." Lu Ruochang shook her head slightly and said, "However, according to Tai Min's investigation, this array should be similar to the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array that I know of. Is LV Jinyu very familiar with this array?" Ruo Ling seemed to be relieved as she asked in a low voice. "Zai." Lu Ruochang sighed slightly. "The Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array has 4 flag gates, which is the meaning of heaven and earth. I have studied the way to break it. And this array actually has as many as 10 flag gates. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array." "LV Jinyu, don't be discouraged and don't regret it." Ruo Ling smiled and said, "We have all seen your contributions. Now that we have fallen into a cultivator's array, it is purely by chance. Although this array is different from the Heaven and Earth Flag Gate array, it is still derived from it. Sword Friend is wise and has studied arrays for many years, so you are very proficient in breaking arrays. Breaking this array will still depend on Sword Friend's strength." "Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Sister Ruo Ling." Lu Ruochang's lips curled into a smile. It was an extremely rare sweet smile, but there was also bitterness in this smile. "I also want to lead all of you to break this array successfully. I am not afraid even if my body is smashed to pieces, but what?" Ruo Ling's face was filled with realization. "The worst-case scenario is that we die here. What else can we do?" Senior Sister Ruo Ling has an excellent state of mind. "If any of us step into the sword transformation realm, you will be the first." Lu Ruochang praised. Even if I want to transform into a sword, I have to get through this difficulty." Ruo Ling laughed. "When I transform into a sword in the future, I will definitely remember Junior Sister Lu. I will definitely do my best." Lu Ruochang took a deep breath and said, "But I am not even half confident. Is this array that powerful?" A trace of confusion flashed across Ruo Ling's eyes. After all, she had been involved in the Dao Cultivator War since the beginning. She had seen Lu Ruochang's every scheme and plan. There had never been a time when Lu Ruochang had backed down like this. "Fellow Taoist Lu, you think too highly of the Dao sect." Jianli also did not see the sword slip. At this moment he calmed down and seemed to have thought of something. He said, "As the saying goes, surround 10 times the enemy. Right now, we only have a few 100,000 swordsmen, and the Dao sect cultivators only have a few 100,000 people. If they are confident in surrounding us, they can naturally attack from the front and back. They can just fight to the death. Why do they have to be so sneaky? Why do they have to set up this stupid array? From what I see, this array must have been hastily set up by them as a diversion. We only need to point our swords and we will definitely be able to break it." When Jianli said this, many swordsmen's eyes lit up. They felt that his words made sense. However, Mu Ting and Chu Jianchong, who had seen the sword slip, did not think so. At least, Chu Jianchong looked coldly at Jianli and did not say a word. Ruo Ling was also bewildered. She took the sword slip from Chu Jianchong and used her divine sense to scan it. When Tai Min sent out the flying sword slip, he chose a flag gate to enter. According to what he said before he died, the flag gate was filled with sword light. The golden light was so dazzling that it could penetrate the bone marrow. The sword essence in his body was attracted by the golden light and rushed out uncontrollably. His flying sword had long been penetrated by the flying sword. He could not send out a normal sword slip and could only use the flying sword slip to send out what he knew. Hiss, Jianli could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Tai Min should be a drawing sword grade swordsman? That's right, he is a drawing sword grade swordsman. Lu Ruochang nodded. He had almost no power to fight back in this flag gate. This shows the power of this array. At this moment Ruo Ling had finished reading the sword slip and passed it to Song Yuan. She sighed and said, "That's right, fellow Taoist Lu is right. Fellow Taoist Lu's words are reasonable, but you've forgotten a few points. Firstly, the leader of the sword cultivators is a third-grade illusory sword cultivator, which is comparable to a Taoist cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall are at most in the middle Golden Core stage. If they want to kill us, they have to rely on this array. Therefore this array must be powerful. Secondly, 10 times the number is not bad, but they don't know that we only have less than 30% of the swordsmen here. If they knew that we only had 30% of the swordsmen, they would have surrounded us long ago. Why would they need this array? Fellow Taoist Lu's sword array needs hundreds of thousands of swordsmen to set it up?" Chu Jianchong was stunned. "There's no need for so many." Lu Ruochang shook his head. "It's just less than 100,000 swordsmen." "What about the other swordsmen?" Chu Jianchong asked naturally. Haha, Lu Ruochang laughed but did not answer. "Fellow Taoist Lu, what should we do now?" Chu Jianchong asked awkwardly. From what fellow Taoist Lu said, you seem to have some ideas. Chapter 2632. That's right. LV Ruochang nodded. "I've gained something just now. I want to take advantage of the fact that this formation has just been set up and join forces to find its flaw. Perhaps we can break it in one blow." Ruo Ling frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Since LV Jinyu has a plan, feel free to tell us. We're in a dangerous situation now. The more time we can take action, the more chance we have to survive. I wanted to tell you earlier, but firstly, I wasn't confident. Secondly, the flaw of this sword formation must be where the defense is the most rigorous. There must be a price to pay if we want to attack it. Can't let you all understand." LV Ruochang said awkwardly. Obviously, the ambush of this sword tomb's formation was a big blow to LV Ruochang. She no longer had the composure of commanding the world and began to hesitate many times. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It meant growth, but it wasn't necessarily a good thing either. "Tell us about it," Ruo Ling said and looked up thoughtfully. "Is it the light spot in the center of the formation?" "That's right." LV Ruochang's brows relaxed and she nodded. "There are 10 colors and 10 flag gates. The center of this sky curtain is the center of the formation. We only need to destroy this center and the 10 flag gates will collapse at the same time. The formation will naturally break on its own. It's that simple." Mu Ting didn't believe it. "It's that simple. But the defensive or offensive means of this light spot must be extremely powerful," LV Ruochang explained. "However, this is exactly what's beneficial to us," Ruo Ling said with a smile. "More than 10 of us illusory swordsmen are comparable to swords. We can definitely destroy this center with a joint attack. What LV Jianyu said is the most beneficial plan for us. But this attack will definitely cause casualties or even death." "I can't not," LV Ruochang said hesitantly. "LV Ruo Ling sneered. "Sword Realm's Transformation Sword Senior appointed you as the battle plan before the battle. Since the battle began, our Sword Realm's warriors have won one victory after another while the Dao Sect's cultivators have been defeated. Your performance is obvious to all. If we win this battle, your contribution will be the greatest. If we lose, your contribution will also be the greatest. What are you afraid of when you have such meritorious service? If you are so hesitant, what qualifications do you have to command this battle? How can you be worthy of Senior Huajian's trust? Are you still that Lu Ruochang?" Ruo Ling's words were like knives, and each sentence was like a sword, directly piercing into Lu Ruochang's heart. Lu Ruochang's face flushed red. "Ha, exactly." Song Yuan, who was looking at the sword scroll, opened his mouth wide. His hand, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, clenched slightly, and the sword scroll turned into powder in his hand. He laughed loudly and said, "If sword friend Lu has seen this sword scroll, then it means that we have seen it. What else is there for us to see? Wherever LV Jinyu's sword points, that's where our flying swords will point. Why should we hesitate?" "That's right." Mu Ting and the rest also came to a realization at this moment. They nodded and cried out. "Good." Lu Ruochang's eyes narrowed. In an instant her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her face returned to its previous coldness. Following her praise, Sword light flashed around her body. Sword chi overflowed and the fierce phoenix sword essence soared into the sky. It circled above her head for a moment, and then rushed into her forehead. Kong. A loud sword cry was emitted from Lu Ruochang's body. Following the sword cry, a huge sword slowly appeared amidst the flashing sword light. Lu Ruochang's rock-solid voice came from the huge sword. Sword friends of grade 3 illusory sword, we will all use our secret techniques to transform into swords. At the same time we will attack the place where the 10 colors converge in the sky. Moon sword sex Mu Ting, failing sword manners Ruo Ling, bright sword sex Zhu Qingye, and flame bamboo sword sex Tian Simu responded in unison. Sword light flowed around their bodies. Some released their sword essences, while others directly transformed into swords. 4 huge swords of different colors flashed in mid-air. Wang, sword cries rose one after another from the 5 huge swords. Rays of brilliant sword light were born from the 5 huge swords. They hovered around each other and accompanied each other's cries. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, within a few hundred feet, all the swordsmen's flying swords flew out and trembled in mid-air. It seemed like they were paying respect and also seemed like they were sending them off. Let's go. LV Ruochang's sword chime sounded like a golden drum. The 5 flying swords were activated almost at the same time. 5 huge waterfalls extended rapidly, like a big hand reaching into the sky, vowing to pluck the brightest morning star in the sky. Wang Wang, the 5 flying swords flew, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a few thousand feet was swept up. The hundreds of thousands of swordsmen who were on guard all raised their heads and looked at the flying swords that carried their hopes. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 5 flying swords approached the top of the great array. Under the sword energy of the 5 huge swords, the flowing colors in the sky seemed to have stagnated. The light spot in the middle seemed to have lost its brilliance, and gradually turned white and transparent. It gave off a feeling of being crystal clear. Boom! Just when a glimmer of hope appeared in the hearts of all the swordsmen, in an area of approximately 300 meters around the light spot, the sound of thunder resounded. Countless muffled sounds of thunder could be heard. However, there was no lightning within the sound of thunder. It seemed like the heavenly lightning of the array was also intimidated by the huge swords and lost its effect. Wang Wang, after the sound of thunder, there was a loud buzzing sound in the place where the previous sound of thunder had been. Huge folds began to appear in the sky, as if a calm lake had been stirred up by the 5 flying swords. But the strange thing was that these ripples came from the outside to the inside, and circle by circle they converged at the light spot. And as the ripples converged, the originally crystal clear light spot began to shrink. A soft sound was heard. It seemed to be very soft, but it was extremely loud because the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen within a few dozen miles all heard it. Did it succeed? Almost everyone had the same question. However, the moment this soft sound was heard, the spot of light disappeared. The bright and clean sky above was like a newborn baby's, but without a single flaw. Instead, a strong wave of energy was emitted from the spot of light, and it directly covered the sky. This wave was not heavenly lightning, but it was even stronger than heavenly lightning, and it hit the 5 illusory swordsmen who had transformed into swords. It was faster than boiling water melting snow. The sword chi on the 5 huge swords dissipated and the sword light disappeared. The figures of LV Ruochang and the others flashed a few times, and suddenly appeared in mid-air. Then the 5 illusory swords flashed with sword light, and their figures swayed from side to side as if they had been hit by a huge hammer. While the 5 swordsmen opened their mouths almost at the same time, and 5 mouthfuls of blood spurted out. The 5 swordsmen's figures also fell. Oh no! The hearts of the hundreds of thousands of swordsmen suddenly sank. Chu Jianchong and the other second-grade illusory swordsmen shouted, and immediately rushed into the air on their swords, trying to catch the 5 swordsmen. Fortunately, after the 5 swordsmen fell for hundreds of feet, their figures slowed down and sword light appeared under their feet. Then they grasped their balance and slowly landed. At this time in the sky above, the brilliance of 10 colors was flowing freely, and the previous light spot did not appear again. Obviously, the light spot should be a trap set by the Taoist cultivators to lure the illusory swordsman into the trap. This sword was wrong. At this time, although LV Rochong admitted his mistake, he did not have the absolute remorse from before. What is true is false and what is false is true. The power of the Taoist sex array is far more powerful than the sword array of our sword region. The flaw of the array can also become a land of extinction at any time. However, how can the attack of the warriors of our sword region be compared to that of the Taoist sex cultivators? Since the cultivators have set up this sword array, we swordsmen will divide our swords into 10. Each of us will find a nearby flag gate and attack this array at the same time. I want to see how the cultivators can withstand the anger of hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. After LV Rochong finished speaking, he whispered a few words to the other 4 illusory swordsmen. The normal way to break this array is to attack the 10 flag gates separately. If we break them separately, this battle will be defeated. However, if we break them one by one, this array will be able to repair itself. Therefore, we will attack at the same time and destroy these 10 flag gates, not giving the Taoist sect a chance to repair the array. After saying that, LV Rochong did not land in mid-air. Instead, he flew in the direction of the flying sword message and ordered, "Disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, follow me to kill the cultivators." Yes. All the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect roared. Sword light flashed under their feet, and they chased after LV Rochong. The other disciples of the sword sect followed their respective illusory swordsmen and flew in different directions, approaching different flag gates. As LV Rochong flew, she secretly took out an elixir and swallowed it. The power of this 10-direction annihilation array was indeed powerful. After the 5 illusory swordsmen transformed into swords, their cultivation level was close to that of a transformation swordsman. However, the 5 of them were easily defeated by the fluctuations of the array. Although this was a maze set up by the Taoist sect cultivators, it was also a maze set up by a large amount of magic power and cultivators to deal with the illusory swordsmen. However, from another point of view, this array was really beyond LV Rochong's expectations. It was much more advanced than the Taoist sect array she had comprehended before. This was especially the case when all the disciples within the 10-kilometer-wide formation were sword cultivator disciples. There was not a single Dao sect cultivator to be seen. The layers of light screens of the formation had concealed all the cultivators. LV Rochong had never heard of such a formation before. An extremely strange feeling rose within LV Rochong's heart. It was a premonition that something was not right and that something was not right. Sure enough, before LV Rochong and the disciples flew to the flag gate where Tai Min had fallen, they saw a cloud of faint golden fog shrouding an area of several hundred feet in front of them. However, in the golden fog there was a little red light. It was like the red eyes of a monster staring at the prey that had fallen into the fog. Sword light flashed around LV Rochong's body. Her sword chi was crisscrossing, forcing the golden mist to retreat. However, when she flew closer, she saw that there were already several swordsmen who had drawn their swords and were waiting in the mist. Chapter 26:33. Greetings, Martial Uncle LV. The swordsmen's faces were already filled with anticipation. When they saw LV Rochong coming over, they immediately flew over and bowed. Senior brother Tai Min just flew into the flag gate. Well, I already know. Before they could finish, LV Rochong waved her hand and said, "You've been waiting here for a long time. Is there any movement at the flag gate?" Martial Uncle. A tall and thin disciple with a level 2 bright sword said hesitantly, "When we came here with senior brother Tai Min, there was no golden fog here. The flag gate in the distance was still clear. After senior brother went in, the fog was emitted from the left side of the flag gate. Although the fog is getting bigger, it's only within a few hundred feet. It won't go further." LV Rochong frowned and looked left and right at the fog. The sword light was like silk and the sword chi was like needles. Although the fog was forced back, the fog was rolling endlessly and there was a faint chi-chi sound, like the sound of flying swords rubbing against each other. He then asked, "Is there any other movement?" The disciple was even more hesitant and dared not answer. Another level 1 disciple with a level 2 bright sword said with a smile, "Before senior brother Tai Min left, he told us to only guard the flag gate and not enter it. We've been waiting here for a long time, so we really don't know much. LV Rochong knew she couldn't get anything out of them. She nodded and said, "Go back to your teams." Yes. Several people answered in unison. The tall and thin disciple with a level 2 bright sword gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, "I wonder if senior brother Tai Min. He's already died in the formation." LV Rochong said lightly, "We'll go in and avenge him." Yes. The tall and thin disciple nodded fiercely and flew to the tens of thousands of disciples behind LV Rochong. LV Rochong stared at the red dot in the fog in the distance. Although there was no expression on her face, she did not dare to be careless. The sword aura around her surged, and with a wave of her hand, a sword light flew out. The sound of a phoenix rang out again, and the sword light gradually took shape. A sword intent in the shape of a phoenix flew out from the sword light, and with a slight flap of its wings, the sword light flashed and shook the golden fog away. The phoenix figure formed completely by the sword light rushed out and flew forward. The further in they went, the thicker the fog became. However, the red light was the brilliance of the other side and seemed to be eternal. When LV Rochong brought more than 10,000 disciples under the red light, it was a different situation. In front of the flag gate, there was a tall flagpole that was more than 200 feet long. On the flagpole there was a huge blood-red lantern. The lantern's brilliance was very dim, but it was very penetrating. Although the fog near the lantern was very thick, the brilliance still penetrated through. It was similar to the brightness that LV Rochong saw from afar. As for in front of the flag gate, there was not the slightest bit of fog around the flagpole. This area without fog was about 10 feet long. Rays of golden light shot out from the flag gate, forcing the fog to tumble. "So it's LV Rochong of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect." A cold voice sounded from above the flag gate. "You only have 10,000 disciples under your command, and you dare to break into my golden destruction array. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In this old man's opinion, you should obediently come down and surrender. We Dao sect cultivators do not kill those who surrender. When this battle is over, your Huan country's sword transformation senior will arrive. You can all return to your Huan country, and your Black Phoenix Sword Sect disciples can also be kept." Otherwise, the golden light array will flash with golden light and kill countless swordsmen. You swordsmen, not to mention illusory swords, bright swords and nurturing swords, you will all become ghosts in my array. Golden destruction array? Lu Rochong frowned slightly. He thought for a while but did not have any clue. He looked at the source of the voice on the flag gate and sneered. Dao sect cultivators have always been people who hide their heads and protect their tails. They don't even dare to show their faces. Since you know that this sword is Lu Rochong, which Dao sect cultivator are you? This old man is a nobody in Dao sect. Even if I tell you my name you won't know. Why should this old man ask for a snub? The voice laughed. This old man's golden destruction array is much more famous than this old man. Why don't you take a look at it? Do you think this sword is a golden core cultivator in your Sky Patrol City's conference hall? The Dao sect cultivators have been fighting for so long, and you still don't know how many illusory swordsmen from my sword domain came to participate in the battle and who they are. This sword has already found out who all the cultivators in your conference hall are. Lu Rotong sneered. You only need to tell me your name and this sword will know your origin. All right. The voice laughed. This old man is GMO. GMO? Lu Rochong was slightly stunned. He seemed to think for a moment but he could not figure out the main point. It was as if he had never heard of it before. What? Lu Rochong, this old man has already told you my name. Do you know which sect I am from? The voice sneered as if he wanted to frustrate Lu Rochong's fighting spirit. Lu Rochong rolled his eyes and sneered. You're just a cultivator from Sky Patrol City. What's so difficult about it? It's a pity that you're indeed a nobody. You can't compare to that Tu Hong, so this sword doesn't know you. Otherwise, you would have been a ghost under my sword long ago. What's the use of just a sharp tongue? Can you break my golden destruction array? GMO was not angry. He snorted at the same time. You swordsmen should enter the array. Let's see what happens inside the array. Before his voice died away, a golden brilliance surged above the flag gate. As the brilliance rotated, A golden gate that was several feet in size appeared from the flag gate. The golden brilliance inside the golden gate was extremely dazzling, but no clues could be seen. Hiss! LV Ruchong sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time she had seen such a strange way of entering the array. The golden light circled around the edges of the golden door, and it was no different from the sharp sword chi. Her first suspicion was that this golden door was a weapon used to kill people. What? Lu Ruchong, you don't dare to enter? Ji Mo's voice came from inside the golden gate. Don't you sword cultivators claim that you walk with your sword and move forward bravely? Ah, not bad, not bad. Sure enough, the person who knows me best can only be my opponent and not my friend. Lu Ruchong waved her hand, raised her head and roared. The phoenix sword essence flapped its sword wings and rushed into the golden gate. Then Lu Ruchong's body flashed with sword radiance as she flew in. There was indeed no danger inside the golden gate. However, just as Lu Ruchong passed through the golden gate, the dazzling golden brilliance immediately dimmed, and a huge world appeared before her eyes. She saw a huge sword mountain in the distance. Countless flying swords were piled up, and it was hundreds of feet tall. The sword mountain was dozens of miles away, and countless broken flying swords were stabbed into the ground. At the same time, there were countless flying swords flying freely in the air like birds. A sorrowful, proud, lonely and cold sword essence filled the entire world. Third sword world? In a flash, Lu Ruchong was slightly absent-minded. The space inside the array was really similar to the supreme realm of sword cultivators. This realm of using swords to create all things in the world was also the goal that Lu Ruchong had been pursuing all her life. It's a pity. You only know the shape of flying swords but not the spirit of flying swords. You can't understand the will of flying swords and you don't even know the heart of flying swords. How can you use flying swords to create the world? Lu Ruchong then sighed. The mountains and cliffs in this array can only be piled up by flying swords, and cannot be created using sword essence. It's really a huge mistake. Ha ha ha! Golden brilliance shining out of the sword tomb, illuminating the body, and calamity descends. Even if you have the flying technique of sword cultivators, it's hard to escape from this array and lose your life. Lu Ruchong. This is the sword tomb, my golden destruction array, and the burial place of your Black Phoenix sword sect's 10,000 swordsmen. Where is your so-called sword that condenses the world? With a loud laugh, the figures of 4 cultivators appeared on the sword mountain in the air and near the flying swords. The early gold core stage, Ji Yi laughed coldly. Lu Ruchong, we meet again. In the air, Ji Hong's face was the ugliest. This is your burial place. Today we must avenge Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo. Is that so? Lu Ruchong did not seem surprised and instead asked, I wonder which one of you is prepared to self-destruct today. Why would we want to self-destruct? Thousand Leaf Ridge's Zhou Qingping laughed. We heard that Qin Jian's self-destruction did not even injure my Dao Sect's Foundation establishment disciples. It's very strange how a sword cultivator self-destructs, and how he can injure himself but not others. If you have the heart, why don't you satisfy our curiosity? Zhou Qingping's words were really obscure. Hearing it, Lu Ruchong was slightly taken aback, but soon after he sneered and looked left and right. At this time the 10,000 Black Phoenix Sword Sect disciples had all entered, and they really did not encounter any obstruction at the golden door. After Lu Ruchong was relieved, he looked at the 4 cultivators who appeared in different places with interest. This sword has 2 questions that I have always wanted to ask. I wonder which one of you can answer them? Say it. Since you don't have much time left, we will be happy to answer your last question in this Dawn Rain continent. Zhou Qingping answered without hesitation. Lu Ruchong snorted and said with extreme contempt, if the sect master of Thousand Leaf Ridge came, this sword would still be a little afraid. You are just an early golden core cultivator. This sword does not put you in my eyes at all. What ability do you have to make this sword fall here? When you fall, you will naturally know that this old man has the ability. Zhou Qingping's mouth was not at a disadvantage. GMO, this sword asks you, when did your Sky Patrol City and Conference Hall set up this sword formation in the sword tomb? How did you hide it from the warriors of my sword region? Which cultivator set up this great formation? Lu Ruchong turned to ask GMO, this old one will tell you now. Clear Leaf Sect's Ji Hong said loudly, when my Dao sect attacked the spirit stone mine that your sword cultivator occupied, We had already set up this sword formation. And the setting up of this sword formation was the plan of Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Chapter 26-34. Qian Mo. How could he? LV Rochong was stunned. How could he have such a plan? Could it be that it wasn't Tu Hong's doing? Senior brother Tu was assassinated by Qin Jian. How could he come back to life? If senior brother Tu was here, would he need to force all of you into the sword tomb? He would have killed all of you during the battle at the Spirit Stone Mine. GMO sneered. Luckily, this wasn't Tu Hong's plan to fake his death. LV Rochong was still fearful of Tu Hong. Hearing that Tu Hong had indeed passed away, she heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she would never say that Qin Jian had already told her that Tu Hong wasn't assassinated by him. But now you know the cycle of karma, revenge breeds revenge. Ji Hong sneered, Daoist friend Qian Mo died because of you. Today you will fall into his trap and die because of him. Kiki, I don't know how many cultivators have died in my hands. LV Rochong wasn't angry. Instead she replied, if revenge breeds revenge, I would have died 1,000 times over. Then I shall let you know the power of this array. Ji Hong waved her hand and a faint golden banner appeared in her hand. She shouted, disciples, listen to my command. Wait. LV Rochong waved her hand and said, I have a question. Speak. Ji Hong shouted. If this array is called the Golden Destruction Array, what is the name of the entire array? You are really thirsty for knowledge. Ji Hong mocked, not to mention that I won't tell you. Even if I tell you, can you break this array? My men, listen to my command. Ji Hong hated LV Rochong to the core. She had no intention of answering her question. She waved the small banner in her hand and countless faint golden light pierced the sky. Kill. Following Ji Hong's command, a strange fluctuation appeared near Ji Hong. Countless sword light and sword chi were produced. Within the sword chi there was a sparkling golden light. It was as though there was a sword wave in the sea of swords under the sun. It surged towards the tens of thousands of sword cultivators. GMO frowned slightly when he saw Ji Hong take action. Although the four of them were jointly in charge of the Golden Destruction Formation, Heng Feng had placed him in front of the four of them. Even Xiong Huasong's arrangements were left to him. He should be the one to launch the first attack against the sword cultivator. However, following the activation of the Clear Leaf Sect, the Cool Breeze Valley and the Thousand Leaf Ridge followed suit. The three figures gradually disappeared in the golden light. GMO had no choice but to wave his array flag and instruct the Sky Patrol City disciples to activate the Dharma array. He then disappeared with a displeased look on his face. Disciples, get into formation. Seeing that Ji Hong had activated the Golden Destruction Array without a word, LV Rochong naturally waved her hand. The 10,000 disciples behind her had already gathered as if they were in the clear cave. Thousands of sword lights flashed and the sword chi crisscrossed. They were about to face the attack of the array. However, what happened next far exceeded LV Rochong's expectations. It was something that the disciples of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect had never seen even in their dreams. The four golden core cultivators waved their array flags, and four golden lights condensed at the array flags. As the golden lights flickered, the four figures disappeared one after another. The four golden lights were like four golden swords hanging in mid-air, motionless. Seeing that all the swordsmen had released their flying swords, the four golden swords suddenly exploded, turning into thousands of light spots that rushed into the sky. Rumble. A sound that was completely different from the sound of the swords rang out. The scene in the entire space began to distort as if the entire world had suddenly turned upside down. Countless broken swords suddenly appeared in mid-air. These broken swords also emitted a strong sword chi, like a heavenly river that broke through the dikes of the 9 heavens, pouring down in torrents towards the 10,000 swordsmen. And within these flying swords that were like flowing water, there was also a faint golden light flowing through them. Thousands of swords soaring into the sky, piercing golden light. LV Ruochong immediately understood what Tai Min had experienced before. Her expression could not help but change. Almost without any hesitation, the sword essence around her swarmed out, and the phoenix sword intent expanded once again. The phoenix flapped its sword wings and rushed towards the torrential rain of flying swords. At the same time, the 10,000 swordsmen released their sword intent. The sword chi and sword lights condensed together, transforming into dozens of huge swords. They also followed behind the phoenix sword intent and rushed towards the torrential rain of swords. Rumble, deafening sounds rang out one after another, as if a waterfall had fallen into a deep pool. The soaring sword chi was wrapped up by the torrential rain of swords and was firmly suppressed. When all kinds of brilliance overflowed, the sword chi scattered in all directions, tearing the already distorted scene even more. The unyielding phoenix sword intent let out a sorrowful cry and tried its best to rush up to the ninth heaven. Under the torrential rain of swords, a huge gap was opened by it. Swish swish swish, like the sound of a drizzle brushing against a mountain rock, or like the sound of sand being thrown into a lake. A small but tenacious sound was heard again amidst the deafening sound. It was the sound of the golden light in the rain of swords falling on the phoenix sword intent and the completely different sword intent. When all the sword lights that formed the sword intent encountered this golden light, all of them dimmed and their sword brilliance disappeared. The dozens of huge swords gradually melted in this golden light and finally disappeared. Even LV Rochang's phoenix sword intent was shattered by this golden light, and it became like a bald chicken. Oh no! LV Rochang was shocked. The golden destruction formation. So the power is actually this inexplicable golden light. LV Rochang had already understood that the thousands of broken swords were just a cover. This golden light was the trump card condensed by the magical power of the disciples of the four sects behind the formation. Not only that, the golden light passed through the sword intent and fell on LV Rochang's body. Streaks of pain, as if her flesh was being torn apart, appeared on the surface of her body. The flashing sword light around her could not block the corrosion of this golden light. LV Rochang was shocked. She knew in her heart that when a sword cultivator faced a cultivator, it depended on the strength of the physical body. Only a strong physical body could merge with the flying sword and even turn it into a sword. This golden light could penetrate the protective sword light of a third-grade illusory swordsman and cause her pain. How could the drawing sword and the sword-nurturing swordsman resist it? Just as this thought appeared in LV Rochang's mind, hundreds of screams were heard. At the place where the golden light fell, hundreds of sword-nurturing swords disciples were drenched in blood and fell from the sky together. In the blood, the eerie white bones could be seen. It was the same as the white bones on the ground outside the flag gate. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? LV Rochang was a little flustered. The sword vitality in her body circulated rapidly, and the broken phoenix sword intent flew to her forehead. As the sword light flourished, she had already activated the secret technique. Within her body, sword light overflowed and a huge flying sword transformed from her body. LV Rochang was forced to use her sword transformation secret technique as soon as she entered the golden destruction formation. Wu, the powerful sword chi on the huge sword imprisoned the torrential sword flow. As the sword light flashed, the entire sword flow seemed to have a tendency to reverse. A third-grade illusory swordsman can resist 4 early-stage golden core cultivators. An angry voice sounded again. It was Ji Hong of the Clear Leaf sect. But, can you resist the magical power of 100,000 Foundation Establishment disciples? As she spoke, several rays of golden light bloomed in midair, and countless broken swords were born from the sword flow. The huge sword chi rushed out and broke through the imprisonment of LV Rochang's huge sword. It poured down again, and within the sword flow, even more golden light was born. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. There was still the sound of drizzling rain. The sword light of the huge sword was washed by the golden light and slowly corroded. Screams were heard as the golden light brushed down. One by one, the sword-nurturing swordsmen were killed by the golden light without any chance to fight back. The sword-nurturing swordsmen were slightly better off, but in the golden light, their sword light was also corroded and washed away. It was like a faded old cloth that was about to become transparent. In the golden light, the pale faces of all the sword-nurturing swordsmen were brushed with golden powder. They were like ferocious puppets, their lives hanging by a thread. Beside LV Rochang, there were more than 10 sword-nurturing swordsmen of the first and second grade. That day in the clear cave, because they wanted to feign defeat, they did not reveal their cultivation. Now they did not dare to hide it anymore. Two or three second-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen tried their best to activate their secret technique and tried to use the power of their swords to resist the golden light. Unfortunately, they were not as good as LV Ruochang. As soon as they transformed into flying swords, they were immediately returned to their original forms by the sword light. They could only rely on constantly activating their sword origin to repair their sword intent and block the golden light. As for the first-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen, they were even more cautious and released their sword intent to resist. Although there were a dozen or so illusory swordsmen standing above the 10,000 drawing swords and nurturing swords, blocking part of the golden light and sword streams, how could these dozen or so illusory swordsmen take care of the 10,000 swordsmen? Miserable screams rose and fell one after another. Every scream was the end of a living life. As a third-grade sword-nurturing swordsman, LV Ruochang led more than 10,000 sword-nurturing swordsmen of the first and second-grade sword-nurturing swordsmen of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. Even so, they were helpless in the face of the Golden Annihilation Formation, not to mention the other cultivators. In front of the Heavenly Annihilation Formation, Zhu Qingye of the Bright Sword Sect narrowed his eyes and looked at the Azure Flag Gate cautiously. Different from the Golden Annihilation Formation, the Flag Gate of the Heavenly Annihilation Formation was azure. There were even a few patches of pure white on the inside, like the white clouds floating in the sky. The blue brilliance pushed away the thick fog, like a pure blue gem standing in front of the Bright Sword Sect cultivators. Senior Brother Zhu. Not far behind Zhu Qingye, another second-grade sword-nurturing swordsman said in a low voice, "This formation has a strange feeling. This blue brilliance seems to be emitted by the water-type Dharma treasures of the Tao sect cultivators. According to what I know, powerful water-type Dharma treasures might be innate true water or innate heavy water." Back in the Seven Extremes Mountains, a disciple of the Huanhua sect used a Dharma body of innate true water to kill junior sister Yun Bai. Yes, how could I not know? Zhu Qingye bit his lips. It's just that the Tao sect cultivators set up such a large formation to challenge us sword cultivators. They want to borrow the power of the formation to kill us sword cultivators and reduce their casualties. Now that we've entered the trap, what other choice do we have? Ji Ming, now that you've entered the formation, you illusory sword-nurturing swordsmen don't have to hide your cultivation anymore. Just use whatever strength you can. Chapter 26:35. Yes, I understand. The disciple named Jiming nodded and said, "When we attack, we will also take care of the disciples. We will protect as many as we can." Zhu Qingye nodded and the sword light around him began to flash. It was the bright red color. Clang. As Zhu Qingye waved his hand, a bright red small sword flew out. The sword light was dazzling and the sword chi was threatening. The fog nearby was forced out by several feet. Even small hurricanes rolled up and poured into the small sword. The sword light of the small sword gradually enlarged, and a red sun was gradually born from the small sword. Go. Zhu Qingye activated the red sun sword essence, and the red sun entered the blue flag gate just like the rising sun in the sky. However, the light of the rising sun was too dazzling and could kill people. The red sun sword will approach the flag gate, and the azure above the flag gate gradually rippled. When the red sun entered it, it was like a stone striking the sky out of the water. The entire azure was lifted up, revealing a passage inside. And this passage still remained there after the red sun passed. Zhu Qingye's body moved. Although he didn't turn into a rainbow, he rushed into the passage like a stream of light following the red sun. Inside the gate was an azure blue sky. It was impossible to tell up from down, left from right, as it surrounded the entire space. Crack. A white cloud flashed out of the blue sky. The Taiching sect's De Sun was wearing a Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in one hand and a flag in the other as he appeared. The heavenly Tao is vast and mysterious, and the killing array is mysterious and endless. Heaven and earth are inverted and the mysteries are full of right and wrong. Sword cultivators step on the path of no return, and mortals turn into ashes when they enter the array. I wonder which swordsman dares to break my annihilation array. Dasun recited and waved his horsetail whisk like an immortal. Humph, I'm Zhu Qingye of the Bright Sword sect. Zhu Qingye let out a cold snort from his nose, very disdainful of Yudishuan's behavior, and replied. His red sun sword intent hung in the air, flashing brilliantly, condensing into wisps of flame, illuminating the surrounding area. Are you Dasun of the Taiching sect? Zhu Qingye asked again. That's right, it's I. Dasun nodded slightly and continued. Zhu Qingye, since you are acquainted with I, it can be considered fate. Now that your sword cultivator faction has fallen into my Dao sect's annihilation formation, your life and death is in your hands. If you know what's good for you, you should seal your true energy now, and the 10,000 over clear sword sect disciples behind you will have a way to survive. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret once I wave this flag and the great battle begins. Ha! Zhu Qingye laughed and pointed his finger. I've only heard of swordsmen who die standing, but I've never heard of swordsmen who die lying down. It seems like I'm the one who wants to say these words to the cultivators of your Dao sect. Then Zhu Qingye pointed his finger and said, Look at the dozen illusory sword disciples behind me. You, a middle gold core stage cultivator, can't even compare to my junior brother. How dare you say that you want my head? Even if this Zhu has sealed my sword origin, how can you get within 5 feet of this Zhu? As he spoke, the 10,000 over clear sword sect disciples had already flown into the flag gate and landed behind Zhu Qingye. Under the command of the dozen illusory sword disciples, they formed a formation. Dasun was not affected by Zhu Qingye's heroic spirit at all. He simply ignored the morale of the clear sword sect disciples and sneered. My Taiching sect treats people with mercy because we don't want to kill more of your sword cultivators. That's why I said this. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I just want to live up to my conscience. Fellow Taoist Dasun, your good intentions have been taken for granted. Another faint white cloud flashed not far away from Dasun. Huang Feng from the Exotic Beast sect, who rarely showed himself in the battle between Dao cultivators, did not want to fall behind. He revealed himself and smiled at the group of ant-like swordsmen. These savage sword cultivators simply don't understand the power of my Dao sect's sword formation. They only want to use a dozen illusory swords to deal with my gold core stage cultivators. They don't know that we cultivators don't even need to fight them openly. We only need to wave our flags slightly and the lives of 10,000 sword cultivators will be reduced to nothing. The Taiching sect's Dasun will be famous among us sword cultivators. Zhu Qingye's eyes flashed with a trace of sternness. He said coldly, Who are you, a faceless cultivator? You. Huang Feng was furious. No matter what, he was still a gold core stage cultivator in the conference hall. Although he could not participate in the rotation, he still had a prominent status. He did not believe that Zhu Qingye did not know his identity. However, Zhu Qingye's sarcastic retort exposed the little bit of inferiority in his heart. Fellow Taoist Dasun, these sword cultivators are stubborn. Why should we waste our breath? Just kill them all. Huang Feng did not dare to be the first to activate the formation like Ji Hong. Instead, he respectfully said to Dasun. Dasun's face was also suffused with killing intent. The Taiching sect had also lost many disciples in this battle. It was more than most of the battles that Dasun had checked in the ancient records before he left the Taiching sect. Moreover, the Dao sect cultivators had always been suppressed by the swordsmen. Today they finally turned the tables and took advantage of the formation. Regardless of whether it was the Taiching sect's disciples or Dasun and Huang Feng, they did not have to face the illusory swords directly. How could he not want to kill these swordsmen who made him gnash his teeth in hatred? Hearing Huang Feng's words, Dasun nodded slightly. Since they are stubborn people, we can only stop killing with killing. Fellow Taoist Huang, let's activate the formation together and take revenge for fellow Taoist Li Qingshu of the Immortal Music sect. Good. Fellow Taoist Dasun's words are exactly what I want. Huang Feng cracked a smile and the flag in his hand swayed along with Dasun. A faint breeze blew past and the two white clouds were actually blown away. It was as if there was not a trace of smoke or fire. It was completely the same as the flowing clouds in the sky. Not good. This formation. Zhu Qingye's sword intent was a red sun. In his early years, when he was nurturing his sword intent, he had a lot of experience of the changes in heaven and earth. When he saw that the changes in this formation were extremely similar to the changes in the sky, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He knew that the power of this formation must be extremely powerful. Disciples, Zhu Qingye ordered without hesitation. Form the formation and attack. Yes. More than 10,000 disciples responded. One by one they released their flying swords. The sword chi was swift and fierce, surging within the formation. However, this formation was formed. How should they attack? The entire heaven and earth was like the image of the sky. There was not the slightest trace of a cultivator. They couldn't attack from all directions. It was also at this moment that another breeze blew past. It was as if it was a light strand, blowing past the hair of a swordsman. When it blew past the second swordsman, that breeze had already split into 2 strands. However, in the blink of an eye, a hurricane was born among the swordsmen. The hurricane blew the sword armor of the 10,000 swordsmen. That flickering flame-like sword light also swayed in this hurricane. In the end, this hurricane rushed to the back of the swordsman, which was also where the flag gate was located. Following the sound, the scene at the flag gate began to distort. It was as if the sky was being rolled up by the hurricane. Immediately after, the surrounding sky was also sucked in. That azure sky was extremely distorted and looked very strange. Zhu Qingye was somewhat at a loss. Although he was a third-grade illusory swordsman and could kill late-stage gold core realm cultivators with a flying sword, he really didn't understand formations. Facing the fluctuations in the sky and the countless hurricanes, he really didn't know how to deal with it. Come out, Zhu Qingye clenched his teeth and the red sun sunk into his forehead. The crimson sword light mixed with flames was emitted from his body, and a crimson greatsword slowly emerged from his body. Zhu Qingye had transformed into a sword. He was prepared to deal with the changes by remaining still and not changing. The huge crimson sword flickered in mid-air, illuminating the distorted sky for nearly 1,000 feet. Sure enough, the place where the sword chi was pointed at showed signs of stagnation. Seeing this, the other 10 or so swordsmen at the first and second grade of the illusory swordsmen immediately activated their secret techniques. Those who could transform into swords didn't care about the price and released their huge swords. Several huge flying swords stood under the changing sky, looking like a cornerstone. Moreover, where the sword chi was pointed at, it seemed as if it was going to tear the distorted sky apart. All the moving sceneries were either stagnating or circling in several places. However, just when the flying swords of the clear sword sect disciples were humming along with the huge swords and thought that the situation was settled, the sky in the midst of the hurricane was suddenly torn apart like a curtain, revealing the true face behind the azure sky. This was already the 3rd time Zhu Qingye was shocked. Because after the azure sky disappeared, the entire space including the feet of the sword cultivators, turned completely dark. And in the depths of this darkness, there were countless abnormally small light spots. These light spots were faintly discernible and flickering just like fireflies. Although Zhu Qingye was an illusory swordsman and was half a step into the realm of sword transformation, he didn't have the comprehension of heaven and earth like the Tao sect. He also didn't have the great opportunity to see this kind of starry sky formation like Xiaohua. Naturally, he only felt a sense of desolation and vastness from this darkness, but his heart was also greatly shocked. This starry sky was so desolate that even the breeze in the sky was stingy. A feeling of extreme stillness suddenly rose from the hearts of the 10,000 swordsmen flashing with sword light. It was as if there were only ant-like lives in this boundless space. There, just when everyone was silent, a curious and even excited voice sounded. It was a swordsman who shouted as he pointed at the dazzling fireworks-like star under his feet. Oh yes, it's like a shooting star in the night sky. The eyes of a female swordsman at the side were like crescent moons. She almost closed her eyes and made a wish. Chapter 2636. Star Dough. Not good. When Zhu Qingye saw this, he immediately realized something. He seemed to have heard of this object somewhere before. Quick, disciples, get into formation and defend against this object's attack. Zhu Qingye's voice was like a golden chime coming from the huge sword. He himself turned the sword and slowly flew towards the incoming meteor. Quick, quick, quick. All of the clear sword sect disciples came to their senses. Shocked, they hurriedly changed their formation. However, just as they stabilized themselves, another disciple shouted, "Not good, there's more above us." Sure enough, when everyone raised their heads in surprise, another dot of light slowly flew over. This time the dot of light was even bigger and brighter. Over there, over there. The group of swordsmen had yet to shift their gazes away from the light spots when another group of swordsmen began to shout out. In the starry sky around the group of swordsmen, dozens of light spots began to move. It was truly too much for the swordsmen to handle. Disciples, don't panic. Get into formation and defend the surroundings. Ji Ming's cold voice rang out and all the disciples hurriedly moved. The clear sword sect disciples were also very impressive. In just a short moment they had formed a defensive formation. It was like a huge ball rushing in all directions. At this moment the earliest light spot had already closed in. A tremendous pressure came from the distant light spot, stirring up the dead silence of the starry sky. It also suppressed the heart of the swordsman facing the light spot. At this time the light dot could be seen clearly. It was a round ball that was several tens of zhang in size. That round ball let out a woo-woo sound, and there seemed to be a long tail behind it. The entire round ball slowly rotated and long rays of light splashed around it. The round ball looked like a huge rock, but its surface did not have the edges of an ordinary rock. There were some huge talismans circulating around it and they emitted obscure fluctuations. The sound of a sword rang out like the cry of a celestial bird. Zhu Qingye's transformed flying sword flew towards the huge rock without hesitation. The wind howled and a feeling of destruction came from the round ball. The sword light flickered and the sword chi on the huge sword wavered under this huge pressure. Boom! Just as the tens of thousands of bright sword sect disciples were on tenterhooks, the ball finally hit the giant sword that Zhu Qingye had transformed into. A huge shockwave was generated from the collision between the ball and the giant sword. A deafening sound was heard at the same time, and an unstoppable force of impact spread through the sword formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a gust of wind blowing through rice paddies, the flying swords of several hundred sword cultivators were sent flying by this wave of air. Even more swordsmen to the left were thrown to the side. After a while the sound and air waves gradually subsided. Everyone hurriedly looked at Zhu Qingye, only to see that the brilliance of the grade 3 illusory swordsman, whom they regarded as a god, had dimmed. There were several gaps in the brilliance of the huge sword, and even the entire huge sword was trembling slightly. No one knew whether it was because of the impact of the round ball or because of other reasons. This round ball is the condensation of the Dao Sect's cultivator's transcendence energy. Zhu Qingye's voice was neither too fast nor too slow, but all the cultivators could hear a trace of exhaustion in his voice. Just now, the Taiching sect and the exotic beast sect appeared in the formation. If it's the disciples of these two sects, there should be close to 100,000 of them. Although these disciples have different levels of transcendence energy through the formation, their transcendence energy can be condensed and stimulated. Although I've transformed into a sword, facing 100,000 Dao sect disciples is still beyond my power. Disciples, their 100,000 Dao sect cultivators don't dare to face my 10,000 sword cultivators, so they can only rely on this strange formation. As long as we break the transcendence energy condensed by this formation will naturally be broken. Disciples of the Bright Sword sect, follow me to kill the cultivators. Seeing the second round ball falling like a meteor, the whistling of the wind had already rushed into their ears. Zhu Qingye roared and his huge sword flew up first. Kill. Ji Ming and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They urged their flying swords and followed Zhu Qingye to meet the attack. Rumble, another sound that wasn't inferior to the first round ball came from midair, and it resounded through the entire starry sky. Although the flying swords of many disciples who had drawn their swords and nurtured their swords instantly dimmed, the second round ball was still blocked. Even Zhu Qingye's huge sword didn't have any special changes. Hiss, these sword cultivators are really impressive. Behind the starry sky, De Sun and Huang Feng stood in midair with flags in their hands. De Sun looked at the commotion in the starry sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment the Taiching sect's disciples, exotic beast sex disciples, and immortal music sex disciples were divided into 3 groups. Each group was divided into different groups, and the disciples of each group were sitting cross-legged in different positions. Everyone's hands were forming different hand seals. Perhaps the hand seals of the disciples in each position were similar, but the hand seals of the disciples in each group were not the same. Yes, I wanted to deliberately anger Zhu Qingye just now, but he didn't have the slightest bit of disorder. Even when the Sky Destroyer formation showed its ferocity, there was only a trace of astonishment on his face. Oh? Fellow Huang, can actually see Zhu Qingye's expression when he transformed into a sword? Sun didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his face showed surprise. Of course I can't see it. Huang Feng's expression changed slightly and he said lightly, but the sword hairs on the huge sword are stable and not scattered at all. It must be the reason why Zhu Qingye's state of mind is so calm. Good. Sun clapped his hands and said, Fellow Huang is right. When I got this sword diagram I was already very surprised. I didn't expect that this sword cultivator who had never seen the Great Star Formation before would be as steady as a rock. I really admire him. Unfortunately, the Sky Destroyer Formation, the disciples of the 3 factions are not very familiar with it. They can only use their magic power to move the ball like a star. Huang Feng sighed again and said, if these disciples are given 10 more days, these balls will be able to move freely. Even if they face hundreds of illusory swords, it will be a piece of cake. Hehe, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples of the 3 factions. Sun smiled and said, what's the big deal about killing hundreds of illusory swords? Even if they transform into swords they can still be killed. Really? Fellow Xiong, is that so? Huang Feng's face showed surprise. Sun coughed twice and said in a low voice, this is just my guess. How can Xiong Huasong boast like this? However, according to what he said, this 10-direction destroyer formation is derived from the ancient ominous formation, and it is already incomplete. In the complete Sky Destroyer formation, the balls condensed by the magic power of these hundreds of thousands of disciples should follow the path of the real Heavenly Way Star formation. Zhu Qingye will not be able to withstand it at all. If there is really an ancient ominous formation here, not to mention illusory swords, even if they transform into swords, they will still be killed. That's impossible, right? Huang Feng asked in disbelief. The path of the Heavenly Way only exists in legends. Even if there is a formation simulation it can't be real, right? Besides, how can these hundreds of thousands of disciples comprehend the path of the Heavenly Way? Even you and I have never seen the real path of the Heavenly Way, right? Hehe, you don't understand this. Sun's gaze swept across the densely packed and orderly disciples of the 3 factions, and then looked up at the starry sky. There were dozens of balls being activated from all directions. He felt at ease and said, what is the Heavenly Way? The real Heavenly Way is indiscernible, and the path of the stars under the Heavenly Way is unfathomable. However, among the masses, there is a kind of embodiment of the Heavenly Way. For example, if a disciple of the Strange Beast sect activates this ball, it will follow a straight path. But what if a disciple of the Immortal Music sect is added? The path may change. What if a disciple of the Taiching sect is added? The path will be even more unpredictable. Oh, this Huang understands. Huang Feng immediately understood. The Heavenly Way is indiscernible, and the 100,000 disciples activating their magic power to control the ball doesn't have any path to speak of. Isn't this the true essence of the Heavenly Way being indiscernible? Therefore that ball is like a real star, incomparably powerful. Sun's heart trembled. He had a new view of this strange beast sex cultivator who was flattering him. To tell the truth, when Xiong Huasong had mentioned this he had thought about it for a long time. He had even combined it with some of the general principles of the Taiching sect's cultivation techniques. He hadn't expected that this strange beast sect's early gold core cultivator would be able to see through the mystery in an instant. Huang Feng looked at the starry sky and muttered, actually, according to this Huang's thoughts, the real heavenly exterminating formation is probably only a single ball. Just a single ball would be enough to completely annihilate these hundreds of thousands of swordsmen, right? There's simply no need for so many balls. That's right. Fellow Taoist Xiong, That's exactly what you said. That's a complete ancient ominous formation. Sun was even more astonished. He asked curiously, could it be that fellow Taoist Huang has seen such a strange formation before? Huang Feng was shocked. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, this Huang is merely a gold core disciple of the strange beast sect. How could I have seen such a formation before? Even my strange beast sect leader has probably never heard of such a strange formation, right? This Huang is merely speaking according to fellow Taoist Sun's words. I'm just casually speaking. As he spoke, Huang Feng pointed his hand and said, fellow Taoist, quickly look. These sword cultivators really can't hold on any longer. Although Sun was somewhat puzzled, he was still concerned about the formation. When he heard Huang Feng's words, he could only look at the formation. Indeed, at this moment, the dozens of balls within the formation had already been activated by the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the three sections. They whistled as they charged towards the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivator disciples. These dozens of balls enveloped these disciples from all directions. That oppressive feeling of having nowhere to run firmly controlled the sword cultivator disciples. Rumble. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the sword cultivator disciples who had survived the previous rounds began to scream miserably. Wherever the balls smashed, there would always be dozens of sword-nurturing swordsmen who were torn apart by the powerful explosions and heavy blows. Some of them were even smashed into meat paste and fell from the sky. Their broken corpses drifted into the seemingly boundless starry sky. Chapter 2637. In the distant horizon at the end of the starry sky, dozens of balls buzzed again. Pushed by 100,000 cultivators, they rained down on the disciples of the bright sword sect like meteors. Not only were Ji Ming and the other Grade 1 and Grade 2 illusory swordsmen shocked, even Zhu Qingye, who had transformed into a sword, groaned inwardly. He knew very well that he could only withstand one more attack. After that, he wouldn't be able to maintain his human form. My life is over. Zhu Qingye couldn't help but feel disheartened. He felt that he really couldn't face the dozens of balls that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Not far from the sky exterminating formation was the wind exterminating formation. At this moment, the flag gate of the wind exterminating formation was emitting a gloomy brilliance. After Bright Yang Sword Sect's Xuechong led over 10,000 disciples into the formation, the flag gate should have been closed tightly. The brilliance was even dimmed, and the flag gate was covered by the dense fog in the surroundings. Only when all the swordsmen were killed would the flag gate be revealed again. Of course, if Xuechong destroyed the Wind Destroyer formation, the blood-red lantern on the pole in front of the gate would have been extinguished. Not only would the gate be opened again, but the fog would have also disappeared. However, the 10-direction destroyer formation had just been restored, and its foundation was still damaged. Xiong Huasong couldn't fix these flaws yet. Fortunately, there weren't too many flaws in the 10 gates of the 10-direction destroyer formation. Just look at the Wind Destroyer formation. Reddish-yellow hurricanes wreaked havoc in the formation. The hurricanes were like sharp blades. Not only did they cut through the swordsman's sword lights, but they also completely dispersed the sword chi of the flying swords. Even the cold wind that passed through the swordsman's sword lights and blew into their bodies, causing them to stiffen. Even when they activated their sword origin, the situation didn't improve at all. Like Zhu Qingye and LV Ruochang, Xuechong had already transformed into a sword. Beside him, several Grade 1 and Grade 2 illusory swordsmen had also transformed into swords. On top of the giant sword that Xuechong transformed into, the sword radiance that was like a cold moon exuded a gloomy coldness. The swords that were formed by the swordsmen clustered around him also had sword radiances that were as hot as the sun. They also temporarily formed a simple sword formation within the formation. The sword radiances of different attributes interweaved with each other, trying their best to resist the bone-chilling yellow wind. There was no scenery around Xuechong and the other cultivators. There was only chaos stirred up by countless wind tunnels. The chaos was like sticky mud sealing off the entire formation. It was as if there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth other than the countless hurricanes. It was extremely soft. A sound came from a certain wind tunnel in the primal chaos, and a faint yellow light appeared at the bottom of the wind tunnel. Then the yellow light spun violently, and a gentle wind appeared at the bottom of the wind tunnel. This breeze spun along the edges of the wind tunnel, becoming faster and stronger. By the time it blew out of the wind tunnel, it had already formed a huge reddish-yellow wind blade. It was like a huge wind vortex, blowing towards the tens of thousands of bright young sword sect disciples. At the same time, the wind tunnel was torn apart by the hurricane. Presumably, the next hurricane would definitely be stronger than this one. Not to mention the following hurricane, this roaring hurricane fell precisely where Xuechong and the others could not care less. The reddish-yellow wind blade destroyed the flying swords of more than 10 sword-nurturing swords and drawing swords. When the brilliance of the flying swords was destroyed, the flying swords' bodies rapidly rusted. Not long after, they were broken into several pieces and thrown into the air. What made the swordsmen tremble with fear the most was that the flying swords who had lost their flying swords did not even have time to spit out their life origin swords before the yellow wind blew straight through their bodies. After all the flying swords were scraped into pieces by the hurricane, pieces of flesh were also torn off their bodies at an extremely fast speed. In fact, before the two sword-nurturing swords could even scream, all their flesh was scraped off, leaving behind only white bones. Buzz. It was as if the entire world was shaking. In mid-air, the numerous wind tunnels flashed with a faint yellow brilliance at almost the same time. Hundreds, thousands of wind strands were gradually produced in the wind tunnels. At this moment, there was a temporary silence in the entire battle. But then all the wind tunnels began to shake and the chaos began to churn again. Thousands of hurricanes tore through the wind tunnels and flew out again. The entire wind extinguishing formation was no longer able to see any brilliance. Even the brilliance of the giant swords was covered in the hurricane. My life is over. Xuechong saw that the hurricane had not yet arrived, but the connection between the giant swords that he had transformed into and the surrounding swords had been cut off by the power of the hurricane. He could not help but sigh like Xu Qingye. The yellow wind in the wind extinguishing formation was so magical that it caused Xuechong's heart to turn to ashes. He felt that what he was facing was the most powerful magic formation in the 10 Forces Annihilation formation. However, he did not know that on the opposite side of the wind extinguishing array, behind the blood-colored flag gate, in the middle of a sea of blood, the flame bamboo sword sect's Tian Simu's face was even more ashen. She looked in disbelief at the blood-red color that was surging towards her from all sides. That's right. Tian Simu led several disciples of the illusory sword sect, or more than 10,000 disciples of the bright sword sect and the nurturing sword sect, into the strange blood-red fog. She wanted to find out what kind of magic formation this was, and perhaps find a way to break it from its name. Unfortunately, these swordsmen had just charged into the array. Before they could even see the cultivator's face, they only felt a burst of bright red light flashing from the horizon. Then their ears were filled with the sound of waves. Soon after, the red water that seemed like the legendary Netherblood Sea surrounded the 10,000 swordsmen with an earth-shattering force. Set up the magic formation, set up the magic formation. A first-grade illusory sword sect disciple beside Tian Simu shouted almost without thinking, gathering the 10,000 swordsmen together in panic. They hurriedly urged the flying swords under their feet to set up dozens of simple sword formations. Under the urging of the sword origin, sword chi rushed out of the flying swords. The sword light was like thousands of colorful ribbons that pierced into the blood sea. Hiss, 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 countless ear-piercing sounds of melting were heard, as if thousands of flames were extinguished by ice water. The sword chi rushed into the blood sea, only to create a small whirlpool. The sword light was completely corroded by the blood sea. Splash, with the sound of water, a huge blood wave that was several feet tall surged. Like a giant hand, it slammed into the sword formation formed by the 10 sword-nurturing swordsmen. The 10 swordsmen's faces changed greatly. They desperately urged the true essence in their bodies, and the sword light was faintly shining. However, this brilliance only lasted for a moment. It was like the splendor of a candle in the chilly wind. With a sizzling sound, the blood wave slammed down. The thin sword light was quickly corroded by the blood wave, and the flying swords were stained with the blood wave. Circles and spots of corrosion appeared on the flying swords. As if they were burned by a raging fire, the 10 swordsmen's divine senses were severely damaged. They couldn't help but cry out. However, this was just the beginning. After the blood wave splashed onto the flying swords, it seemed to have a mind of its own and splashed onto the swordsmen's bodies. The sword light around the swordsman flickered slightly and was corroded by the blood wave. It was much easier than destroying the flying swords. When the swordsman's sword light faded away, the swordsmen were about to activate their sword origin again. With an extremely soft swoosh, the blood immediately turned into balls of blood and rushed into the swordsmen's bodies again. Help! Many of the swordsmen were in unbearable pain and couldn't help but scream. Before their screams faded, small pieces of flesh fell off their bodies. Following the disappearance of these pieces of flesh, the threads of blood were like a spider weaving a spider's web on the swordsmen's bodies, rapidly spreading once again. The result was, the swordsmen fell from the sky with wounds all over their bodies. What greeted them was the same endless blood wave. Shameless cultivators. After Tian Simu recovered from her shock, she was furious. She knew that the cultivators guarding the array wouldn't meet with her. Hence, she roared and the sword wave around her body flew wildly. A silver-white sword essence that was as bright as the moon shot out from her body. Although it had been stained red by the blood wave, the sword essence was still crystal clear. Clang! A blood-red sword cry resounded. The silver-colored sword essence gradually enlarged and wrapped around Tian Simu. A huge flying sword was born in the blood wave. Tian Simu had no choice but to transform into a sword. Disciple is here to assist martial uncle. Several second-grade illusory swordsmen shouted. They also strengthened their swords and stood to the left and right of Tian Simu's huge sword. Clang! A series of sword cries rose and fell. The flying swords that were resisting the blood wave let out sword cries. Following the cries, all the flying swords shone brightly. Furthermore, all the flying swords trembled along with Tian Simu's huge sword. The dozens of sword-nurturing swordsmen who were about to die after the sword-nurturing swordsmen were temporarily protected by the powerful sword essence, blocking the blood wave outside of the sword chi. Watch this sword's methods. The sound of Tian Simu's golden chime could be heard from the huge sword. It seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality it was extremely fast. The huge sword, together with the flying swords of several second-grade illusory sword disciples, as well as the flying swords of thousands of other disciples, slashed towards the blood sea. Rumble! The huge sword slashed into the blood wave like water being cut off. The blood wave splashed up hundreds of feet high. Furthermore, the sword force of the huge sword did not stop and slashed deep into the bottom of the blood wave. Under the sword essence of the huge sword, a crack that was dozens of feet deep and dozens of feet wide was opened up in the surging blood wave. At the bottom of the crack, an even more blood-red brilliance could be seen. Under the brilliance, Xuanyan School's Gao Wei Mo Sangshan and Qing Jiong each held a banner in their hands. Their faces carried a trace of astonishment as they looked at the huge sword that had slashed into the brilliance. Hee, I didn't expect the nameless flame bamboo sword sect to have such a powerful sword technique. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei, who had lost many golden core disciples to the swordsman, smirked coldly after recovering from his astonishment. He turned to look at Qing Jiong and said, I will activate it now. Chapter 2638. Yes. Qing Jiong nodded slightly and replied. The banner in his hand emitted a faint blood-red light. Together with the blood-red light from the banner in Gao Wei's hand, they shot towards the defensive brilliance. The brilliance swayed slightly and blocked the giant sword that Tian Simu had transformed into. Some of the blood-red light even penetrated the brilliance and rushed into the blood sea. Oh no! Tian Simu immediately felt that something was wrong. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the blood sea that he and the thousands of flying swords had split apart earlier, once again rushing down like a mountain. Tian Simu hurriedly urged the sword light, wanting to block the blood sea. Unfortunately, The attack power of the giant sword that was comparable to that of the early Yuanying stage was really weak in terms of defense. The huge blood sea, along with the resentment that had just been stirred up, fiercely smashed into the sword light of the defense swordsman. Ah! A series of screams sounded. The sword light that protected the defense swordsman was extremely easily shattered by the blood sea. Hundreds of defense swordsmen screamed and were swept away by the blood sea. What should we do? Tian Simu had only just seen Gao Wei and the others, but he was already thinking anxiously. Indeed, the blood-extinguishing formation in the 10 Forces Annihilation battle was not an ordinary attack technique. The flying swords that the sword cultivators could rely on were simply unable to break through the blood sea. Tian Simu was even more anxious than Lu Ruochang and the others. However, he was far from being the most anxious. Looking at the blood-extinguishing formation, there were balls of Samadhi true fire all around. Although the Samadhi true fire was not extremely pure and was mixed with many orange-red, orange-yellow and other colors, this Samadhi true fire was not something that the flying swords of the sword cultivators could destroy. Between the heavens and the earth, there was the trial of the flames. Although the various colored sword lights in the flames attacked, once the sword lights came into contact with the flames, they were immediately ignited. The Samadhi true fire swallowed along the sword lights and rushed towards the flying swords. A thin sword that looked like a beauty emitted a dark green sword light and forced the Samadhi true fire 1,000 feet away. This thin sword was the giant sword that Ruo Ling of Failing Sword Manor transformed into. The giant sword that Ruo Ling had transformed into was able to cover the true Samadhi fire, but it was unable to completely suppress it. The surging flames were almost tangible, wreaking havoc around the brilliance of the giant sword like waves of the sea. Beside the huge dark green sword, there were also several flying swords transformed by swordsmen at the second grade of the illusory sword realm. It was obvious that although their sword light could repel the Samadhi true fire, there were also traces of the Samadhi true fire spreading on the sword light. Needless to say, the true Samadhi fire was not something they could easily withstand, especially the sea of fire. Hundreds of disciples had their defenses broken through by the true Samadhi fire, burning their bodies. Furthermore, the Samadhi true fire was extremely aggressive. Any swordsman who was burned by the Samadhi true fire would be turned into ashes, leaving no trace behind. The light that flashed intensely on the jade sword was Ruo Ling's thoughts. When she was comforting LV Ruochang earlier, she did not think much of LV Ruochang's fear. However, now that she had encountered the true formation of the Dao sect, she could not help but feel a little terrified. She had been surrounded by the sea of fire the moment she entered the sword formation. She did not even know who her opponent was from the Dao sect. At this moment she also had the thought of retreating. Her sword intent swept past the sea of fire and swept towards the flag gate. The formation of earthly annihilation was something that Heng Heng had explained to Su Jia of the Rock Border sect that day. The formation of earthly annihilation is ever-changing and full of doubts. It is hidden within the mysteries of the formation, with thunder above and fire below and emotionless. Even with the 5 elements flying sword technique, it is difficult to escape the gloomy clouds of bones. This formation is based on the number of the Dao sect, so it is called earthly annihilation. This praise for the formation of earthly annihilation was a little exaggerated. Not to mention that it was impossible for the formation of earthly annihilation to have too many changes and form the Dao sect. It was also impossible for it to form the Dao sect. If one were to say that it was full of doubts, it could still be arranged a little more. However, since this formation of earthly annihilation was personally presided over by the Black Sky sect's Xiong Huasong, it naturally had a different atmosphere. The one who charged into the formation of earthly annihilation was Mu Ting of the Lunar Sword sect. She was a 3rd-grade illusory sword swordsman, and her cultivation could be counted on one hand among the many sword sections. However, even with this level of cultivation, even if Mu Ting had transformed into a sword, and even if several 2nd-grade illusory swordsmen had transformed into swords at the same time, and nearly 10,000 disciples had formed a sword formation to resist, the situation was still precarious. The entire formation of earthly annihilation was filled with biting cold wind. The wisps of fog could not be blown away by the cold wind, and it blocked the gazes of all the sword cultivators. In the cold wind, the sword light around the sword cultivators flickered, and they were like candles in the wind. The situation was somewhat similar to the Wind Annihilation formation. However, this was not the most important killing move of the formation of Earthly Annihilation. The most powerful part of the formation of Earthly Annihilation was the ground beneath the sword cultivators. The dark, thick, solid earth that was as hard as gold and stone. Clearly, the ground was not the ordinary ground of the sword tomb. At this time, the ground had long been split into countless pieces, and the huge cracks were like bloody mouths that had opened up on the ground. The countless cracks were rapidly opening up and closing up, and the countless pieces of land were constantly shaking up and down, rubbing against each other left and right and creating loud rumbling sounds. Waves of cold wind blew out from the rumbling sounds, and from the countless cracks, it was like the ghostly wind in the underworld. The ghostly wind was so biting cold the earth shook and the cracks were so ruthless. Although the huge sword transformed by Mu Ting and the others split the ground into pieces, the fragments opened their bloody mouths and kept swallowing the sword cultivators. The sword chi of the sword nurturing sword and the sword drawing sword could not destroy these fragments, but their sword light was squeezed and smashed by the tremors of the earth. Hundreds and thousands of swordsmen fell in this doomsday-like formation of earthly annihilation. Their corpses fell into the cracks of the earth, and with just a simple friction, they were immediately turned into meat paste. Blood was smeared in the cracks and one could see the bloodiness and power of the formation of earthly annihilation. The Earth Extermination Formation sounded similar to the Earth Extermination Formation, but within the Earth Extermination Formation, there was a vast expanse of gray sand. The sand floated in the space of the Earth Extermination Formation, blocking the swordsman's vision. Even if the swordsman could release his divine sense, he would still be injured by the sand. The grains of sand were like the swordsman's sword light, densely packed and extremely sharp as they collided with the swordsman's defense. Except for the swordsman from the flowing sword sect, the huge sword transformed by the illusory sword grade 2 swordsman was barely holding on in the sand. Even the other illusory sword grade 1 swordsmen were in imminent danger in the sand. The various sword lights did not differentiate between attributes and sword intent in the sand, and they were all suppressed by the sand. They were constantly eroded by the sand, and the sword origin in their bodies poured out, trying to maintain this only barrier. As for those disciples with shallow cultivation, once their sword light was defeated by the sand, their flesh would immediately fester, and an indescribable itch would drill into their hearts. They could not help but claw at the sand and the flesh on their hands would also fester. Pus and white bones gradually appeared, and the heart-wrenching scream seemed extremely small and helpless in this raging sand. Different from the formation of earthly annihilation, the formation of earthly annihilation was a piece of azure blue. It was unknown where the light came from, but when the light passed through the formation, countless small, scale-like crystals were reflected in the formation. The countless crystals flashed with azure blue brilliance, and the entire formation was like a world carved out of ice. However, this world of ice was extremely cold. Compared to the extreme north, it was even more austere. Chu Jianchong of the Xian sword sect had already transformed into a sword, and the scarlet flame on the sword light turned into a flame, as if it was going to burn the sky. However, the flame was only hot at the beginning and it burned away the ice near it. In the blink of an eye, the azure blue light near the giant sword trembled rapidly, as if it was supported by an endless amount of mana. The cold actually froze the flame, and after the sword light appeared in the flame, it froze there as if it could not move. Zeng, as the giant sword trembled, a sword hum sounded. The sword light flashed, and when the sword chi scattered, it only shook the ice near it. However, it was immediately hit by the cold wave and it froze again. Chu Jianchong, who had transformed into a giant sword, felt an unparalleled surge of mana in the cold wave, and naturally knew that this was the condensation of the mana of tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Coupled with the power of the formation, he, a grade 2 illusory swordsman, could not block it. Perhaps. I have to make a choice. Chu Jianchong's divine sense scanned the entire formation that seemed to be sealed in ice. Almost 1,000 disciples had died in this formation. Not only were their bodies frozen into popsicles, even their souls were about to be frozen to death. He couldn't help but think to himself. Inside the most mysterious soul obliteration array, it was somewhat similar to the earth obliteration array and the wind obliteration array. The entire world was gloomy and chilly winds blew. There was no sign of life. Even the illusionary mountain rocks were dark green and grayish-black, just like the legendary hell. The one who charged into the soul-extinguishing formation was the quilted mountain sext Song Yuan, a grade 3 illusory sword beast cultivator. At this moment, Song Yuan was standing in the air like a stone chiseled from earth, and he didn't move at all. To his left, in the sky, a black mass of bird cultivators flew slowly. As their wings flapped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipated. Behind him there were thousands of beast cultivators who stood quietly. Although there was no surge of mana, their intimidating aura filled the entire formation. Everyone's gaze was focused in front of them. There was a white banner in the hands of a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongyu, who had been ordered to preside over the soul-extinguishing formation. On the other side of the banner was Nanming Sect's Liang Mingfu. At this moment both of them had solemn expressions, and their nervousness was no less than Song Yuan's. Chapter 2639. He moved. Song Yuan, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. It was as if the entire formation had come to life, and the energy was flowing out from where Song Yuan stood. I thought it was some kind of formation. So it's something similar to the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Song Yuan moved a little, dispelling all the terror that had condensed within 1,000 feet. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Dao sect is really funny. Instead of using a good array formation, you set up some bullshit soul cultivation array formation. Do you know what a soul cultivator is? Do you know how to use a soul tool? Do you know what a real soul formation looks like?" When Yuan Zhongyu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and his eyes involuntarily turned to Liang Mingfu. The two of them had only been in charge of the formation for a short period of time, so they were not familiar with it. It was not as convenient as the other gold core cultivators in the meeting hall. Even the tens of thousands of disciples hidden in the formation were scratching their heads at the incantations used to activate the formation. Although they were in position and the soul obliteration formation was set up, Yuan Zhongyu's flagpole was abnormally difficult to wave, and he would occasionally feel the backlash of his magic power. Clearly there was a problem with the tens of thousands of disciples transmitting their magic power, and there was also a problem with Yuan Zhongyu's incantation. Liang Mingfu saw the look in Yuan Zhongyu's eyes and shook his head helplessly. He was only a cultivator of the Nanming sect, and the sect's name had the word Ming in it. However, he had nothing to do with soul cultivators, so he didn't know anything about spells related to the soul. Song Yuan's words hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. Perhaps we can only buy some time. When Yuan Zhongyu saw Liang Mingfu shaking his head, he groaned inwardly. He knew that the 10 Forces Annihilation Formation was an ancient formation that was linked to each other. As long as one of the 10 formations was destroyed, even if the other 9 formations were not destroyed, the swordsman would still be able to escape from the formation. However, if all 10 formations were not destroyed, then they were a whole. The difficulty of destroying one of the formations was far greater than destroying one of the individual formations. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Yuan Zhongyu sneered, waved the banner slightly and said, "The magic of Dao sect originated from the ancient times. How could it be compared to those uncivilized barbarians in Meng Mountains? If you don't want to become a vengeful spirit under this old man's banner, why don't you descend from the cloud and let this old man tie you up? This old man can guarantee with my life that I will not let you fall here, and even what? Can you still make me a disciple of your Kunlun sect?" Song Yuan curled his lips and asked coldly. "If you want to, it's not impossible. Now that I have the Kunlun sect's sect master's token, I can accept you into my Kunlun sect as my senior martial brother." Yuan Zhongyu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy as he hurriedly explained. "Pui!" Song Yuan spat out his phlegm the moment he opened his mouth. When he saw the phlegm fly out in an arc, Song Yuan laughed out loud. "A small Dao sect that hides evil actually wants to accept me as a disciple? This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life." "You don't know," Yuan Zhongyu hurriedly said. "My Kunlun sect is the most ancient cultivation sect on the Xiaoyu continent. Our specific orthodoxy can only be traced back to the primordial era. Primordial era? The primordial era is bullshit. Song Yuan opened his mouth wide and shouted. The so-called primordial era is nothing but a legend that Tao sect cultivators like you forcefully made up in order to hide your origins. With this primordial era, you can say that we sword cultivators are barbarians and belong to an unorthodox sect. Who doesn't know of such methods? A bitter smile appeared on Yuan Zhongyu's face. He shook his head slightly and said, Song Yuan, haven't you thought about it? Where did the cultivation method that we cultivate come from? Where did the magic tools and treasures that we use come from? If there were no ancestors from the primordial era, how would we know that there is a path of cultivation in this world? He then let this old man ask you, what was the primordial era like? Was it the current state of the Xiaoyu continent? Where did the cultivators of the primordial era go? The immortal world? Why didn't they come back to take a look? Song Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding as he asked loudly. In the ancient records of my Kunlun sect during the primordial era, the world was vast, the mountains were infinitely high, and the abyss was infinitely deep. Even the cultivators. At this point, Yuan Zhongyu himself was stunned. That's right, the ancient records recorded a scene of the primordial era. The cultivators were like giants, the mountains reached the sky and the oceans penetrated the earth. It was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent. What do you mean? Song Yuan sneered. You can't make it up anymore, right? Do you think that your Kunlun sect seniors are just making things up? If the primordial era's almighty cultivators had exceedingly high cultivation and longevity, why can't they be seen now? Yuan Zhongyu argued, the various almighty naturally entered the immortal world. The immortal world is connected to our Xiaoyu continent through a passage. However, this passage can only lead from the Xiaoyu continent to the immortal world. It can't lead to the Xiaoyu continent from the immortal world, so they can't come back. That's even more nonsense. The roads in this world are free to come and go. If you can come, you can leave. This daddy has never heard of a road that can only come and not go. Song Yuan waved his hand indifferently. You've set up a formation here today. Why are you talking about the primordial era with this daddy for no reason? Is it because you can't control this formation related to soul cultivation? Yuan Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat when Song Yuan saw through his thoughts. He thought to himself, this big and burly beast cultivator is actually so sharp. He's indeed different from the legends. However, he still joked, there are 3,000 great Taos and each Tao leads to God. Let this old man ask you, you're cultivating. What is it for? For what? Song Yuan frowned as if he had an extremely difficult question to answer. However, Yuan Zhongyu was delighted and asked again, is it not for longevity? The confusion in Song Yuan's eyes grew stronger. Heh. Yuan Zhongyu was slightly pleased with himself. He said, actually, when this old man was young, I had a dream. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard Song Yuan raise his hand into the air and laugh loudly. The purpose of this daddy's cultivation is to kill all the cultivators of the Tao sect. As he spoke, the brown light around Song Yuan's body grew stronger. Song Yuan's originally big body was now beating his chest with his hands. The light around his body grew bigger and bigger, and the solidified spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings suddenly began to move. Roar! When the beast cultivators neared, Song Yuan saw this, they all raised their heads and roared. Following the flashes of various colors, the beast cultivators' bodies gradually disappeared. Their ferocious beast heads and terrifying beast bodies began to reveal themselves. Even Song Yuan revealed the shell of a giant ape. The giant ape was about 100 feet tall, and its pitch-black body hair was like steel needles piercing into the giant ape's mountain-like body. Even under the black hair, there were wisps of black light and wisps of black chi lingering around it. It looked extremely strange. At this moment, the giant ape's head was over 10 feet in size. Its lantern-like eyes flickered with a crimson brilliance. Apart from bloodthirstiness, there was also a ferocious savagery. All the emotions in Song Yuan's eyes had disappeared. Roar! The giant ape roared again. In its bloody mouth, 2 sharp fangs shone like flying swords. Following the giant ape's roar, a gush of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the giant ape's mouth. Following that, the giant ape pounded its chest with its huge fists, producing the sound of a golden drum beating. When did beast cultivators learn to lie? Yuan Zhongyu stared at Song Yuan's beast form with his mouth agape. He could not help but cry out, "Isn't such a huge Dharma body born from the primordial age? How dare you say that you don't believe in the primordial age?" However, before Yuan Zhongyu could finish his groan, the huge ape stuck its head out and blew a gust of wind from its mouth. That gust of wind was mixed with a foul stench as it rushed towards Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Disgusting! Yuan Zhongyu's mouth was filled with acid. He waved his hand and an earthy yellow shield fell about 10 feet in front of him as if to block the gust of wind. Swoosh swoosh. A burst of raindrops fell on the shield. Following that, the shield made a piercing sound and tiny cracks appeared on the shield. This is bad. Is this guy so powerful? This was completely out of Yuan Zhongyu's expectations. He did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly shook his hand again and a dozen rays of light flashed out. One shield after another appeared in front of him. However, Yuan Zhongyu was still a little too late. The first shield shattered into pieces with a crash, and a disgusting stench rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Even the raindrops formed by the saliva dripped onto Yuan Zhongyu's head. Although the saliva was not threatening, being bullied by someone else's saliva on the head of a mid-stage golden core cultivator was the same as being slapped in the face by a secular person. Yuan Zhongyu was finally angry. He could no longer suppress the murderous intent that he had been concealing. His eyes narrowed and the brilliance around his body flashed. He was about to make a move, however, before the Dharma power around his body surged. The giant ape in the distance had already made its move. The giant ape was in mid-air, waving its arms and rushing toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu. Its big feet stepped in mid-air as if it was stepping on the ground. Dong-dong sounds shook the whole array. The violent tremors came from the giant ape's mountain-like body, and the spiritual energy in the air was stirred up. It was as if the whole array was trembling with the giant ape. An indescribable suffocating feeling slowly rose around Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu as the huge ape approached, filling up the space within 100 feet around them. Fellow Taoist Yuan. Liang Mingfu's chest uncontrollably heaved up and down as if he could not breathe. He hurriedly shouted, "There's no time to lose, let's take out the gate of life and death." Chapter 2640. Seeing the power of the giant ape, Yuan Zhongyu was also shocked. What kind of magical power was this? It actually caused the entire array to shake. Looking at the head of the giant ape, 2,000 to 3,000 beast cultivators also showed ferocious expressions. They flapped their wings and flew towards them. Behind the giant ape, thousands of beast cultivators chased after them, waving flags and shouting. They seemed to want to trample Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu into meat paste with just their bare hands. That's the only way. Yuan Zhongyu was a little helpless. He made a mysterious gesture and pinched the bottom of the flag. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body gushed out. When a dark green light covered the flag, the veins on Yuan Zhongyu's face bulged. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist Liang, help me." Liang Mingfu knew that Yuan Zhongyu was being forced to do something beyond his ability. He really didn't know what to do, so he hurriedly stepped forward and made a strange gesture. As the gesture was produced, a purple-black ball of light appeared in his hand. Go! As Liang Mingfu made the gesture, the ball of light fell on the flag. Swish! With a clear sound, the whole flag flashed with black and white brilliance. A faintly discernible door appeared on the flag. It was like a rainbow bridge spanning across the array. Disciples, listen to my order. After Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu made the gesture, their faces turned slightly pale. They both shouted, "Activate the gate of life and death." Buzz! A violent vibration came from the black and white door, and the whole door gradually expanded. The black and white brilliance on the door circulated at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it showed a strange gray color. Within the gray, countless tiny bubbles were bubbling like boiling water. Within those tiny bubbles, the shapes of ghost faces seemed to be faintly protruding. Furthermore, each time these ghost faces protruded, Their appearance was different. It was as if countless ghost faces were trying their best to rush out of those bubbles. However, this buzzing sound was extremely weak among the vibrations of the giant ape, the cries of the beast cultivators and the roars of the beast cultivators. No one could hear it clearly. If it wasn't for the fact that the gray door had grown bigger and covered the entire array, blocking all the beast and bird cultivators, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, as the giant ape ran, it stirred up the spirit chi of heaven and earth. A casual grab from its palms, which were dozens of feet long, created a hurricane. How could Song Yuan care about this door that looked like it would shatter with a single slap? Among the beast cultivators, there were a few beasts that looked like eagles and vultures flying in front of them. They were now close to the gray door, and the slight ripples from the door made them tremble in fear. They couldn't help but cry out as if they were asking the giant ape for permission. At this moment, the giant ape's eyes were crimson red, and the muscles on his arms that were like hills were faintly trembling. He had already clenched his huge fists and was about to rush to the door and smash it into pieces. How could he have the heart to answer the bird cultivator's question? Roar! The giant ape raised its head and spat out a huge stream of air, causing the beast cultivators flying at the back to tumble a few times and almost fall from the sky. How could the beast cultivators at the front dare to ask any more questions? Each of them took out different demonic artifacts and some even charged toward the gray door with bare arms. Close the life door, open the death door. When the white banner is unfurled, it's eerie and gloomy. I've never believed in the sword cultivator's body. Once you enter the array, your life will return to the Yin. Behind the door, Yuan Zhongyu's pale face was slightly flushed. His body was trembling slightly as he proudly chanted. Boom! There was a loud sound as if a huge rock had been thrown into a pool of water. Several beast cultivators at the first grade of the illusory sword realm brandished all kinds of pitch-black demonic artifacts and charged into the gray door. At the same time, the gray brilliance on the door flashed violently. In an instant, the gray color was absorbed into the brilliance on all four sides of the door. The entire door became transparent again as if there was nothing there at all. However, it was this strange transparency that caused the beast cultivators to fall from the sky without any warning after they charged through. They didn't even have time to scream. After these beast cultivators, there were still more than 1,000 flying beasts. The dozens at the front couldn't stop at all. Although they flapped their wings rapidly in an attempt to stop, there were still some who mustered all their strength to fly up and avoid the door. However, their fates were not unexpected. The dozens of beast cultivators charged into the gray brilliance and fell from the sky. Roar! Just as the other beast cultivators were trying their best to stabilize their bodies, the giant ape had already charged under the gray door. The giant ape was more than 100 feet tall, and the door was also more than 100 feet tall. After the image of the door flashed in the giant ape's red eyes, the giant ape didn't stop at all. It waved its fists and smashed towards the middle of the door. Rumble! That sound was actually similar to the sound of magical treasures colliding. It was precisely at the moment when the giant ape's fist rushed through the transparent door. Above the gray door there was even a strong flash of light. This flash was initially gray, but towards the end it actually showed two colors, black and white. Not good. Yuan Zhongyu was shocked. Without waiting for Liang Mingfu to remind him, he urged the magical power around his body. While the brilliance on his body flashed, he also tried his best to wave the banner. Liang Mingfu was also shocked. While transmitting his voice in a certain direction, he also hurriedly performed a spell. A powerful magical power fluctuation was generated from the space behind the two of them. It was similar to the fluctuation of the door of life and death. When the fluctuation fell on the door of life and death, the black and white brilliance flickered again, and the gray light trembled again. Roar! At this time, when the giant ape's body rushed into a small part of the door of life and death, an irresistible fear arose in Song Yuan's heart. On the part of his body that rushed into the door of life and death, the needle-like mane softened and danced in the wind. The black light and black fog in the black hair also disappeared at this time, leaving only the gray brilliance flashing in the black hair. Song Yuan knew very well that this gray door should be the core of the formation. He only needed to break this door and the formation would be broken. But obviously if he went through this door, even he who was a third-grade illusory sword couldn't predict the consequences. Roar at this time, how could Song Yuan have the luxury of retreating? He raised his head and roared angrily, then rushed toward the edge of the door. Following Song Yuan into the door of life and death, there were naturally a few first-grade illusory sword beast cultivators behind him. Behind these beast cultivators were thousands of drawing swords and pregnant swords cultivators. Swish, a first-grade illusory sword beast cultivator rushed into the door. Similar to the bird cultivator who died before, he didn't have any resistance at all and fell from the sky like a hard stone. Then more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door and died. There was no other outcome. Wu at this time, Song Yuan had already rushed to the edge of the door of life and death. His hands were extremely barbaric as he tore at the door. The gray brilliance of the door of life and death seemed to be solid in Song Yuan's hands. With a casual pull, it was pulled up several feet high. However, at this time, under the strong fluctuation of the door, the gray brilliance was bright and dim as if it would break at any time. Yet when Song Yuan pulled it a few times, the gray brilliance tenaciously overflowed. Roar! The great ape roared loudly. It gave up on destroying the door and rushed toward Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu, who were behind the door. Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu saw the great ape rushing into the door of life and death. Although there was a gray brilliance flashing around its body, Song Yuan continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. They couldn't help but feel bitter. They knew that the door of life and death was not a threat to the great ape, who was a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. However, what could they do? While urging their magic power, the two of them looked at each other and were about to summon their magic treasures. Although the two of them were already cultivators at the middle stage of Gold Core and had already entered the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City, if they were to control their magic treasures and the banner of the Soul Destroyer formation at the same time, they might not be able to do it smoothly. However, just as the two of them were in a dilemma, they saw the great ape's body suddenly slow down. Its footsteps seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and it was rather sloppy. Even Song Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. After running for a few more steps, the great ape finally did not dare to move forward. It raised its eyes and looked at the gray door that had expanded greatly. It then looked at Yuan Zhongyu, who was in the distance, and there was a trace of unwillingness in its eyes. Immediately, this unwillingness turned into the intention to retreat. Song Yuan finally could not withstand the power of the door of life and death and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Of course, at this moment, more than 10 beast cultivators rushed into the door of life and death. Their bodies were surrounded by the gray brilliance and they fell in mid-air. Seeing Song Yuan rushing out of the door, all the bird and beast cultivators understood that they no longer dared to challenge the door of life and death that even a third-grade illusory sword cultivator could not withstand. They turned around and fled into the distance. "Where are you going?" Yuan Zhongyu and Liang Mingfu heaved a long sigh of relief. They shouted loudly and waved the banner in their hands with all their might. This time it was different from before. The gray door, which was already 1,000 feet high, chased after more than 10,000 beast cultivators and bird cultivators like a stream of light. All the beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were passed through by the door of life and death did not resist at all. They fell from midair and there was no sign of life. This was really too strange. Even though the soul cultivators and bird cultivators had extremely condensed souls, and even though many of the swordsmen had fought with soul cultivators before, it was indeed the first time they had encountered such a formation that looked similar to soul cultivators on the surface but was actually very different. How could they resist it? Seeing the bird cultivators and beast cultivators falling like dumplings into a pot, all the swordsmen were terrified. One by one, they scattered like birds frightened by the twang of a bow, fleeing in midair without any order. They only wanted to avoid the gray brilliance. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.